I'm super excited because we're just a few short minutes away from starting our 5-hour live. Now, when I first started off in real estate, just to be upfront, I had absolutely zero real estate experience. I was fresh from school and I was looking for a full-time position. I didn't know exactly what I wanted that to be, but real estate kind of fell in my back pocket, and I started learning from Jen and Joe and learning how they generate leads, how they talk to sellers. And then once you're talking to those sellers, how to analyze a deal so you know if it's one you want to get on paper and close on. And so with that, in just a few short months, I was able to go all the way from part-time babysitter fresh out of school to full-time real estate investor. Now, with an opportunity like that, I've been able to free up so much time. I'm outside on this beautiful day right now, and there's just so many more doors that are open for me now. So I'm so excited to see you all in there. Grab a pen and some paper and get ready to learn.
And before we go live, I just want to take a moment and say something really important. Not long ago, I was just a mom trying to figure it out. I didn't grow up in real estate, I didn't have a background in finance, and honestly, I didn't think that this kind of thing was possible for someone like me. But here I am, and not because I had it all figured out, it's because I took messy, massive action. I learned from my mistakes and I kept going. I gave myself permission to believe, what if this works? And now we're about to spend the next few hours showing you exactly how you can do it too. No banks, no credit checks, no begging brokers, just creative strategies, real tools, and the exact playbook that we use to build our business. So if you've ever doubted yourself, I want you to hear this, that you're in the right place, that you're gonna be able to walk with us, and we're gonna be with you every step of the way.
I'm at a car dealership right now getting my car serviced, and I'm looking around thinking back to where I worked in one of these for 20 years, and I used to have to clock in and out of one of these every single day for 20 years. And what I realized was that wasn't going to build me wealth, and what was going to build wealth was going to be real estate investing. So I had a mind shift change that got me out of the dealership. And that's all because of taking that first little step, the uncomfortable step, the steps where everybody thought I was crazy. You make good money, you got a good job, why are you doing this? Well, those steps paid off. If you're sitting there at your job and you're thinking to yourself right now, like, man, I wish I had time to go spend 3-4 weeks on a vacation, or I want to be able to go fishing today, or go to the beach, or spend time with my wife or kids, or whatever that looks like for you. Maybe it's going camping. For me, it was traveling. For me, it was spending time with my wife and kids, because I never saw them when I worked here all the time. They'd have to come up and eat dinner in the back room at the dealership because I was getting home by the time they were in bed. So if you are in that similar situation, you don't have to be trapped. You don't have to feel stuck. You just got to figure out what is the right step for you. So we're about to get started. So grab your pen and paper, and we'll see you in a few moments.
I'm frequently telling people this is an incredibly hard market to try to buy enough real estate that you just live off the cash flow and never work again. It's not working for almost anyone, but what you're doing can work for people.
Yeah, and I think it's, we also love helping other folks where maybe they don't understand where to get started. And sometimes we find folks who they say, I have a deal, or I think I might have a seller who's in a situation, but I don't know enough about it. Can you help us? And that's how we got engaged actually with the one in Connecticut they were doing, was somebody who listened to our podcast, and his wife does all the time. And they said, well, actually we're in a situation right now where we know somebody who wants to sell her house. She's been on the house for over a year, but I don't know anything about the deal. So they got a hold of us and we were able to put it together for everybody. So we also love helping people. If you have that potential deal, reach out to us. I'd love to help you. And, maybe we could help that seller out, or at least point her in the right direction, him in the right direction, and a lot of times make a deal. And that's what's awesome.
I was trying to figure out creative financing, and now I've creatively financed probably at least a dozen properties. And I don't think I've ever told you guys this. We creatively financed a non-real estate thing. It was $50,000 almost, and we negotiated creative financing as like a small business acquisition, and that was pretty cool. It went pretty smooth, and I'm like, there you go. You can creatively finance anything.
I actually followed the instructions like you guys said. I posted on the Facebook, and right off the bat, it was one of the first ones. It took a couple months to build rapport and follow up, and somebody reached out that they needed to sell their home.
Here we go. Right now it starts to get exciting. You're able to get a deal, help out not just one seller, but it sounds like there's 5 of them in there. Right, and you're making a win for them, and you're going to help you and your own family, and then obviously when somebody else goes to buy that house, you're going to help out another family. It's a beautiful house in a beautiful neighborhood.
Literally, if I can be a full-time investor and quit my W-2 job, I promise you that you can do it too. We put $30,000 into it, and we ended up making a $60,000 profit. So we doubled our investment,
Wow.
which was just like, I thought I was so rich. I had like never seen that large of a sum of money at one time before. I mean, I was 27, 28 at the time, I think. So I was like, whoa, if I can even do like 2 of these a year, that basically is what I'm making at my full-time job at this point. So like, what could I, do if I can do 5 of these, 10 of these a year?
We got started with real estate about 3 years ago when we moved from the house we were living in to a new house and decided to just keep the old one as a rental. Since then, we bought a couple more rentals and then kind of ran out of money, and that's when we discovered creative finance. And that's just been super transformative. Since then, we've been able to do a bunch more deals without having to put a ton of our own money into them, which has been huge.
Been with you guys now for about a year, and I have to say, anybody out there listening, it's like Jen and Joe are great. They're top notch. So if anyone is thinking about taking that plunge into real estate, this is a great place to start.
It is just a wonderful thing that you guys are doing here, just giving so much value so that people can go out there and serve their communities, help the property owners that aren't getting help by real estate agents. They're not getting help by attorneys. They're certainly not getting help, by other people that don't have the skills and don't have the right purchase agreements and disclosures. So it's really, really, really excellent that you guys are just upgrading the whole industry and doing these type of things. It's huge.
Jen and Joe Delafave.
Jen and Joe Delafave.
Jen and Joe Delafave, the top, not just gurus, but durus, because they actually do the stuff that they talk about.
This is the Bigger Pockets Podcast Show. Jen and Joe Delafave.
Without further ado,
Jen and Joe Delafave.
Get ready, because the 5-hour Creative Finance Playbook training starts right now. Please welcome Jen and Joe Delafave. Hello, everybody. We're so excited to see you. I am Sean Quintero, your MC for the day. Good to see you, Eugene and Lacey, Travis, Marcelino, David, Tammy, Chris, Joel, Christine, Bobby, Danny. So good to see all of you. I am really excited about today because today we have Jen and Joe Delafave. They are literally in the wings, ready and excited to share with you all of the juice that they bring when it comes to creative financing. How many of you, let me know in the chat, how many of you have done a creative finance deal before? How many of you have not done a creative finance deal before? If you have, just let me know. I have done it. Let me know in the chat. If you have not, let me know in the chat as well. Okay, I see a lot of not done it, which is really exciting because you're in the right room. And then I see Tammy, you have. That's pretty exciting. Okay, great. And then Tammy has, and David has. So good. Eugene, nice to see you. I heard you say it was like going to be hurricane season when I'm headed to West Palm Beach. We got to connect. You got to let me know how to survive then. I'm so excited. So before we bring them on, I want to give you a little bit of an idea of how today is going to go. We have 5 hours scheduled for today's training. I know it's a little crazy. I don't know if you've been a part of a 5-hour training. At some point, you're going to need to use the restroom. At some point, you might like need a little snack or a water break. That's totally fine. Go bring us on your phone, to the kitchen, grab your snack. If you don't have one already, go grab it now. And then also grab a pen and a paper because we are going to give you a ton of tactics, strategies. They're going to dive deep. They're going to do real deal breakdowns. They're going to show you exactly what you need to do. The good news for those of you who have not done one before is creative finance is not just for seasoned investors. Anybody can use these strategies. They're going to show you real people who use these tools to build wealth. And the great thing about this is the deal of a lifetime using creative financing could actually come around once a week. It doesn't have to be like a one and done. This can be a structured system that you use to be a full-time investor. And so I am pretty excited about today. Here's the good news about you. You showed up today. You're not just an attendee, you're a doer. I liked that quote. You're not just a guru, you're a doer. Because that means that you made a decision to take up your time on a Friday to show up to a Zoom call, to learn more, and not just to take notes that are going to sit in a dusty bin somewhere or sit in like your digital storage area, but you're going to take notes so that you can take better action. How many of you are action takers? How many of you are committed to doing creative financing? By the end of 2025, you want to have a creative finance deal sealed and done. Let me know in the chat. I see Lacey is committed. And Luis, I see not yet. I have one that I'm interested in. I don't know how to approach seller's agent. Oh, that's such a great thing. Jen and Joe are super excited to answer that. Alicia says, yes, me. Eugene says committed. I love it. So here's what's really exciting. If you are a first-time investor, if you are maybe a burned out agent, you want alternative ways to get into real estate. If you are, just a professional who's ready to quit that rat race, this is the right room. So everybody take a deep breath in, deep breath out. I don't know what your morning looked like. I have a 2.5-year-old and she was up at 1 a.m. So I am pretty, I'm pretty wide awake because of all the coffee I drink. So I don't know what your night looked like or your morning, but you're in the right room and I'm so excited. Let's go ahead and now give it up for Jen and Joe Delafave. Jen and Joe, are you there?
Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Sean. And we definitely remember those nights. 2-year-olds are fun. Oh my goodness. Well, guys, we are so excited. I too have my coffee. I am ready to rock and roll. We are super pumped to be here today.
And I see a whole lot of yes, me. I see committed, which is you're in the right spot. And you know what? This is the thing that changed our life. I was committed to a change. And I think back to when I was first getting started, I knew I had to do something different to get out of that rat race of life, right? So I had to first vision what that was like, and then I had to be committed to that vision. I'm sorry. So the fact that you're here on a Friday, we're going to give you guys a ton of value that you're going to be able to take some action steps on, right? And see why you're committed to doing this. And we're going to walk you through some of the case studies that we've been able to do and many others too, that when you break this down, like what Sean mentioned, so shout out Sean for, crushing it, by the way. Yeah. Let's give him a little round of applause.
Thank you for everything you're doing back there.
Thank you. And before you guys head out, everybody who's listening in, if you have questions, I want to make sure Jen and Joe see it. So I'm going to be in the chat answering questions. Throughout today, they're going to give a lot of resources out. I'll be dropping those links. So if you miss something, let me know. I want to make sure we get that to you. What's going to make it really easy is if you put hashtag or like the number sign, if the pound sign, if you're a millennial or older, you put that hashtag sign, questions, and then put your question so I can easily scroll through the chat and see that. That would be awesome. And then as you're going through, Jen and Joe are going to share some really gold nuggets, like insights. I want you to put hashtag insight. And then when you have something, you're like, ooh, I want to implement that, or that's new, or that's why I showed up because I needed to learn that. I want you to put hashtag insights and put that in the chat as well so I can share it with Jen and Joe, and maybe they can go deeper into that topic. So let's go ahead and practice it right now. Go ahead and put hashtag insights or hashtag questions in the chat just so we can see if that works for you. Great. Thank you, Donnie. You're like on it. Hashtag questions. Okay, great. And Lewis is in the hospital right now with my son that was born yesterday. Talk about commitment.
Wow.
That's wild. Jen and Joe.
Congratulations. Like, what a special moment. And we're happy to be a part of it. My goodness, I truly hope that you can take something away today. And if you haven't grabbed your pen or paper or a notepad, I mean, even we're going to talk about this little device here today quite often. Let's use it to our advantage, right? The notes section is there for a reason. Hit the record button, take snapshots too, share on socials. You know that I love Instagram, we love Facebook, so share anything that you're grabbing from today. I'd love to see it out there, tag us in that, and just let us know what value that you're getting. Love seeing these insights and hashtag question. Yeah. Hashtag or pound sign, because I am a millennial.
Well, we got to do it. And, if you have any friends right now, send them our link, invite them to this training, because this is something that could impact their lives too. I mean, I know some of my friends, I was like, hey, one of my best friends, like, you're not going to want to miss this training today. Here's the link. He's like, I'm going to be on. I might be at work. I'll be busy, but it's really great because.
And even he is starting to take action he has an ADU, right? A back house where he is starting to, ask questions about putting a renter in there and what does that look like in the process. So guys, this is for anybody. It's not just for that person over there, because that's what I thought, those investors that own all those buildings. Sure, people do, but people just like us. I was an English teacher. We're going to get into that. And Joe at the car business. Oh my gosh. If you are even remotely thinking about getting your first rental today, you are definitely in the right spot.
And I got to think back to it, like when we very first got started, like the trigger of what that was. So like your mind frame of what you're going through is, for me, I saw all of these wealthy people who really had like average IQs. They were regular people who became the secret millionaire next door. And that was a book, The Millionaire Next Door, that really always fascinated me, because I thought in order to be a millionaire, you had to have a Ferrari and all of these things. And really, they're just regular people. And when you become a millionaire, you don't even realize it's happening. There's no balloons that fall from the ceiling or anything like that. It just happens over time. And we're going to go over, maybe you're just starting. Maybe you already have a few properties and you're looking to scale. And we're going to go over that today on what those steps are and how you're going to be able to get that deal this year. I have one of my friends reaching out. He's like, Joe, I need to buy a rental. I've got some taxes I got to pay. And his accountant said, owning a rental, he'll get some write-offs. I'm like, well, then we got to talk and get you that deal. So that's super exciting.
So many different facets. There's a lot of shiny objects, but we're going to share what's tried and true, what we know works, what our community is doing today, not what happened years ago, not what happened in YouTube videos or even VHS tapes from, 1990s, not knocking them, but guys, the stuff that we're actually doing today. Every day you're looking at deals. I mean, I think you look at Zillow more than anyone I know.
And so I'm going to go over today. So we're going to go over some action steps. We're also going to go over what's going on in the market right now all over the country. So we got some software that we're going to be able to share with you too. We have some guests coming on later today, don't we?
Yes, we do. I'm super excited. Make sure you tune in after the lunch hour for sure. And yes, all of this is going to be recorded, but you got to make sure that you stay tuned so you can ask your questions too. So don't hop off if you can't. And if you can show your face, I would love to see some more faces, but I know if you're working, maybe you can't.
And also we're going to do some Q&A. So if you've got any questions, guys, let's share those in the chat. Let's make sure that we're sending them in, because we're going to be here to help you too. Because sometimes we get stuck, and maybe it's that one little thing that gets you unstuck and gets you moving.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, again, welcome guys. You are here for our pop-up masterclass, our 5-hour live training, and we are super, super, super pumped. So high five yourself, high five your neighbor, pat yourself on the back, like you are in the room, right? Like we mentioned, it is a Friday, and there are 48 of us in this room for 5 hours today to just dive into some really simple strategies. Again, it's not complex. I'm telling you, like I met Joe and I was like, I am not a numbers girl. Don't make me do math. I really just thought I was going to sail through my teaching career, get my golden bell and call it a day. But then some things really started shifting my mindset, and that's what I want to share today with you. So let's talk a little bit about us. If you aren't unfamiliar with who we are and what we're up to, then we're just going to share that. If you know our story, then, welcome back. We love having you here, but we've been doing this for a little bit now. So we've done quite a few creative deals, probably over 100 at this point.
So, and you look at approximately the deals that we've closed, we've helped, thousands of investors and clients that we've worked with be able to do deals themselves too. We've hosted our own podcast, Creative Finance Playbook. So if you're not already following us there, you need to, because we got some great podcasts on there.
And if you haven't yet, subscribed on YouTube, and then leave us a review too. We'd love to hear what it is that you're loving and so we can give you more of that.
Yeah, and the creators of the Creative Finance Playbook coaching program, as well as the founders of the CFP Facebook group. And so we've really, over the years, just by learning one step by step and implementing these strategies, has built us an amazing portfolio of properties. It's helped not only just us, but thousands of people all over the country. And that's really where I feel like so passionate about helping people, because when I got into real estate, I was so broke. And I was so needing something. I had maybe $1,000 in my checking account, and I never went to college. So the fact that we could accomplish this and just be regular people as a teacher and a car guy in a car dealership really goes to say that if we could do it, guys, you can do it too. Just learning the systems, and that's really what it is.
And I gotta say too, what really struck me was recently, and we'll get into it a little bit more, we were able to take a road trip and we went up to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where we were hosting a meetup with our friend Brittany, who was working with us. And we were stopped by some of the members in there, and she said, I don't know if you realize the impact that you've made because you two learned how to do this and started what you did. And then you brought Britt on your team, and then you grew what you did. And now she has grown her portfolio. She started her own meetup. Now she's bringing it to the small town, Elizabeth, Pennsylvania. And she's like, I can't thank you enough. And I just don't know if you realize the impact that you made by saying yes all those years ago. And I'm getting goosebumps saying it because honestly, you don't know the impact of literally years in the making. So while we met in 2008, and we'll get into that, and it's now 2025, which is crazy. I never would have dreamed that someone would be coming up to me at a real estate meetup in a little town in Pennsylvania and telling me how I've changed their life. It's just wild. The compound effect, the things that can happen when you just say yes, even if you're scared, even if you don't know every step of the way, but you trust yourself, you're in the right room, and you just take that messy, massive action that we always talk about.
Well, and I want to add to that too, because if you think about it, it's not only helping them, it was some of the deals that they talked about that they did. They even helped a foster child for months and months. And so part of a real estate deal. So the effect of obviously helping them, but it's also the other people that they're helping in their community. And this is what I love about real estate is we're actually making the community a better place. I've said this a million times, but how many houses have we bought that were in a nice neighborhood, but that one ugly house? And if you own a beautiful house in a beautiful neighborhood and you live next door to that house where the grass is high, people are breaking in and there's broken windows, and you don't want that as your neighbor. So the fact that we could buy that house and remodel it and put it into a family that's there and make the neighborhood and community a better place, I love what we do.
Yeah, it's really awesome. And you can't even understand it, especially throwing back here. I don't even know. I think my mom might have taken this photo, maybe my sister. We met in January of 2008. Here I was, rocking that millennial hairdo back then.
I still had a lot more hair back then. It was darker.
Flip phone, and we had been dating for a few months. Crazy enough, we had already gone on a trip together, came down to Florida in the month prior, really talked about, oh my gosh, one day to move to Florida would be so awesome, painting the picture we'd have to be in our 70s, 80s, retirement age, and just started dreaming a little bit more. And so at this point, I owned my own house, Joe owned his own house, but he just kept talking about real estate and buying properties, maybe fixing them up, maybe owning some rental properties, told me how he did his first deal back in 2000.
Well, and this is a big part right here. I'm a firm believer of having the right spouse makes everything the difference, right? I was very determined that I saw the real estate opportunity. Now, I did a deal 8 years before that. I did my first deal. Well, I wouldn't realize that in 7 months from this date, we closed our next deal. But it took me 8 years between my first deal and my second deal. 8 years. So when we took
we look back on that, we're going to kind of go over some of the things that where maybe you sound like, man, what took so long, right? And maybe you feel like that too. Because I could tell you that guy that you're looking at in this picture with that flip phone and that cute girl next to him that was just my girlfriend at the time, I didn't know what was about to happen. And I didn't know. So I was dragging that beautiful girlfriend of mine through some of these nasty houses, seeing the opportunities. And a few months after those photos, I'm negotiating our very first property that we're going to buy together and turn into a rental. And I was making those calls while on vacation at my cousin's wedding out of state with Jen. So even when I was away and doing all the things, I still found those little cracks to make it happen. Where other people say, well, I'm in Las Vegas. I don't have time to talk and negotiate a real estate deal.
And I'm going to be completely blunt. I was mad. I'm like, we're on vacation. You shouldn't be working. I had that mindset of, that's for other people. This is our time to enjoy. And let me tell you, there is not a bad time to make money, right? There's definitely a time to be able to enjoy yourself, turn it off. We all need our rest. But when the opportunity strikes, and if you remember 2008 at all, there was plenty of opportunity. And we can't talk about it too much because we get a little frustrated with ourselves. But this is a turning point for me because I had to realize that his determination and his vision that I didn't fully see yet was something that I had to get on board with and really work on my mindset. And that was something that if I could, one thing, if you could walk away today is work on your mindset. Because if you want to live a life like nobody else, you've got to live a life like nobody else. And that means taking some phone calls after eating a delicious sushi lunch, because I remember right where we were in the Caesar's Palace. And whether your girlfriend agrees with it or not, he was so determined to try to close that deal.
So does anybody, and I want you to write me in the comments if you feel like that's you, right? If that's me, that's happening to where maybe you have the vision, but maybe you're not getting all of the support that you'd hope from a spouse or a family member or some of your friends. Was I the only one or is there more of you in here? Maybe there is a few, but if you're typing me in the comments, let me tell you, the one thing that I was very focused on was the big picture. I saw it and I wasn't going to let anything get in the way. And like Jen said a minute ago, there's no wrong time to make money. Okay, this is the 2008. So now looking back, we always say could have, should have, would have. Anybody hear that before? Well, could have, should have, would have. This guy you're looking at, we bought that deal. The could have, should have, would have. I should have bought 50 more of those deals. Okay, I should have bought 100 more back then if I knew back in 08 when the market was crashing and we were buying all of these houses in nice neighborhoods for like 40 grand, 30,000 some of these houses, and now they're all worth 200,000-300,000.
But we were also doing it a traditional way, which was the BRRRR method, and we were starting to build our portfolio. So this was the start of it all. And we bought one rental every few years to the point where it was 2016, was it? 2017?
2016.
Where the banks finally said, okay, you're at 5. Just so you know, like you can only get 5 more with us. And then after that,
they're going to cut you off. And that's when I did not know that. So looking back on this, if you feel like you're in that situation where you want to build wealth, you maybe don't have all of the support. I'll tell you that 8 years before this, when I did my first deal, I didn't even know Jen. I had no support. I was broke and my family were saying the same things. Joe, you don't have any money. What are you trying to do? Real estate, right? You need to have money. You need to know all of these people and connections. I learned this from a VCR tape, y'all, back then. And I took action. Yeah. So one of the first things I'm going to talk about today, if you're taking notes, you're going to write on the top of that rule number 1. Okay, take action. You being here today, you're taking action. I love that. So you're already doing that. You could put a nice little green like star next to that one because you're already getting a star for being here. But taking action, and sometimes like what Jen said earlier, it's messy action at times. I didn't know what I was always doing. I'm still in these situations where sometimes I'm like, man, I'll scratch my head. I have to take a step back because you see so many different scenarios.
Yep.
But the more you do it, now you start understanding. So looking back here, love our story. Love where we first started because there was no golden spoon that was in either one of our mouths. We did it on our own without partners, without having to go through all of these crazy hoops.
And the thing was, is like, I was a teacher. I went and I did all the things right. I went to school, I got good grades, I then got into college, I then got a job, and then I had to go get my master's degree, and then I started going into debt to pay for my master's. And looking back, I'm like, what a messed up system. And we're going to dive into that a little bit. But that's what I thought that was right. I thought I was doing everything right. I was crossing off all my T's, dotting my I's, and literally I meet you and,
I thought I did everything wrong. I never went to college. I was working at a car dealership, right? And I never had a degree. You had your master's. So here I am. I've got a good income coming in. I have a house.
like no money. I own a house, but and I was just like, again, it got so much mindset work. I can't tell you the hours of audiobooks I was listening to. So fast forward, we get married to 2010. We decide to have a couple of children. I had walked away from teaching to be a stay-at-home mom. And once those banks told us, guys, like, we're gonna have to cut you off, it was literally like, you better find out another way. And that's where we stumbled back into some good old mentoring, some videos, and the concept that in order to really achieve what we wanted, which our burning desire, our goal was to be able to spend more time together. Because the only time we ever fought, we joked around, was because we didn't see each other. But when we're together and we like are having fun, or even if we're working, like we are on the same page. But not seeing each other was something we were not okay with. And then when we had kids, it got even worse, because now Joe literally wouldn't even see the kids from the morning when he was up early and the kids are sleeping, or at 9 o'clock at night, they're already in bed. And it really took that like sick and tired of feeling like you just never were there.
How many times did I have to work late, like even on the kid's birthday, and
Yeah.
they'd come up to the dealership and we'd like blow out candles in the back room.
On the pizza from next door. So
Mhm.
once those pieces started clicking, I really started working on my mindset. I was like, I have to be all in on this. It's not just his hobby anymore. It's something that I have to fully support and be a part of if I want him to come out of that dealership and be home. So we started learning how to buy houses without having to go to the banks. We learned how to go direct to seller. We learned how to talk to sellers in a way that we were relatable to them, and we didn't need an agent, and we certainly didn't need 20% down.
And that's when we found out that the best deals are off market.
Yeah.
This was when we started really, if you think about it, all the properties before, we were having to put low offers on market properties, competing with everybody else. And then when we started going off market, direct to seller, oh my gosh. So we started implementing these strategies that we were learning and seeing tremendous results. I know when we did our very first seller finance deal, and we bought it with only $100 down, and we'll get into that. I thought I was like the caveman that invented fire. I was like, does everybody know about this? Are you kidding? Like, how was this the easiest property I've ever bought? The guy didn't even want to take the $100 deposit, and he's not even charging us interest because he's financing it for us.
Yep.
That blew my mind.
Yeah. So it looked one step at a time. And then from there, from 2017 to 2020, we would buy a property. We would, put in the rent to own buyers, which we'll talk about our rent to own program. And that really started the Ferris wheel, we like to call it, where we would get the large non-refundable option, be able to buy some more properties. And we started picking up momentum so that in 2020, you were able to walk away from your job.
Yep.
We didn't have to have that job security anymore. So from 2020, for the last 5 years, we've gone all in full-time real estate investing. And we've been able to move to Florida, homeschool our kids, double our portfolio, double or I don't even know.
More than that.
More than that as far as like deals and all the things we've done. But the point being is today, we were able to just get back from a 3-week road trip with the kids that are growing at a crazy rate. I cannot believe they're 10 and 12 already. And so we've been able to live a life that, again, that 2008 version of Jen and Joe never would have imagined because of creative finance. So if you could take a minute and just think, what could learning how to buy real estate without banks, without big down payments, talking to sellers directly, what could your life look like? What could it do for you? And you don't have to drop it in the comments. I'd love if you did, but at least write it down on your paper or in your phone. And really
I'm seeing a lot of great comments coming in. So I see, you ask people to identify like who wants that support. And Lacey said me, Sai says me, Angela says me, Sheila, Lawrence, Danny say me. And I think that's such a great question. I'm curious for everybody who's listening so far, what insights are coming up and what is creative financing going to be able to do for you? Let us know in the chat.
Yeah, and thank you for that, Sean, because that was the point. Because with my old job, I had 2 one-week vacations per year. I could never take more time off than 1 week at a time. So to be able to take the last 3.5 weeks off, we've gone to 13 states, 9 different cities, see so many things, experience so many great, see friends, family. My grandmother's 92 while we were in New York, Boston, Charleston. This is in Savannah, Georgia, right here. So having these experiences was what my why was. And that's what I knew. I didn't want to have to be 70 years old, still working at a car dealership, still hanging around the same guys and girls at the coffee machine. And that just wasn't going to serve me. So the fact that I was able to do this 5.5 years ago, leave my job to do this, this was my burning desire. So when you got to look into your inner self, what is it that's your burning desire? What is it your why? Is it that you want to have more time off from work? Is it that you want to see your family more or travel? Or how about giving back to the community, right? To make donations, to be able to do all types of things that are great for, less fortunate people, the community, all types of things. I know there's a lot of nature programs in Florida. So these are the things for me were my why. And I love to travel. So being able to do that with my wife and kids and not feeling that time constraint, this was my why. I was so happy. I didn't tell you. There was a few times that we were driving. I had the biggest grin on my face because I was with my favorite people in the whole world doing exactly what I wanted to do. And that's the best feeling. So I felt stuck. I felt like I had golden handcuffs with my other job. I never could do this. I mean, when I went away for 2 weeks for my honeymoon, I had to threaten to quit my job because I couldn't take my 2 weeks vacation back to back. So I told him, well,
never been done before, and if you do it, then everybody else will want you.
Yep. So I said, well, I'm going to quit. And when I get back, you'll hire me back or I'll go work somewhere else. But that was what I was up against, right?
Yeah.
So if you feel like you're stuck, when you're talking about creative finance, what is it that you will need to get unstuck from, right? And what is your why? And I know for me, they paid decent money, nothing too crazy, but it was that. That was my big why.
So let's talk about today, right? The next few hours, what we're going to go over, we're really going to share with you the system that's helped us do all these deals, walk away from our 9 to 5s, or in his case, it was 9 to 9, how we homeschool our kids, and really just know that we're doing the right thing for our family, setting ourselves up for the future. We're going to talk about how you can find these deals, maybe even in your own backyard. Maybe you want to own some property, in your area. And then we're going to really talk about exact strategies that we do, that our clients are doing, and how to creatively finance those. How that you have no marketing budget, right? And I see a lot of people talk about you need all this money for marketing, which you do if you have a huge team and this is all you're doing. But if you're just getting started, you don't need a budget. You literally need your phone, like I mentioned earlier, your burning desire, like Joe said, and some time. And from there, we're going to show you exactly how to do it. We're going to share real breakdowns, which I think people love these deal breakdowns where we go from front to back and really showcase exactly how we get some deals done, how we help sellers and rent to own and ourselves, rent to own buyers, and then even do a little bonus hot seat coaching with some Q&A there. Does that sound like a great idea?
Bam! Let's go.
I'm excited.
Let us know in the chat. I'm curious if you have a question that you're like, this is like a burning question I really want to ask Jen and Joe and get on either camera or, unmute yourself. Let me know in the chat so I can make sure to add you to the wait list. And then if you do want hot seat coaching, if you're like, hey, Jen and Joe, I want like specific support in whether it's this challenge I'm facing or this real specific creative deal I have that I want to kind of explore, let us know in the chat as well, and I'll make sure to add you to that wait list. And I do want to shout out, a couple of people have responded. Wail, and I'm hoping I'm saying your name right, said freedom is what this is going to give me. Angela says it's going to allow me to retire early and go into my real estate business full time. Michelle says I'm nearing retirement. Terrible divorce 18 years ago. 5 kids that are very athletically gifted, therefore supporting their gifts. And that has them. Sorry about that. Has their gifts, left me on the short side. I know real estate is the way, but I'm scared. And then Lacey says, exactly, Joe. Mine is almost identical to yours. Time back, I tried helping my son in real estate investment. He didn't really get it because I wasn't producing to really show him. Now my 2 grandsons, I must need family time. So lots of great whys in there. I'm hearing family, I'm hearing retirement, I'm hearing wealth, I'm hearing support. Being able to support those around you, that's amazing.
Yeah, and that's what it's about.
And I love that too, because I feel like I'm not the only one that feels like that. And I could hear, obviously, there's many of you that have those same feelings. And you know what? I'll be quite honest with you. Sometimes it does feel a little scary, right? Sometimes we actually fear, like, what happens if the seller says yes and I have to buy a house now? Oh my gosh. And so sometimes when Jen talked about the mindset, sometimes it's limiting beliefs, but it's also sometimes the fear of success, the fear of what happens if I do become wealthy.
What will people think of me?
What will they say? What are they going to think of me? And I will tell you, if you really truly want to help people, being financially stable, that's the way to do it. Because if you're always focusing on how are you going to make money, there's no way you're going to be able to help other people. Okay. And so for me, this is what I'm looking for. And my burning desire. So I love that you guys are all here because we all face the similar challenges. Many times, especially in the beginning, I'm like, oh my gosh, the seller just said yes. What now? But there's ways that you can get over those fears a lot quicker and a lot easier. And if you feel like you're stuck, like I did, when I started seeing that there was other people who were like I'm following and friends of mine, and I'm like, how are you doing this? And you don't have to have a job where you're working 60 hours a week and you have to ask your boss if I could get a week off and they decline my week off because we need all hands on deck that week. And I'm having to ask if I could go on a lunch break and they can't because we've got customers and now I missed lunch. Like, and if you feel like that too, or very similar to that, you just got to understand creative finance and real estate is going to be that tool that I've used and many of others have used to get you unstuck. And it's nothing. What I originally thought is I could retire when I'm 90. How great will this be? I couldn't figure out how to scale. And then when we found out the systems to make sure I'm not just doing a one-time deal, but not only that, I'm learning the systems of how I could do multiple deals, then this is how you're going to be able to grow. Multiply that by some time, that's how wealth is created. So we're going to go over some of these action steps today.
Yeah. And as we're looking forward to, like, I know that when I was teaching, for me it was a 403B, and for you I think it was a 401k.
Yep.
And I remember the guy kept coming in the classroom and he was trying to tell me to, like, here, invest all this money with me so you'll set yourself up for the future. Meanwhile, I'm like, dude, I'm trying to, like, pay my car payment, pay for my master's degree, eat every single week, and I have to pay for the house that I just bought. And so I was contributing like peanuts just because I was trying to figure out how to pay for it all. Again, nobody taught me any of this, right? It wasn't from my parents. I didn't learn from certainly the public school system that I was now teaching in, looking back. Goodness gracious. And so I was trying to set myself up for the future, but I was like drowning in a sense. I felt like I was like bobbing underwater trying to like keep up with every day. And this is back in 2003 to 2010, and 2011 when I walked away. And so it wasn't my fault. And so I want to share with you, like, if you too feel that way, it's not your fault. It's the way that our society, our systems, everything that everyone that kind of created this way to do things, if we followed the yellow brick road per se, it wasn't really leading us anywhere like fantastic, anywhere super great. Maybe there's like some big dreams inside of you, like we had. We want to move to Florida. We want to be able to travel the world. We want to do all these things. But when on earth are we going to find that money and certainly the time if we're just doing everything the way that society told us to? And so I kind of want to like just talk about that for a minute.
Well, yeah, because if you see on the very far right, Teresa talks about, she's a professor of economics at Notre Dame, that only 3% have reached $1 million in savings. So that's with your retirements, that's all your capital, everything that you have. So that means there's 97% of the rest of the country that doesn't have that. So what does that mean? That means the system that we're being shown is broken. It's when you're taught that you have to go to school and work real hard for I know a lot of people who work darn hard who are broke.
Yeah.
So
paycheck to paycheck or barely making it.
Well, just because you work hard doesn't mean you're going to actually build wealth.
Right.
And this is where you see there's a break in the system, and there's a reason why 3% of the people have so much money where the other 97% struggle. And what is it? It's these strategies. It's these ways that they're able to, sometimes it's even like tax breaks. Like owning real estate, you get a deduction for owning real estate on your taxes.
Yeah.
That's one of the 4 ways you make money with real estate, which we're going to dive into. So there's ways to make money There's ways to save on taxes. There's all of these kind of ways that they don't teach you this in school. And why not? You're used to be a teacher. You're in English.
Set it up, whoever they are, right? Like for people to become employees. But some of us are not meant to be told what to do all day long and only live in this tiny little box. And when I heard the 64% of Americans will retire broke, again, no one like mentioned that when I was like going to sign up to be a teacher. No one talked to you about it, when you were trying to figure out what you want to do the rest of your life at 18. But it's a reality for so many people. And I know you firsthand, working at the dealership, would have grown men crying.
Well, I saw that firsthand. I worked in the finance office. So when somebody would buy a car from a dealership, you come into the finance office and either you paid cash or you financed it, and we'd pull credit and send it to the banks for approval. But you look at people's debt, you look at their income, you start looking at their age, and you're realizing that just because you're older doesn't mean all of a sudden you have your life together and you've got all this money.
It doesn't just happen.
Right.
Like you have to like take everything and make it happen. And that was like the key that unlocked it for us.
So, I mean, I've got family members who are in the same situation, that 64% that will retire broke. I have family, I've got friends. I've seen this happen firsthand time and time again. So when I have seen these things happen, it really opens my eyes of what has been wrong with this system and how do we need to improve it. We've run the retirement experiment for 40 years, and this is what they're saying
and
now, that
pronounce it a failure. Well, who took that?
Well, they're trying to say that now that you should be retired, they want to set retirement age at 70.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so talking back to that 401k, I mean, I was saving here and there, whatever I could. I'm sure it would still be something, but looking at this really blew my mind too. 65 years old, you worked your entire, from probably 18 and up.
And this is through Vanguard, who holds the majority of your 401k plans. So what they're saying is at 65 years old, your average account balance for your 401k is $232,710. So if you're watching right now, I want you to write down in the comments, is that enough or not enough? Okay, for when you're 65, to have $232,000 in your account, especially the way the inflation has been lately.
Live off of, right? So 65, you walk away, high five, I get my bell, and now I've got $232,000 to live off of from 65 until you die.
Right.
Enough or not enough?
Right.
Sean, what are we saying there? I can't see the comments.
Lacey says no. Angela says not enough. Maya says nowhere near enough. Leah says not enough. Michelle's not. Donnie says not and never enough. Eugene says not enough. Yeah, I think people are getting it.
So this was a very eye-opening thing for me that I was seeing from time to time. And I got to tell you, when I saw the market crash in 2008, I had grown adults who were retired, who are over this 65, who watched that account shrink to less than that, where they thought they were in the golden years. Well, their accounts shrunk when everything else did too. So you're also basing some of this on what's going on around you.
Like you have no control over that, and that can get pretty like, woo.
Yeah, you're putting in your savings, your life savings in somebody else's hands.
Which, we don't have to do. And I feel like, again, like nobody told us that, right? So it's no one's fault. Like we're all in the same boat. But then like when you know better, you do better. And so really learning the differences between expenses and assets and liabilities and where's this money coming from? And that's where, we started taking it more seriously, because you always talk about JOB stands for
your job just over broke.
Yep.
That's job. So when we look at these two charts, the chart on the left talks about your job on the top left. So top job is your time. You're trading your time for money, and that's what it is. That sends you to an income, which then that money goes towards what? Expenses. And what are those expenses? Those are your liabilities, right? Which is your mortgage, your car payments, your taxes, your insurance. How about just life?
Yeah.
Right. So what are you doing? You're trading your time for money to produce an income, to pay for your taxes. And that's what it is. And so really that's where all your money is going. And what you look at the chart on the right side, this is where the wealthy have figured something else out.
These are the secret hacks that, again, no one was teaching us until like, hello.
And this is what builds them a different lifestyle, is they have assets. They've got businesses. They've owned real estate, which then produce them an income, which then covers their expenses. And so what are they doing? they're not having to trade their dollars for hours. They're able to build a lifestyle by having assets, and assets which grow over time. And we're going to break down the 4 ways real estate really pays you, and then the multiplier, because that's where it starts to get really exciting. Because on the left hand side, have any of you got capped at how much money you can make at your job?
I know you would commission, which I didn't even know was a thing, but like for me, it was like, okay, I'd get a little bit every year, but like I could work as much as I could, and literally that was all I was going to make that year.
Yeah, I mean, I was on commission, but do you remember the time that I lost my mind because we just had our daughter? She was about a 1-year-old, and my boss came to my office and said, Joe, we figure we're paying you too much. We're going to give you a new pay plan. And they cut my income because I was making too much money.
You guys felt that before where you've had a job and you're working, but like you're not going to make any more, or worse, they're going to cut your pay?
Yeah, right, capped. If you felt like that's happened to you or that is happening to you, because my boss says, well, Joe, guess what? If you work real hard, you could get your income back up again. I'm like, I am working hard. And I was having that income and you just took it from me.
I remember feeling so defeated. Yeah, firstborn, and like now they're telling you that, and I'm like, but they need you at the dealership. But you were just another person in a seat.
Yep, and that's really well it was. So obviously many of you know this man, Albert Einstein, but compound interest is the 8th wonder of the world. He who understands it earns it. He who doesn't pays it.
Oof.
So compound interest, and this is where things get to be really exciting, right? And this is what the wealthy have found, is how to compound to start making their money work for them and getting the best returns out of it. So here's a typical savings account. And when we start looking at this, we start looking at investing, okay? So if every account starts off at $100,000, well, you could see $100,000 in a typical savings account at 1%. 3 years later, you've got $103,000 in there. But if you could start investing and compounding your interest, you could see what happens at 12%, or what real estate at 24% can do, right? And you could look at what year 3 does, and that gets to be great. But where the real fun comes into is look at year 12. Okay, we're not even into 24 years, but look what the next 12 years does. So having a savings account of $100,000 at a 1% just sitting there, right, in a savings account, over the next 12 years, you're going to have roughly $113,000 in that account. You can figure out how to get a 12% return by investing it, or even better yet, a 24% return. Now you can start seeing how compounding works, right? And where it gets to be, where's the best part? Where does it get the most fun? Okay, year 24. So if you start looking at what that does, that 1% in 24 years versus the other two, you can see where, compounding is where the extreme wealth comes into. These are some of the hacks my parents straight up told me. Save your money, put the money into the bank, have a 401k, work hard for the next 40 years, get your punch bowl retirement, and there you go, right? Well, if you look at how that would have panned out versus investing the money and putting your money to work for you, these are some of the secrets that the wealthy have tapped into and realized.
How many of you have heard that? Save, 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 save your money. Drop that below. Save. Like we keep saving, but literally like 127 doesn't sound terrible, right? But then we peel back the layers and we're like, whoa, what are the possibilities?
There's missed opportunities,
yeah,
right? Just knowing the right steps. And so some of the things, and this is what I learned before, you can't save your way to wealth.
No, you can't. Sean, are we seeing some saves down there?
Yeah, I love that statement, Joe. You can't save your way to wealth. If you haven't written that down somewhere, I think that's such a great insight. And yeah, let me know. For those of you who are listening, have you heard that? I know for me growing up, my grandparents pulled me aside and said, Shanito, right? We're a little Mexican family. You got to save every penny that that every penny you find, put it in your piggy bank, put it under your pillow, put it under your bed, right? Like we were taught, save your money and try to hold on to it as much as possible. And then when I discovered this, that you can actually put that money to work for you, not just sitting. And then on top of that, with like inflation, like your money is actually becoming less valuable just sitting there. It was life changing. So like, this is so massive. And I'm seeing Eugene say save, Lauren say save. Let me know, have you guys kind of heard that as well? And Dwayne is saying working in that fourth quadrant, pulling in that kind of rich dad, poor dad perspective.
Yeah, and you hit it on the head. And the thing is, this is when you look at inflation at
Oof.
3%,
Everybody's feeling it.
you're actually losing money. So your account went up, but in 24 years, that $127,000 doesn't get you as far as the 100,000 in the start does at 1% because inflation is higher than that. So you're actually saving to go backwards, right? Which is a wild concept that they don't teach us this in school. They're not sitting up there. You're going to learn about all types of different things that doesn't apply to real life in school, but they're not teaching you the important stuff like this. And this is where I felt compelled that when I got around some really smart people who weren't really that smart, they just learned this and really applied it and then built wealth. And they're sharing these secrets. This is what blew my mind once again. And this is when I realized you could be a regular Joe, ha ha ha, but still build wealth through real estate without having to do anything special other than hold it and let compound do its thing. And this is the key.
Yeah, Lacey says, I definitely heard that, but it aggravates me now when I hear someone say that, especially someone close, especially people who are close to me. 100%. When you find out that the system that's been set up does not actually work for you, it works against you, it's kind of angering. It's kind of frustrating. And then to see people kind of fall into that trap. Yeah, I love that, Lacey. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, thank you, Lacey. And I felt that, because like I said, I did everything right. I did everything I was supposed to do. And now you're telling me like that wasn't the best way. Like I was pretty mad about it. So again, just that's why we just love sharing this with you guys, taking your time here on a Friday. So what if we could show you the system to investing in real estate without banks, credit checks, or even big down payments so you can build equity, create assets, and live outside that traditional 9 to 5 rat race?
And that is the key. I think of my mom. She worked at Kodak for 42 years.
Like to the T.
To the T. She worked at Kodak. She didn't build wealth from it.
No.
When she retired, they had somebody sitting in her seat the next week after 42 years at the company, right? And so when we look back at that, that's the rat race that when my parents, when I graduated high school, they said, Joe, go get a job in a factory, drive a forklift, and do that for the next 40 years. And
how long did you last at that job?
20 minutes. And I literally snuck out the door, got into my car, and drove off. I didn't even tell them I quit. I didn't tell them I was leaving. I legitimately snuck away and like, this is not what I'm going to be doing. True story. My parents were so proud.
Well, that's where we come in today, and we're just going to dive right into what we've come up with. Isn't anything new, guys. This stuff has been going around for years. It's just like we said earlier, it's kind of like the secret hacks. It's what the wealthy people have been doing, those who have learned from somebody before them, and they just did it, whether they were scared, they ripped the Band-Aid off, and they just took that action, and they just made it happen. And that's how you really get to that point in life where you can have that lifestyle.
And that's how we named it the Creative Finance Playbook. Because there are so many different options when you're talking with the seller to create a deal. Now, some of you might be thinking, just like I did, Joe, what else matters other than the price, right? Because when you're negotiating a property, you're looking at the price. Well, when you're looking at creative finance, there's actually so many more things that matter other than price, and especially some really big things. And that's when I realized when a seller does one thing, well, there's many different plays that we can do there. So this is the great thing about it. There's so many ways to put these deals together. It gets to be exciting. So now we have our saying, no lead left behind. So we can make offers on every property that we see, if it's a beautiful house or even if it's a fixer-upper. And that's why we love Creative Finance Playbook.
And I gotta say that I love that you said it. It's exciting that there's all these ways to do deals, because when we show you the next slide or we start talking about some of these deal breakdowns, you may not feel excited at first. You might feel like I did, like, oh my gosh, I don't know it almost sounds like a foreign language. I didn't even understand what the word terms meant. I think for the first like 8 months, I had to just like really understand what on earth are they talking about? And so that's okay. That if you got the questions, drop them in the chat below. We're gonna be here to live answer them, to walk you through them, and get excited about it. Because if you don't know something, that is exciting. That means now you have the chance to learn about it. And then most people don't know anything about this. And that's even more exciting, because when you know, you can help more people. So what even is creative financing? Most of you probably know it is a non-traditional way of being able to buy and sell a property that we don't have to go to the banks. We don't have to use a lot of money. So not a lot of large capital happening here. We can literally get into deals for just closing costs and $100 down or even less. And we can talk about that. And honestly, you don't have to be an agent. That question comes up all of the time. We are real estate investors that we can acquire property without having to use our own credit. We're not doing any checks or any of that. And you don't have to be an agent to do this.
And that's important to realize there's no loans we're applying for. We're not having to use banks. You don't have to use your credit. You don't need credit check. If you've got good credit, fine. If you've got bad credit, that's fine too. None of that matters, right? And so this is where we love creative financing. Now we have good credit. We had an income and the banks still were going to shut us off.
Yeah.
Right. And then this is where we learn creative finance because now there's no banks that I need to beg for an approval. There's no loan officer that's going to need my last 2 years of W-2s and tax returns. I got to run the mile under 6 minutes and give a blood sample and my firstborn. With creative finance, you don't have to do any of that now. And this is where the light bulbs really started going off in my mind in 2016 because I felt like, does everybody else know that this happens? And then what I found, this has been going on for decades and decades and centuries, actually. And then when I realized that back in the day when a farmer bought the neighbor's land, they traded chickens and cows or whatever, that was creative finance. Okay. We're not trading chickens and cows now, but I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it if the deal was right.
Eggs, yeah.
Right? So, but this is what creative finance is. And it took me, I'm not going to lie, a few times to wrap my head around it. So if you're new to this, I'm going to tell you, just keep on taking some notes. This is recorded. Go back and listen to it again. I'm going to make sure I do this thoroughly and speak slowly. It's hard for me. I'm excited, so I tend to speak a little quick. So if I do, slow down, and I'll make sure I slow myself down. But we're going to go over some case studies and some deals of actual situations that happened.
Sellers we've helped and how we were able to close these with better terms. And honestly, some of these deals get done faster than if you were able to, if they had to list them on a market. And I love that part of how we're able to help people too.
So I'm seeing in the chat, Dwayne says creative is anything that is not conventional. Love that, Dwayne. Thanks for sharing that in the chat. Irma Jean asks a good question though. How can you do this if you're a real estate agent? And then we'll get to that question in a second. And Angela says, wow, this is incredible. Wow.
Yay.
Great questions. And we're going to make sure we get those answers for you too. And then why creative financing works, like I mentioned, little to no banks. I mean, we're not dealing with banks. If I deal with the bank, it's when I get my rent money and I deposit that money into my bank account. Okay, that's the time where I'm dealing with banks.
Or we're paying the seller's mortgage, and we can talk more about that. But we are not going to apply. We are not assuming. We are really not even talking to anybody at the bank.
Yeah, we're learning how to leverage paper, guys, and then we're going to talk about how that works. The flexible deal structures. This is where I fell in love.
This is your sweet spot.
So we're going to chat more about this, but with flexible deal structures, if anybody bought a house before conventionally, say yes in the chat below. If you've done it conventionally.
It could be your own house, could be any investment property, but conventionally, yes in the chat if you've bought a property through the bank.
So, because the neat thing about with flexible deal structure, what I didn't know is you could buy a house with no money down. You could cover some closing costs and be into a deal. I don't have to pay the interest rates that the banks are charging and be forced to pay whatever they're going to give me, where I feel like I'm begging, like, what are you guys going to charge me? Well, we're going to charge this. And I can't negotiate that. Maybe I could shop at a different bank, but they're all going to be pretty darn close, right? Because they're all getting the same money. When I found out flexible deal structures means I can still, even with the way rates are so high today, I could have rates half that amount without a credit check, without having to come up with 10-20% down or more. Even with deferring payments. I mean, we've done deals where I don't have to make a payment for 6 months. So these were some of the things that I fell in love with. So when I was talking about this with my wife, Jen, she's like, terms and what? And so
made my head spin. But number 3 here, focusing on the problems, like that's where I fell in love. When I realized that there were sellers out there that could really use our help because they were accidental landlords or what have you. We'll go into some case studies here, but we're able to solve their problem because we're able to buy without having to go to the bank. We can just take over their payments. We're helping them in a timely manner, which is huge for them. And we're really, truly helping distressed sellers. Or just maybe they're in a pinch or they just don't want to deal with listing on a market. There's so many reasons. And when you take away all of the scary things, the negotiations, the analyzation, the numbers, the deals, oh my gosh, the cap rate, I still don't even understand that because I don't need to know it. And you're helping people. Like at the end of the day, that's why I became a teacher. I want to help kids learn how to read better and write and become, wonderful human beings. And so now I just shifted that focus and I realized I could help sellers in this way and rent to own buyers, which is honestly one of my favorites too. So don't let any of the things that you don't understand scare you. That you can get. But if you have a servant's heart and you really want to help folks, you're in the right spot.
Well, and we create that win-win opportunity and option for us because we can pay full price for a house without having to give some lowball offer that some sellers on a beautiful house, especially, they're not going to go for that.
They can't. Yeah.
And so the fact that we can pay full price and make the kind of deals and money that we do, this is what really truly creates win-wins. And when we were buying houses and giving lowball offers, sometimes the sellers would be upset and they'd be offended. Which is okay. I get that's going to happen from time to time. But when we found out this strategy and we could actually pay top dollar, pay more than anybody else can, and still make out on the deal by us getting great terms, this is where I fell in love. And this is where we've created so many wins that when we are at the closing table, I don't know who wants to sign more, us buying the house or the seller selling us the house. And when you create that type of environment in your business, my gosh, now it starts to get really powerful.
It's go time.
Mm-hmm.
So these are a bunch of the different strategies that we're going to talk about. Take a snapshot if you want. But again, if you look at this word and you're like, is that made up? No, it has a meaning behind it, I promise. But we're going to break down each and every one of these. But these are all creative ways that you can buy real estate, that you can hold some property, build your wealth through these assets. And they're some of our favorite ways.
Yeah. So these are the strategies that we're implementing in our business between wholesaling. We do, and some of the fixer-uppers, seller financing, one of the best ways to buy, wraps, same way. So some of these terms that you might be seeing, this is industry slang. This is industry terms. If you go and you say any of these words to a seller, they're not going to know what you mean. And some of you watching who are investors, you might not know what all these mean either. So we don't want to say these to sellers, but these are the strategies that we've been using, and we're going to dive into how these work and why these are the strategies.
Yeah, don't ever say these to a seller because it'll just confuse them. But these are definitely some of the words you might have seen thrown out there on some Instagrams or TikToks or what have you. So if you have any questions on these, we'll break them down. But just know that each and every one of these does not involve us going to the bank, getting a loan.
Yeah, none of these do. And the best thing about it is when Jen mentioned, don't say these to the sellers. We get from experience, and I used to give lessons on what wraparound mortgages were to sellers, and I confused them so bad they didn't do the deal.
One guy went and did his own deal after you told him about rent to own lease options. So there was that.
I was really thorough.
But yeah, before we keep going, Sean, any other questions popping up?
Yeah, I mean, this is so great. I'm excited for you to dive deep into all of these. And we have a lot of people say, yes, I've done traditional, conventional, buying a home. Donnie says yes through the VA process. Lee says yes. Lacey says yes. And then Michelle says, I've got incredible credit, but I'm self-employed and banks don't like that. So creative finance is the ticket. And then Eugene says, that's my idea of creative financing, low interest rates. I'm curious to hear from everybody, which one of these have you done before? Which one have you heard of before? Maybe you've learned about. Let me know. Maybe it's wholesaling, lease options, wholetailing, wraparound mortgages, seller financing, joint ventures, or smart flips. Let me know. Choose one that you're like, oh, I want to learn more about that. And let me know which ones you've done already. And I see Sheila already responding with wholesaling.
Awesome. Do you have a favorite on all these?
I love them all.
I know you do. If you had to pick one,
that is not fair.
Wow, that's my favorite.
Okay, so if it's my favorite, it's gonna have to do with buying a property. And so me buying a property, if I had to guess, my absolute favorite is just straight seller financing.
I knew you were gonna say that.
Here's the ticket with that, guys. 4 out of every 10 houses around the whole country are owned free and clear. That means there's no bank owned on it. They don't owe anything on it. So seller financing is one of my favorites because you can negotiate all of the different things and I can make any of those properties work. It doesn't matter if it's $100,000 home or $1 million home. And what we've found is with seller financing, that's always been my favorite. But I gotta love wholesaling because you get big old checks from, I mean, just connecting. And, we just got a big check from wholesaling. And then the lease options, we just had a renter move into one of our houses in Florida that we bought, and we'll show it. But they just gave us a huge check just to move in, which a landlord doesn't get. So, like, all of these, it's so impossible for me to say if one's my favorite, but every one of these are amazing and they could obviously help a seller and a buyer too.
And I do want to say a lot of you might have heard the term subject to, sub to, and we don't technically buy that way. We replace it with a wraparound mortgage. So if you're kind of like, what is it? Where's the subject to? I just wanted to kind of point that out. That's why it's not on here, because we don't teach it. We actually do wraparound mortgages.
Yeah, and the wraparounds are better than the subject to because of attorneys who are involved, but it protects the seller a little bit more by doing it in a wrap. And we'll get into some of those differences too. So if you heard it, they're very similar. They're like relatives, but one's a little bit better.
Yeah.
I'm seeing in the comments, Sheila says wholesaling. Lee says I've done wholesaling and have heard about the others. So that's awesome. So she's hoping to grow.
Yeah.
Irma Jean says wholesaling. Sheila says want to learn more how to virtually do this because it's banned in SC, which I'm assuming is South Carolina.
Yep.
As well as seller financing. Angela says wholesale and JV. Michelle says I helped my son do a flip. We did a lot of the work. Not again, if it takes that much involvement. And I want to say this is really insightful. 4 out of 10 houses in the whole country are owned free and clear. Talk about opportunity literally right in front of you. That's awesome.
Well, there's a lot of opportunity. When you really start peeling back the layers, Sean, 4 out of 10 are owned outright, right? So think about the other 6 out of 10. Well, out of that group, over 60% of those who have a mortgage on them have an interest rate under 4%.
Woo!
So that means that the majority of the houses around the whole country are either owned free and clear or have an interest rate under 4%. So when we're finding these creative finance deals, and I hear so many of my other, investor friends, we were at a meetup not long ago. One of the guys said, I haven't been able to buy a rental in over 2 years.
I about fell out of my seat.
Because the rates are too high. Well, there's still opportunities to get these 2 and 3% rates. And so I got to ask everybody listening, I need your feedback and your opinion. The market right now in Florida is slow. Some of the places it's still pretty good. But my big question, if interest rates were still 3% around the whole country, do you think the real estate market would be even hotter now, put hotter, or be the same? Okay, because my opinion, my thought is if interest rates were still at 2 and 3%, the market would be even hotter than it is. In some places where it's already good, it'd probably be even hotter, right? In places like Florida or Texas, where we're going to get into some of that, where the market's slowing, we're finding a lot more of these opportunities, the market would be red hot. Well, we found with this strategy, we could still get those rates. So the way that we buy doesn't matter what the banks are charging. We're always red hot as far as what we're finding.
So
yeah, that's awesome. And I'm seeing Lacey says, I've heard all buy and rent to own in Texas. We can wraps, not sandwich, but I don't want it anyway. And then Lee says hotter. Angela says hotter. Tim says hotter. And Lacey has a couple of really fun emojis. Fire and then hot face. Fire, then hot face.
Love
and Eugene
it. Love
says
it, Lacey.
yes, yes, yes. And I do want to say Eugene said Joe is spot on. I have done them all. And then somebody earlier, I think it was Lacey, said, Joe, your email signature at the end of it should say, not your average Joe.
Absolutely. I'm going to probably have to do that now. That is great. And Eugene, you're right. If you've been doing these
from your Hotmail,
you know that these strategies right here are absolutely amazing. I love it.
Yeah. And before I get to the next slide, because we're going to start with the deal breakdowns, guys, we talked earlier about that mindset shift on, saving versus owning assets and building wealth. That's the first shift that needs to happen in your mindset. And so I don't know how long it's going to take. Everybody's a little bit different. But the next shift that I think needs to really happen, because it was true for me and I've seen the light bulb moment happen in so many others, it's who on earth would let you do this as a seller? I wouldn't let you buy my house that way, you might be thinking. Now, some of you who have done some of these, you get it. But if you're in the seat right now where you're like, I don't know, guys, this seems a little weird. Like, who on earth would let me take over their mortgage or just pay them a monthly payment without an interest and not pay, all of the cash up front? I'm going to share some stories with you of real people and their situations, and let's not overly complicate it. And it really is as simple as that, is just like, imagine just like switching your mindset. Like, okay, let's get creative, right? Let's get out of the black and white. It's always been this way. And let's think about it a different way. Let's get creative with it. Because when we stop assuming what a seller needs or wants and we just start asking some really good questions, this is where the magic can happen.
Yeah.
So I really want you to take some notes on that, like work on seller mindset. Like know that you've got some great opportunities to present a seller, but you yourself have to not shut it down before you even open your mouth and ask the questions. So think about that as we're sharing some of these deals. And of course, if you've got questions, drop them below. But I just really think that's so important, because once I can unlock that part, I feel like then the sky opens up, then Joe can dive in and really start, teaching negotiations and all of that. But if you could just sit with that for a little minute, it might not happen in this call right here. You might need to kind of go on a walk tomorrow and think about it too, but it will happen if you just let it. So let that kind of sit with you too.
Yay.
Yay. All right, well, this is one of our favorite deals because this was our first wraparound mortgage deal that we did. All this means is this is the first seller that we took over her mortgage payment. And so we're going to share with you the story of Linda, her house, how she became an accidental landlord, and what we've done with it since 2018, was it?
Yes.
2018.
And I'm going to be able to talk some smack on what happened with this house too. So I got a fun story, but
We've got lots of fun goodies. I don't have any photos of that. Maybe next time.
but I do have some bonus story here. But Linda bought this house while she was single.
Comment bonus if you want the real story. If you want no fluff and straight real story.
Y'all about to get the real stuff today. Right? No fluff down below.
No fluff with us.
So Linda bought this house. She actually saw that we were offering properties rent to own. And so she reached out and she said, hey, I see you offer properties rent to own, but are you interested in buying a house? I said, absolutely. She said, well, I bought this house when she was single. She met a guy, they got married, they moved into his house because he already had one. I said, oh my gosh, that's what happened to me and my wife. And so this was their accidental landlord. She ended up renting out this house when she bought it. She didn't plan on being a landlord, but that's what ended up happening. Well, her tenants, you could read up above, left in the middle of the night. The neighbor told me the U-Haul truck pulled up. He's like, I saw him throwing all the stuff in there and they were gone. So they left it a little bit of a mess. She spent some money cleaning it all up, making it back to nice again. And she did not want to be a landlord. And she didn't want to list it with an agent, which I thought, hey, like, why not? She's like, I just don't want a deal. I just want to be done. I don't have time to mess around. Her and her husband own their own business. And so when I talked to her about what she wanted for the house, this is where Jen mentioned a second ago, my mind frame had to change. If I wasn't offering half off, I couldn't see that. So when I asked Linda, what do you want for the house? And she said, I want 70,000 for it, which was the number back then. It was probably worth slightly more than that. If I had to guess, a little bit under 100,000, maybe like 90 to 95,000. She wanted 70,000 for it, which was still high. If it's a $95,000 house, I always was putting in offers for like 40,000, right? Because I'm paying cash. But when she said I want 70,000 for it, and I said I can do that if she's open to terms. What does that mean, Joe? I'm glad you asked. She had a mortgage on it. And so I told her I could buy it for her price. I could cover the closing costs if she would just let me take over her existing mortgage payment. And she said, that's fine. I said, I typically buy with no money down. There's some training. Write that down. She's like,
I typically buy with no money down. I don't know if you could drop in the comments for them, Sean, but I typically buy with no money down.
She said, okay. So I bought this house with $100 down. We paid a few $1,000s in closing costs. We did not assume her mortgage. I did not go to the bank. I did not get a credit check. I didn't have to come up with my tax returns. I didn't have to run the mile under 6 minutes or do the blood test. All I had to do was come up with $100 and some closing costs. And then her mortgage, which is I think PennyMac, we just pay that directly.
I'm surprised you know that.
I took a guess. We have a lot of PennyMacs. But this loan right here at $750 a month, that's including taxes and insurance. We just pay that.
So we bought that for 70,000. Well, guess what, guys? This is why I love real estate. Since 2018, we've paid down that balance quite a bit. Also, meanwhile, it's now worth over $200,000. Here's one of the reasons why I love doing what they call a wraparound mortgage. And when we say wraparound, it's just pieces of paper promising we're going to make that payment.
Yeah, nothing's actually like wrapped.
Yeah, there's no mortgage that we had to apply for. There's none of that. So I just want to make sure we break that down super simple.
Yeah.
Because what we're doing is we're paying penny max $750 a month. We're collecting, you can see down below, rent to own. Well, guess what? We found a renter. She moved from around the corner. She was getting divorced. And this poor lady who used to have really good credit, her credit score now is in the 400s, which if you don't know credit, that's a low score. But why? Well, she got divorced, her husband left, credit got destroyed, house got late, car loans got late, credit cards got behind. Well, when the divorce happened and she sold the house, she has no debt from the house. She paid off her car and all of her credit cards, and she came in with $31,000 as a deposit to move in. Plus, she's paying $17.99 a month for rent. So my question is, she has a 20-year-on job, has a great income and no debt, and wanted to stay in a great community and in a great neighborhood. And she fell in love with this house. It wasn't even after we didn't even finish like cleaning it up yet because
our contractor was still there and she walked in.
Yeah. So this is why we create those wins, because you can see the cash flow on this is over $1,000 a month. They give us 31,000 reasons to accept her as our new renter. Now, how many of you are getting $30,000 deposits when you have a rental? And there's probably not going to be many comments down below, so maybe don't.
This is New York, so all you could get if you're doing a traditional would be the first month and
the security.
The security.
You can't even do last month's rent there. So, interesting fun fact about the house. Our previous renter who moved in gave us $10,000 to move in, and he lived there for 5 years. So there's a big gap between. Well, he had the opportunity to buy the house and do the rent to own, but at the end of his agreement, he decided he didn't want the house. He didn't even tell us he was moving out. I reached out to him one day and said, hey, it's strange. You didn't pay rent this month. He's like, oh, I already moved out. The key's on the gate.
I had to ask him. I was like, well, where's the key? And he emailed me back, on the gate. So there's that.
So we sent our contractor there. He obviously forfeited his $10,000 deposit. Property went up in value since then anyways, but he left the place a mess. Right? Has that ever happened to you before? Does anybody have a rental where the renter moved out and they left the house
damaged?
Damaged?
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you what Matt did. Matt punched holes in the wall. And I could tell why. Well, because he also left a bunch of pot plants behind in the house. Apparently, from my contractor who took a couple pictures, he was growing pot. And from the looks of it, didn't look to be that good. And I think he was upset and started punching holes in the wall. So he left behind some pot plants hanging in one of the bedrooms and holes in the wall. And we had to replace some carpet. And I know that could be kind of a tough experience to go through. Has anybody dealt with something like that? Right? Yes. In the comments below. Because that gets to be a little disheartening.
Worried, like what happens if that happens, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, let me tell you, we had to put over $20,000 into the house to make it beautiful again. Jen said, we're not skimping, we're making this beautiful. But that's how we attracted our next renter who gave us a $31,000 deposit. So I know some of these strategies that we're looking at, when I look at being a traditional landlord, the same thing could happen. But they don't have any skin in the game, and that's some of the challenges. So this is why we fell in love with this rent-to-own strategy, because what we focus on is our cash-on-cash return. And you can see when I bought the house with only $100 down, we cash flow $1,000 a month. You can see the cash-on-cash return is phenomenal. Even we had Mr. Bad Renter kind of leave the place a mess. Well, guess what? We're still up, and we're even better now. So if that's happened to you, Sean, does anybody said that's happened to them, or I can't see the chat?
Yeah,
I'm seeing a ton of comments and questions coming in. Michelle, Donnie, Maya, and Eugene all want the no fluff version of the story, so I think that's the one you're given. Donnie writes, I typically buy with no money down as an insight. That's so great. I love that script. And then we do have a couple questions coming in. You guys ready for that?
Yeah, giddy up.
All right. So Jen asks, why $100 down?
Well, I can't buy with less than $100 down. I mean, I guess I could give her $10. But I do that is what my earnest money deposit is. When I do a deal, I need to leave a deposit to show good faith that I'm buying it. Now, I typically, for some reason, always just did it with $100 down. Maybe I could give them $10. To be quite honest with you, Linda, she didn't care if she got any money. Wasn't in it for the money. So when I tell her, I typically buy with no money down. Okay, she's like, that's fine. I said, well, I'm going to give you $100 as a deposit, and that'll go towards the purchase. But that's all I'm doing. I don't want to come up with 20% down or 10% down or even 5% down, especially if I could do it with only $100 down.
The 100 just secures the contract.
Yeah. And I've had to argue nicely with sellers many times because they're like, no, I don't even want the 100. I'm okay with no money down. And I'm like, no, you have to take the 100 because then that makes the deal good. And like, no, you guys are great. I don't want the 100. And then we have that awkward conversation, but that's great if that's the case, right?
Like, take my money.
Yeah, it was.
I'm like, I mean, the first one, I mean, I was like awkward in McDonald's, like, no, please take them $100. Like, no, you and Jen are great. I don't want your money. And I'm like, well, we're going to give it to you every month, but still need you to take this 100. And I was like, take your wife out to dinner. So he
now you can just send it to the attorneys or whatever
Yeah.
to kind of keep it secured. But
yeah, but that's great. That's the case here with Linda. She's more than thrilled, and we still chat with Linda from time to time. And you know, the house is it's a cute neighborhood. My parents actually grew up directly across the street from this house, a few houses down from each other. So beautiful house, beautiful neighborhood, and hot spot. It's one of the hottest markets in the whole country is this zip code right here.
That's awesome. Okay, Jen, let us know if that answered your question. Donnie said, what are the closing costs if no quote unquote real transaction?
Well, it is a real transaction because we did buy it, right? So the closing costs are recording fees, attorney fees, there's a transfer tax, there's some different small fees that the town and county charge for buying a property because we bought it, we closed on it. It is our house for sure. So on this house, I believe the closing costs are about $3,000 to $4,000 roughly. I don't have the closing statement in front of me, but I could get it. But here's the situation: is every town, county is going to be slightly different. There's some places where closing costs are very inexpensive. There's some places where they are a little bit more expensive. I mean, for an example, I think it's Pittsburgh. The city of Pittsburgh has a 4 or 4.5% transfer tax. So that gets to be a little bit more costly. Some places, I mean, we've closed on deals where it's like, you know, $1,500. So every area is going to be different depending on what their fees are. Plus the price of the property also makes a difference. So on this one right here, $100 down, we probably paid $3,000-4,000 in closing costs. And I mean, under $5,000 out of pocket, we own a property. Put in our renter with $10,000 down originally, we're up money, right? And now we're cash flowing. And then when he moved out, well, we put money into it, had a little bit of lapse while we were doing some renovations, but the job wasn't even done yet, and she was already ready to go. So we got our money back immediately, and we're still super profitable. Meanwhile, we've built so much equity in the house over the last bunch of years that this is a 6-figure beyond profit. So this is the key, guys. You can see there's well over 6 figures in profit in this deal, plus $1,000 like the golden goose that lays the egg every month that keeps coming in as $1,000 a month. So this is where we get into what's more valuable, this one deal or the process and how we could do these deals multiple times a month, multiple times a year, right? Is it the system and how to do this, or is the one deal, right? So right system or one deal down below. But this one particular deal is going to make us well over 6 figures in profit.
That's awesome. So let us know if that answered your question, Donnie. Next question. I think this is a good question. I'm going to scroll down to one of the questions. We'll get all of your questions answered. Don't worry. But so somebody is saying, and I know you covered this in depth when you guys were on the Bigger Pockets podcast, and this blew their mind. David says, I'm not understanding the difference. This sounds like sub 2 taking over her mortgage. Can you describe the difference between wraparound and sub 2, subject to?
I would love to. So they are very similar. Okay. I'm still taking over her payment. Whether you buy it with a wrap or subject to, you're still taking over the seller's payment by just paying that lender directly. The difference is when the closing transaction happens, how is the paperwork done? So with a subject to, the seller is going to let you take over their payments. You're going to pay that lender directly, and they're just going to deed you the property to the house. So now you have the deed. Now the challenge with subject to, which most people, especially in attorneys, they don't like those, because what happens if the buyer stops paying? There's no way for that seller to get their house back on a subject to. Now, when you buy with a wraparound mortgage, it's the same thing. You're going to be paying that lender directly. You're still taking the deed to the property, so now you own it. The difference with a wraparound mortgage is the paperwork. The success is in the details. And what I mean by the paperwork, there's a new note created. What does that mean, Joe? Glad you asked. It's a series of papers that's a promissory note showing that I'm going to be, or my trust is going to make the payments. And it also says in that paperwork, just like a standard mortgage paperwork says in the wording, that if I don't make the payments, you can foreclose and get the property back. So now that protects the seller. And that's what subject to doesn't have, is a way to take the property back. It doesn't protect the seller. So subject to is about, a popular term, but they're very similar, but then slightly different. And actually a wrap does cost a little bit more, but I work with a lot of attorneys, and I have to work with a seller's attorney and ours as the buyer's attorney. And a lot of these seller's attorneys, they won't even consider a subject to deal, even though it's completely legal. They won't consider it because it doesn't protect their seller. So once we introduce buying it with a wrap, which we learned from one of our coaches a long time ago, this works anywhere in the country. You could do a wraparound mortgage. Attorneys are approving these because they know that if the buyer doesn't pay and we default, if anybody defaults, their seller could get the property back. Here's the next step of it too. What happens when that seller, they want to go out and get a mortgage in a couple years? They want to get another house. Maybe their life has changed, something's fixed, and now they're ready to get that next house. And that happens to us all the time. Well, when I buy a property subject to, I'm paying their lender directly. That debt is still on their credit. Well, it is on a wrap too. But the difference is that paperwork that we talked about earlier also shows that we're making the payment. So it's going to help wash out some of their debt to their income, which is going to help them qualify for a new house. So we want to make sure that when I'm closing, and this isn't something that Joe and Jen do, this is why we work with great attorneys and title companies who understand how to do this correctly. And this is why we buy in a wrap. It protects us, because if my seller calls me and says, Joe, I want to buy a house, but the mortgage is still in my name, with my paperwork, they can get another house. And it also protects the seller, where if the buyer doesn't pay, even if it's including us, they can get the house back. Keeps attorneys happy, it keeps your sellers happy, and it keeps us happy. And so wraps are the reason why. So I dug a little bit deep there, but I want to make sure I'm very thorough. And when you're doing them, they're very similar. You're still going to not qualify for the loan. You're still going to make that payment directly. It's just on some of the wording inside of the paperwork that's there with a wrap that's not there with subject to.
So good. And I want to say someone in the chat named Jen says, so great, high integrity. And I think that's so awesome. For the sake of time, we're going to get through one or two more questions, but we will get everybody's question through by the end of today. So another question came in from Jacob. And David, let me know, did that answer your question on, understanding the difference between subject to and taking and wraparound mortgages? So a question came in from Jacob. So you still pay the mortgage in her name, like PennyMac doesn't know you're the one paying it?
Yeah, so we just log in ideally to the portal. So log in PennyMac. You talk with your seller, so you have a good relationship with her, get her password, log in, and then I just pay with our bank account. So she just is able to walk away, but it still has her name on the mortgage, but the property is in our land trust, so we own the property.
So, and you got to remember, guys, a bank just wants to do one thing, is what? They want to get their money, and they want to get their money on time. And I could tell you, here's a fun fact that probably many of you don't know. If you have a car loan with a bank and I have your account number, I could walk into your bank and make your car payment for you. Okay. And if you don't believe me, I'll give you my car payment and you could go make it for me and then see how it works. Okay. But that's what it is. The bank just doesn't really mind who's paying it. They just want to get their money. They want to get their money on time. So they're not going to be like, hey, this isn't coming from Linda. This is coming from some other account. We don't want them. That's not how that works. Right. So, yep, that is just that easy. And so you guys can remember, this is just one tool in our playbook. So are you seeing with just this one strategy that this can be possible for you? Just off the one. I mean, we've got so many more, but can you see off this one strategy how this is possible for you? Write yes down below if that is. Okay, because on this deal here, Linda's got a super low rate, super low payment. And because she's already owned the house for years, those first bunch of payments that you have for the first handful of years are mostly interest anyways. So by the time I'm taking over a payment, she's paying a lot more of the principal off. So when we're taking over somebody's payments, we're paying a lot more towards the principal than interest because she owned the house for a bunch of years before we were able to do this, guys. So we're paying down that debt way quicker, and we're not even paying it down. Our renter is, which is the best way to pay down debt, is have somebody else paying off your debt for you.
And I gotta say, and we kind of like skimmed over it, but when Joe said like she saw that we did rent to own, guys, she saw this because we were just posting on Facebook. And we didn't even have a buying page out there yet, like talking about it. We weren't really being like that crazy. But if you can just take some advice and dust off your Facebook page and make it very well known that you could buy properties, that you can help sellers out in situations, that you are able to help people out, and you just post consistently, and maybe consistently once a week, and that's all you can do right now. Better if you could do it daily, but all it takes is some effort on your part to let everybody know in your community that you're the go-to girl or you're the go-to guy that could help them with their property, because people are looking for solutions. And this was a non-sponsored ad. This was not a yellow letter. This did not cost us any money in marketing. It's just because we were posting consistently and it popped up in her Google page when she put something in. So I just want to share that because you just never know the person that you can help. And look at what it's been able to do from us. Like Joe said, what could this do for you guys? One property. Look at one property could do.
All right, last question. Before we move on, last question is, what did and this is from Lee, what did Linda, the seller, walk away with from a wrap mortgage?
Her $100 down. And she got the relief that she doesn't have to deal with this anymore. When I was talking to Linda, it wasn't about the money. It was about the horror story the trauma that they just dealt with, dealing with a renter who wasn't paying them rent on time. Was not taking good care of her property. That was her trauma that she was experiencing. And it affected her so badly. She wanted nothing to do with that ever again. She says, Joe, like, what happens if your renter moves in and moves out? Like, I don't want the property back. Like, that was her biggest thing. So she did want, that assurance. And meanwhile, I'm looking at this deal. I mean, as bad as she wanted us to take it, I wanted it from her, right? So when we create these wins that she just said, Joe, long as I get my 70,000, like, I don't care. Now, I will tell you what happened behind the scenes stuff, because we're doing no fluff today. Linda reached out a year ago, and her husband, 2 years ago, and her husband is experiencing some medical conditions. Now, Linda gave us, I think it was like 15 years, because she had $12,000 of equity. We bought it for 70, but I think she only owed like 58 on it, let's just say. So she had $12,000 of equity. She didn't need it then. She gave us up to 15 years to give her that equity, but we didn't have to pay off the loan. But then she reached out, just said, hey, I'm kind of in a tough spot. Husband has been missing some work. He's sick. I don't know if there's any way to get us some cash. I know that we still have that balance. And we just gave her the check. I mean, now that we don't owe her any money on it, now we're just paying it forever. But that's what happened. So when we bought the deal back in 2018, she got $100 down. And by the paperwork, we still didn't have to give her any more money. We didn't have to. But she's a great person. They're going through some stuff. We would want to help. We had the ability to help, and we did. So this is why I love real estate, because when you truly care and you truly help people, you're making wins everywhere. So now she's thrilled. They got their money. She really doesn't have any more ties of money waiting into the deal. And meanwhile, our renter there is in love with the house, and she's making it home. Like, she sent us a little spot where she's putting like her flower garden and things like that. So it's really, truly been great for everybody on this side.
Yeah. So Linda's real tough spot there was she'd already moved in with her new husband, and she was just making this payment without any money coming in. So literally, $750 every month just flushing down a toilet, and it was weighing on their finances is really what happened at that point.
I love it. Okay, so we have a ton of questions still. We will reserve this for the Q&A time, though. We will make sure to answer all of these questions. For the sake of time, though, I do want to say Eugene, Tara, Michelle, Lawrence, Lacey, everyone is saying, yes, we see this as possible. I know you have a lot of other strategies. Why don't you go ahead and share what's the next strategy here?
Awesome. Yeah. So this also is another seller who was in a situation, and I even plopped a picture of seller Zeb and his wife up there. This one's a really special property for us because we took this full time, right? So 2020 happens, world shuts down, and we're like, okay, this is do or die. Let's do real estate investing full time. And so this was our first property that we were able to get under contract during COVID, and it was June of 2020 when I had to go to the attorney's office with these fine folks while my husband was in the hospital. So we'll share a little bit more of the burning desire here on this entire story. But just to kind of give you the backstory, this is Zeb, and they lived in upstate New York and realized that, you know, as some people did in COVID, we don't have to stay here forever. You know, maybe we should go down to North Carolina and move our family down there. And this was entirely done through text messaging, I believe. This entire deal, Joe and Zeb text messaged. Because it was COVID, guys, we didn't even go to the house while they were living there. We just FaceTimed to look at it. And they just wanted a simple sale. And we even have the text where he's like, this is too good to be true. Are you guys for real? Because he didn't want to have to get the house market ready, deal with the realtor, listing it. Just that works for some people. But for Zeb and his wife, they were like, let's get out of New York and move to North Carolina.
And if you remember, because Zeb's a pastor, he got a really great opportunity in North Carolina. And that's what was prompting to the move. So really what we looked at here on this deal, he wanted 145 for the property. He only had 5,000 of equity because he owed 140 on it. So we put the $5,000 down. We gave it to the seller. Took over his payment of $1,400 a month. That's including, you know, taxes and insurance. So what we did is we gave him $5,000 down. We paid the closing cost. Now this house didn't need anything except when we do say we buy as is, they were in such a hurry to move to North Carolina. They left their kids' Chromebooks, their school laptops behind.
E-learning back in COVID days.
So we just returned them back to the school. But when we made the deal originally, when we talked to Zeb and his wife about us doing the deal, it was April 2020. Once we had that original conversation with them and they said, yeah, absolutely. Is this too good to be true? You're just going to buy it and give me my $5,000 and we're just good to go. And I said, absolutely. So when we wrote that deal up, and this is why Jen talks about definite of purpose, like what's your why? Well, what happened was we're set for closing. They have the U-Haul planned on going. Meanwhile, I'm just going to a random doctor's appointment and I have Crohn's. So they were doing a scan on me and they rushed me to the hospital because I found out I had a lung collapse. I was walking around with that for 2 weeks. I thought I just had back pain. My left lung was collapsed for 2 weeks. So as I'm in the hospital, COVID's happening. That's now June, like what Jen mentioned. And these folks are set to move. So part of the do whatever it takes attitude, Jen met them at the attorney's office, had them sign their half, brought the paperwork to the hospital where I'm in my bed just with all the machines hooked up to me. I'm FaceTiming with my attorney, signed the paperwork so Zeb and his wife could get their move on and we could get them that $5,000 because they were counting on that money to help them.
Yeah, like the show must go on. Guys, I was scared. I was nervous. Like even though this was our first, like, you know, not our first deal that we've done, like Joe always kind of took care of that part of it. And so I was like so nervous to go there and meet them. And I just did it. I did it scared. I did it scared because my husband's in the hospital. I did it scared because, oh my gosh, if we don't do this deal, like, you know, I felt like that was a turning point for us. So if we can do a deal while Joe's in the hospital getting his lung blown up again, and I'm, you know, in an uncomfortable state, I'm even to the point where I drop my kids off at the park because again, COVID. So my kids are with my grandparents and they're like social distancing. It was wild. But when you take something this seriously, like not every deal is going to be this crazy, but like, look what can happen. So that's why this one's such a special one for us. And just like our favorite strategy always is, we did a lease option with it.
Yeah, so our renters moved in and they paid us $18,000 deposit plus the $2,095 per month for rent. And their option price is $239.9, so $240, right? So you could see on this deal alone, once again, $5,000 down, some closing costs. We own this property. The money that we had to put out, we get that back when our renter moves in. So what's our cash on cash return? It's infinite. And these are why I love this strategy, because if you can get an infinite return on your money with no banks and no credit, I was like, once again, I thought I was the caveman that discovered fire when we found this strategy out. So beautiful house, beautiful neighborhood, but once again,
Here's 6 figures in profit.
Mhm.
The golden goose that just keeps laying the golden egg every single month. The best thing why we love rent to own is because our renters are responsible for all of the maintenance, all of the repairs. So I don't get the phone call saying that the light bulb on the front porch went out, Joe, and you got to send the
Mm-mm.
guy over to come replace it. They do that their own. A leaky faucet, same thing. We don't even get the call. They just call a plumber. Once in a while, they'll call us to ask us if we know anybody that we could recommend, but that's really about it. But once again, I'm not dealing with junkers. These are beautiful houses and beautiful neighborhoods. And once again, this is another great deal. And his wife and they had to get 2 different homes.
I was just going to say, yeah. So because of the subject to wraparound discussion you were leading in earlier, another reason we love wraparound is because if the seller needs to go get another mortgage, you can easily prove that the payment's being made. And again, having a great relationship with your seller. So again, if you love helping people, I'm telling you, this is so awesome. Zeb and his wife has now gotten 2 different homes they've owned since 2020. So I think they're in their forever home now, but we shall see. But this one is actually possibly coming up for the rent to own owner to become owners here. So that's really exciting too.
And the funny thing with Zebby is like when he bought his house, like, oh, we sent over the paperwork, it got approved. And then he's like, oh, I'm actually going to be selling that house like years later. And he's like, I'm buying the next one. So we just need to get that same paperwork again. He's like, I promise this will be the last one. It's as easy as just sending over some papers to their loan officer showing that we bought it. We bought it with a wrap and that we're making the payments, and it's easy peasy. Now we got a second home. He's thrilled. The wife's thrilled. And, you know, if he needs to get another house, I'm sure he'll be calling. But so easy to work with, guys.
Yeah. Questions on that one?
All right. So let me know if there are any questions. We're about to get into Q&A after one more. But what I really love is the desire to find sellers that have challenging situations, and you bring a playbook of solutions of, okay, let's find what is going to work here. And I think that's really awesome. Lee does have a question.
I want to
Lee,
piggyback off that, Sean, real quick, because before I forget, and you're right, they need a solution because both of these houses that we just showed you guys, these aren't the junkers. When I had my mind frame of I could only buy fixer-uppers at a big discount, these were deals that we were passing on. Without this strategy, I would have never be able to help Zeb. And you could see on that deal, guys, these are 2 deals back to back where you're going to see over 6 figures in profit. Deals that I was passing on left and right. So sometimes
when you were only doing cash offers.
When I'm only doing cash offers. So can you see where maybe if you don't have the right strategies, where you're missing opportunities?
That's right.
Where everybody else, I think we got a hot mic.
Mic in the house.
But where others can see the strategy of how to implement this. And you can see by any one of these guys, I didn't have a ton of cash. I didn't need bank approvals and credit checks. So it's something as simple as helping out a seller and paying their price could turn into 6-figure profits, and you could help somebody and get infinite returns on your money. These are the key strategies that they don't teach. They never taught me this in school. I wish they did much better than algebra. I think I'm using this a lot more in my life than that, right? Marine biology. So here are some of the things that you just got to understand. It's not, these houses are everywhere. And these aren't the junkers. These are the nice houses and nice neighborhoods, and these sellers need help.
Especially because he had just bought this property, right?
Yeah.
Like he didn't have a lot of equity at all. Really.
Yep. So just great example, guys.
yeah, that's awesome. Okay, Joe, I have a question for you. What does X equal? Because I don't know. I failed algebra.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
MC squared.
X,
I love it. I love it. Lee does have a question. How do you determine the sales price for the rent to own?
That's a great question.
He gets out a crystal ball and looks into the future.
And that's how we'd always have that challenge. So here's what I'm thinking. They're not buying it at today's price, right? They're going to qualify down the road. And so I'm going to envision what I believe that price will be down the road. I will tell you that we usually, if they don't buy it in that time frame, we can just renew the option and we'll bring it back up to market rates. So always go a little bit higher than what the market is charging, because once again, they're not buying it today. So if we did this deal 5 years ago when our renter moved in, well, the price has changed since then because their lease has been up and we had to renew, but we always bring it to market rates. So for an example, if I believe a house will be worth, if it's worth $100,000 today and there's a 3% to 5% annual increase in values. And I think in 2 years, maybe it's worth 110, maybe it's worth 120. So maybe I put it at 119.9, right? So I'm just kind of envision what that is. And maybe you can't go too high because if your renters are going to buy, they're going to still have to get it appraised, right? And still have to meet appraised, but and that's what I do. I'm just kind of envisioning what I believe that value will be, not at today's price, but what will that house be worth in a few years? So sometimes my wife and I would get into discussion and say, well, Joe, that's not what it's worth. I'm like, yeah, but I think that's what it's going to be worth in 2 years when they finally qualify for a mortgage. And so that's what we're pricing it at.
That's a great question. Lee, let us know if that answered your question. Any other questions? Let me know. And let me know, have you done this, or are you doing this currently? Have you done this before? Do you want to do this? Lease options rent own. Let me know in the chat. And Lee says yes. Thank you. Good job.
Yay. Awesome. All right. Well, this is a Florida deal, right? So this is down here in Florida. So we talked about New York. We've moved down to Florida, obviously. So we love doing deals at a distance. We stopped meeting with sellers. So that last picture, we don't do that anymore. Everything is done virtually. We can go through notaries, which is an amazing thing. And so this was really cool because this seller, literally, when we share with you our 10 question script, it was yes, 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 like take over my payments. Couldn't have been like a more eager seller, I feel like. And instead of the Chromebooks, this seller accidentally left a Spectrum box and we mailed that to him. But Derek had a beautiful home. It was built in 2022. So we're not talking about junkers at all. We're not even talking about like 1970 house, right? Like we're new build 2022. He got relocated. Life happens. Jobs are transferring. And so he knew that he could not wait to list this on the market with a realtor, get the house all ready because he already moved. Wife and kids were back here in this beautiful house, and he was like, hey, like just help me out here, take over my payments, and I just need a little bit of moving money. I'm already relocated.
And this deal right here was what really caught my attention because when I talked with Derek, Derek was already back in Texas where the new house was. This is the Florida house. And they just bought it. They only owned it for 2 years. But his wife was still back in this house packing up. So the family was separated. He wasn't with his wife and kids. They already bought the new house. He was like, they don't really have much equity. But the value was he had a still pretty low rate. Now, 4% is not the greatest rate ever. It's not 2 or 3, but it ain't 7% either. So it did cut the cash flow a little bit tight on this. But once again, I'm looking at what is this house worth? We got a lot of free equity. And I'm going to break down what do I mean by that, right? So our purchase price was $310, but we gave him $10,000 down. The payment that we took over is $19.59. Now that's including taxes, that's including the insurance and everything. And he has an interest rate of 4%, so that's still pretty low. But the win that really was great about this was he had our renter that moved in gave us a $15,000 non-refundable option deposit. So after I bought the property and we get our renter to move in with 15,000, you could see we're at a good spot. And the other reason why I love the house because it's like brand new. It's only 2 years old, now 3 years old. And so for me, my big thing was it's worth 400,000. So we priced it at 399. So you could see once again from what we bought it for, we're looking at pretty darn close to a 6-figure profit on the deal. And we don't really have much cash into it because our renter gave us such a big deposit to move in. So plus the $21.95 that we're collecting for rent. So we do cash flow 200 and some change per month. But once again, no maintenance, no repairs. Our renter does all of that. And this is a turnkey house, guys. So my question to you, who wouldn't want to have, and that payment, by the way, of $1,900, that's including the solar panels. So my question to you is who wouldn't want a turnkey couple-year-old house in Florida at a 4% rate with only 10 grand down? No credit checks, no nothing. That's why I fell in love with this deal. And meanwhile, Derek now is reunited with the wife and the kids, and they made the easy move. And all we had to do is just return the cable box. Easy peasy.
We did clean it out too a little bit. He left a couple of things, but that's really like, if you could write that in your notes, if you're taking notes, or jot it in your phone real quick, telling people, again, I'm talking about, so when you go on your social media page, letting people know you can buy as is, leave all of their stuff, take what they want, leave what they don't. That is such a huge perk because the stuff stresses people out. I'm talking from experience. We moved 3 years ago or 2 years ago. It was a lot, or was it 3 years ago? It was 3 years ago already. So yeah. Telling people we buy as is, simple, but so effective.
you need to write that down. I want to kind of piggyback off that. One of the keys we talked about earlier, I typically buy with no money down. That phrase right there will make you so much money, your head will spin. The next thing is that we buy as is, so take all the valuables with you and anything that you want, but anything that you don't want, leave it behind and we'll take care of it. Have you ever sold your house before and wonder, what am I going to do with all of the stuff, right? And every seller that we deal with, majority of them have that same question. So the fact that we let them hit the easy button and the ease of doing business with us is just more incentive to do this way. If you ever sold your house on the market, it's got to be absolutely perfect, and you got to do all these things, right? And so when we buy as is, still pay a good dollar, these are reasons why sellers are doing business with us. So when Jen said in the beginning, why would somebody do this? Guys, I'm giving you some of those clues right now.
Yeah, so good. Okay, I see Lacey says yes. And then Josh has a question, but Donnie says hashtag insights solve real life problems. And I put in the chat for everyone to copy paste the insight we buy as is. So take all the valuables with you and anything you want, leave everything you don't want, and we'll take care of it. So Josh's question is, what if prices drop like 2008? By 2010, 2012, prices were lower by a lot compared to 2008. How do you convince the lease to own buyer to pay more if prices are going down significantly?
So if prices are going down significantly, we got to remember that happens slowly over time. So when we look back in 08, by the time the prices did drop, they went from 08, it was a 5-year drop. So it happens slowly. What does that mean? 5% a year. Some of these markets in Florida during the biggest crash ever were losing 10% a year, but they did it over 5 years. So that's why you saw such a big decline here. So a lot of times what we do, and our renters, and I'll give you the big thing behind it. If you keep their rent low and you don't bother them, they're not buying it. Majority of them, I love to what we call set it and forget it. And what does that mean? I'm going to let them stay in the house and they're going to pay rent. Guys, we've got folks who've been doing this for 6-7 years and they don't ask about buying the house at any point. They just love to be where they're at. So that's a really great question. If the market is declining, you got a couple options. Well, you could tell them to wait a little bit longer. And I'll be quite honest with you right now, you can see our payment on this particular deal is $19.59. I'm renting it for $21.95. But that's because my payment is so low. Why? Because I have a 4% rate. But what happens if you were to buy this house at $399 at a 6.9 rate, which you would get today? Their rent payment of $21.95 to own the house would go significantly higher. So just to buy it, their payment's going to go way up. So in this situation here, they're probably just going to be sitting there happy as can be and just rent. And that's what we're doing. So for me, if they need to be in there for 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, the longer the better. And I don't force them. I don't pressure them to buy the house. I love those golden geese. And so what I'm trying to do is build a flock of those golden geese that lay the golden egg every single month. And then sometimes, once in a while, one of them does buy it. And when they do, you get the big back end check. And we're going to go over the 3 big paydays of rent to own. But that's a great question.
Yeah. All right. And then Lacey says, yes, I have a seller now, low equity, says to send papers over on my Facebook form, which is great. Lacey says golden goose. And then we have a couple questions come in. Yael, I hope I'm saying your name correctly. How do you use the down payment to the purchase price at the end of the lease agreement?
So it's a deposit. It's a non-refundable option deposit, which will go towards the purchase when they're ready to buy. So they just show it on the HUD statement. I don't have to come up to closing. This was one of the things that was a little confusing at first, but I understood it, is that they gave me a $15,000. Whether they gave it to me a month before or 5 years before, I'm still showing that on the HUD statement. I don't have to come up to closing with any money. So some of these folks who have bought, I'll go over exactly how it is. We did one in New York, which will show, they gave us $20-something thousand down. Well, on the HUD statement, we just showed that it's money already received. So I don't have to keep the money in a savings account or anything like that. And to be honest with you, we spend that money. We spend that to reinvest into more deals.
We save some of it.
Yeah, I was gonna say we'd like to save some of it for reserves, right? But some of this money you could actually spend on reinvesting in your own business or take some profit. All of those things work. So just a line item on the HUD statement that the mortgage people do. It is so easy peasy. Here's the one tip though. When we do collect that $15,000, you want to keep a copy of like the deposit with, even if it's a check, we get money wires now, but if it's a check, we also keep a photocopy of the front and back. You can even just snap a picture and forward that, letting them see that they've already received that. That's it.
All right.
I used to overcomplicate that or think it was harder than it was. It is actually one of the easiest.
Really, the most important is getting all your paperwork done correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so good. And I think it's so vital to have people like you in our world, where I know like last night we were on a coaching call and you're like, hey, just text me the paperwork. I'll look at it. Like to have people to be able to look at stuff is so key. All right. And then David asks, I'm curious about rent to own. Is the rental amount adjusted yearly or every 2 years like traditional rentals?
So we always like to keep the rent as low as possible. Like Joe mentioned, you know, when you start hiking up the rent, then people are going to get that itch to want to buy. And honestly, like we just try to keep it, making sure it's just covering. We're cash flowing some. We've got them in there. Obviously, this one's a little bit of a tighter one, but we've found that the really great renters are taking care of the place. They're covering all maintenance and repairs. So as long as everything works out numbers wise, I'm not going to hike it up.
Yeah, and I honestly, America, as this country is, it's based about monthly affordability. That's how we look at everything. If this is a $10 million home and your rental price was $21.95 a month, everybody could afford it. So it's not always the price, it's about the monthly affordability. So what I've realized a long time ago is if you keep it at market rent, you're going to have people have the ability to pay. I would rather have it at a good value for rent, making some decent money, but keep it easier for my renters to be able to pay the rent every month rather than me charge another $100, $250 more, but now I'm getting late payments. I don't want that. So for me, also, if you do raise your rent too high, you're incentivizing your renters to buy the house. So intentionally, I keep the rent affordable. I don't bug them. I treat them great. They gave me a big chunk of money to move in. They're treating the property like gold. Like the landscaping you're seeing here probably even looks better now than it did in that picture, because now that they're there, that's when we bought it. But that's the case. And you just work with great quality people. And there's a lot of people. Here's a fun fact I didn't know, that 18% of the country could qualify for a mortgage. 18%. That means 82% can't qualify for a mortgage. So what does that mean? Well, 1 out of every 5 people could get a mortgage. 4 out of every 5 can't. Like we heard already, I'm self-employed. I've got good credit, but the banks don't like me. Yeah, you're part of that 4 out of 5, right? So when we are working with renters, our base of renters are so much bigger than the people actually looking to buy. And that's why I love this strategy. Plus with rent to own, when I'm offering this is probably the only house within miles and miles and miles and miles, even maybe in the whole city, that's offering this same opportunity. So you get a lot of messages, you get a lot of people interested, but when you find the right fit, I like to set it and forget it and get that golden check coming in every single month, and you don't get the phone calls, and it's the greatest thing. So when you're scaling, you don't want to be able to get nickel and dime by management companies, or on the flip side of all the maintenance calls yourself if you're self-managing. So that's why we found that strategy. It just, oh my gosh, I fell in love.
Yeah. All right, David, let me know if that answered your question. And then Tammy asked a great question. Do you have the sellers agree to let you pay the mortgage until it is paid in full, or do you ever promise to pay off their mortgage in a certain number of years?
That depends on the seller and the situation. So we've done both. I prefer to keep it longer, and I make the seller know that the asset is always not the house. Sometimes the asset is the interest rate. And I'll give you an example. I've got one deal that I'm working with right now. The seller has a 2.75 interest rate. 2.75. House is on the market. He's having a hard time selling it. So I told him that I can buy it with seller financing, and just the same situation as this house. Beautiful, beautiful neighborhood. But I explained to him the house is great, but the real asset, the reason why I want the deal, is the 2.75 rate. And if you understand how real estate works, you're building it up over time. So for me, I want as long as possible on a loan, especially when they have rates like that. Because I just explained to the seller, like, I don't know if we'll ever see a rate that low again. It'd be a shame to pay it off. So I'm constantly working on how do I extend the terms as long as possible. Because sometimes, like Linda, the previous one or two ago, she's got some equity, right? But we even paid off the rest of her equity, but I'm still keeping that loan in place because she's got a really low rate too. So that's what I like to do.
I love it. And then we have a question come in from Josh. Eugene, though, says that is so beautiful. 2.7%. I
Mm.
mean, this is a pretty beautiful percentage.
Yeah.
Josh asks, do you ever do a drive-by or inspections of the inside after your rent to own has been there for a while to make sure it's not being destroyed?
To be quite honest with you, I don't even see the house when I'm buying it. Like I've never been here. I've never seen this house. Majority of the houses that we're going to show you, um, I've never been to because we buy them virtually.
Yeah, the only reason you'd need to do that is if you're not collecting rent, I would say. If you can't get a hold of your tenant, they're not paying you, and now you've got issues. If I'm getting the rent every month, and sometimes they'll even text me pictures like, look what I just redid the bathroom or check out the flooring, like they're making it their home. Like Joe said, we treat them a little bit differently with that sense of like, this is their home ownership training wheel program almost. And so there's really no need for that unless you have to. Now you could if you wanted to, but again, you want to create a system. You want to have a lifestyle business so that we're not taking calls and bothering them and they're not bothering us. So as long as we're getting the rent on time and everything is hunky dory, no, we don't really need to do that.
I love it. Okay, great. Josh, let me know if that answers your question. But talk about very little hassle and like low effort deals. That's amazing. Okay, great. I think that's all the questions that have come in. Oh, wait, Lacey has one last question. Assuming this is first time buyers price point.
Yeah, probably.
Mm.
Especially in Florida.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's a 2,000 square foot house, and we do have, I'll tell you, to be quite honest with you, we've done high-end properties and bigger houses, and it works there too. My favorite properties that I feel like it doesn't matter if the housing market is going up or down, it's almost like a bulletproof product. And that is when I'm finding houses that are in great school districts, whatever the median house range is in that area, being slightly under that. So median house range in an area with great school districts, find houses that are in good shape under that. And I feel like that always does well because you're going to find the family looking for their first home or somebody downsizing.
Or again, they have a credit issue. I feel like a couple of the last ones we've done where they had a house, she got a divorce, and now like her credit's all messed up, but she wants that home ownership. She just needs some time to repair the credit. The family that had the medical emergency with the child. So not always a first time home buyer, but it could be.
Yeah. Yep. Damn.
I love it. Sorry, I was looking for my mute button.
No worries.
Okay, and then Lacey asked a follow up, which is targeting areas question mark, and she also says thank you. That's awesome.
Yay. Awesome.
Bam.
Josh asks one question, but I want to make sure maybe I wasn't clear. Lacey asked, what areas are you targeting?
We love New York. We are upstate New York fans. We also love Florida. But if it's cash flowing and it's a great deal, I mean, we're definitely open to other markets, but it really comes down to it's gotta make sense dollar wise, right?
Yeah, we held properties in 3 different states as of now. But however, well, I'm always looking to add more. So if I find the right deal in Ohio and it's something like this, I'm buying it, right? If I find the right deal in Texas,
Pennsylvania.
doesn't matter, I'm buying it. I really love the fact of like, where do we find great deals? I mean, I like to stay in some concentrated areas because I have some resources there. But I mean, when we started buying outside of our area, at first it was a little scary. When I live in Rochester, New York, and the first deal we did out of our area was an hour away. It was in Buffalo, New York. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's really far. And then I found one in Albany, New York, like 3.5 hours from us. I'm like, oh my gosh. And we started doing these deals virtually. And then we realized I got a deal in Pennsylvania. I'm like, now I'm not even in the same state anymore. But I was finding when I find a great deal and it totally makes sense, I'm open to looking other areas. And then we did a deal in North Pole, Alaska, and that's when the really things started happening. And then I started finding deals in Florida, and that's when things started to expand. So we've done deals, not probably like half the country, but holding properties. I'm just looking for a win-win deal, and this is that case.
Yeah, I love it. Okay. if you have time, two more questions. Then we're gonna take a break for sure after these two questions. We have a lot coming up still. I mean, this has already been so full. I'm curious, let me know in the chat. Do you guys feel like this has been super valuable so far? Like, are you getting insights? Are you seeing how these strategies are at play? How they're doing this? Let me know. Go ahead and finish the sentence. Write down this training is, and then what is it in your perspective? So the two questions, while people are writing that down, is a question from Josh. Not sure if you already answered this one yet. If you're close on your numbers because you bought the home at full price, how do you handle your deals if slash when rents drop?
So how do I handle that? I'll tell you, I got the same renter in there. All right, I'm not changing renters where one person's in there and then they move out and then somebody else is moving in. So when I'm having long-term renters, if I anything, I'd keep the rent the same, but I don't have to discount. I've never had to do that before. I guess my other scenario is if it did have that situation happen, this is also why I like a large non-refundable option deposit. Because I'll be quite honest with you guys, there are some sellers that are reaching out to us right now. I even shared on my Facebook the other day,
Yeah.
who maybe they finance and they have a higher rate. And that property, their mortgage payment is higher than it rents for. I'm finding that right now. And that's where I think I'm finding so many people who are willing to just, hey, take my house. I have a lady who's got 11,000 square foot house in Sarasota, Florida. And she is totally open to somebody taking over her payments. She doesn't even need money. Her problem is her monthly payment is $34,000 a month, and she can't afford it anymore. Challenge is she owes the bank $3.5 million at 9% interest. Her $34,000 payment is tremendously higher than what that property would even rent for. And we're finding that right now, right? So for me, I'm running into some properties where maybe it is a little bit tight. I'm being mindful of the deals that I'm doing. I am cherry picking. So that's why I talk about with our blue ad method that we talk about, we have no shortage of incoming leads. And this is the goal of being a real estate investor is you got to be picky. You're going to find a lot of deals that just don't make sense. They scratch your
And
head.
it's so hard, especially as a new investor. You get yes to terms, but then you look and it's like, this isn't a deal, but it's better to not do a deal than to do a bad deal.
Absolutely. Some of the best deals that we did were deals that we didn't do, right? The deals that we passed on.
So be patient.
Yeah, so I guess this is my words of wisdom. If rents do go down, they don't tremendously go down. And if anything, right now, the way the market is, in many markets, it's less expensive to rent than it is to own. So if anything, that should keep rents pretty strong, right? There's more people looking to rent than there are to buy. So if that's the case and that's happening, for me, I really want to buy deals at cash flow. So if a seller tells me they have a 2 and 3% interest rate, you got my attention and oh, I am standing up straight. I make sure my shirt is on good. Like, let's go talk about this deal because I'm interested. When they tell me they have a 9% rate and they owe $3.5 million, I will tell you, I tend to feel bad for them, and I do, but those are some really tough situations.
This is the hard part. You can't help everybody, but help those you can.
That is correct.
So good. Okay, last question before our break is from Michelle, and she says, "Do you only buy newer homes without looking at them physically? It was a good thing we went in person because it turned out to be a much bigger job. They're costing more in repair, and I'm assuming this is for her property that she's working on."
So, a couple things to answer that. Do you want to?
No, go ahead.
We don't always buy the newer houses. We're from upstate New York where a lot of the houses aren't new. Some of them are 50, 60, 70 years old. So the good thing about it is technology is so awesome that I don't have to do the walkthrough, but I could hire somebody to do a walkthrough for me. I could hire a contractor or an inspector or both, right? And the challenge with that is they're probably going to see a bunch of stuff that I wouldn't have noticed anyways. So if I'm not too close to the house, which sometimes they're states away, sometimes they're hours away, sometimes they're right in my own place and I don't still want to go to it, I could send somebody over and start working on some quotes for me, right? Especially if I have a contractor in the area that I know, like, and trust, they're going to do the walkthrough for me and say, hey, it's going to take about 30,000 or give me a quote on what it's going to cost. So what I've learned now, it's never been easier. If you have a phone, which we all do now, it's never been easier to connect with other humans in the entire history of humans than it is today right now.
That's what we do. We teach step by step. We had one up in New York again where we need to get some boots on the ground. You get a contractor over, get some photos. They just share them digitally, and now you see what you're working with. Because sometimes the sellers are older or they can't get the right photos. So it's so simple these days. Sometimes we get in our heads and complicate it. But yeah, you definitely want to get photos, get videos, and see what you're buying, especially if you're a new investor. But you do not have to go to the property.
Yeah.
Yeah, so good. Okay, so we're going to take a break, but before we do, I want to know in the chat, would it be helpful if we gave you like the actual scripts, like the opening script of how you talk to a seller, the closing script of how you actually move the terms and deals forward? How do you identify if this is a motivated, eager to like do a deal with you lead? Let me know, because if not, we'll just keep those to ourselves. But if you do want them, we do have links that I'm going to be dropping after this break. So you can literally just download it, read it word for word. And I know we've had students who literally they literally do that. Like, okay, Jen and Joe, you told me just to do this thing. I'm going to do it. I don't know. I'm kind of nervous. And then they do it, and then it like actually works. It's like the system has been designed to work. So I'm seeing a ton of yeses in the chat from Lawrence, Michelle, Tim's, David, Ermagine, Michael, Maya. Awesome. We have a ton of resources for you. We're going to give to you after this break. We're going to get to every question that has been asked, every single one. Jen and Joe, you guys have been phenomenal. And I just want to say, people are saying this training is incredibly informative. David says, I'm especially glad it's live so I can get my questions answered. Michelle says, this training is fab. Donnie says, thank you for being real. I appreciate you both. Dee Dee says, this training is great. I got it laid out very, very well. And Angela says, this training is so informative and enlightening, buying property with creative financing and understanding rent to own. So thank you guys so much. Go ahead, stick around. I'm going to go ahead and play a video. Now, this is a video of Jen and Joe. Why don't you line up what is the conversation in this video before we take a break?
Big love on this video you're about to play. So what we love to do is host some meetups locally. We had one in St. Pete not long ago where we had some clients coming into town, and then anyone that could make it, we gather everybody together. And I thought, how fun would it be to just get an impromptu podcast of sorts? So it's kind of like a roundtable discussion of like their experiences, what's going on, and everybody had like a different problem, right? Because business, that's what we do, solve people's problems. And so we kind of go around the room, they share what they're working on and how we're all able to help each other out. So you're going to see Carlos, you're going to see Carol, you're going to see Alyssa and Ryan. Oh, it's just fantastic.
Yeah, and you answer like, how do you deal with the thousands of leads that come in? Because you guys get like loads of leads. How do you qualify them? So if you're interested in that, you can stick around. We have a 20-minute break, and the Zoom will stay on. So let me go ahead and share this screen. And go ahead and take a break. Step out if you need to. We'll be back in about 20 minutes.
See you soon. All right, welcome back for another episode of the Creative Finance Playbook podcast. Doing a little something different. We've got all of our friends here in our community that have joined us for the St. Pete Meetup Day, and so just wanted to record a little something, kind of share some stories. We've got Carlos from Cape Coral, Lexi, our acquisitionist. We've got Ryan and Alyssa from New York, and Carol, who is also from Florida. So we're just going to go around and chat a little bit about what's going on, the deals that we're seeing, and anything that's kind of like top of mind today.
I think
and my husband Joe.
Hi, everybody. I think deal flow, right? We got leads. We're talking about lead generation. So Carlos and I were going over a few things, actually kind of bragging about how you two are getting a lot of leads for free organically without having to spend huge checks, because I think Carlos and I were chatting about how do we crank up our lead machines? How do I crank up the lead machines while Carlos is busy, because you drive a lot with your job. You know, Cape Coral, driving to Miami, that's like a lot of driving you're doing, right? So how do we generate more leads that generates more lead flow? And I think that's one of our big topics we've been having today. I keep on picking your brains, as you two are doing really well with just generating leads for free, incoming leads. And so this is kind of why I'm happy we're out here, because I want to kind of touch base. I know we were just doing it a minute ago, but like your secret success and your KPIs, like, how many posts are you doing a day?
5 posts a day.
So we're doing 5 posts a day. That's in 5 different Facebook groups. And these are like, what kind of Facebook groups are you guys doing?
Garage sale, community, town groups.
So garage sale groups, community groups, yard sale groups. Are you in real estate investing groups posting too? Or is it just like the local, where all the locals are generally?
Sometimes in Airbnb groups, but honestly just local ones.
Okay, so if you're listening, we're posting it into just local regular groups, not investor groups, not real estate groups. These are just like your local garage sale groups, right? So you're posting 5 of those a day, 5 days a week. So at the end of the week, you're posting in 25 groups. That probably gets you a lot of incoming traffic, but how much of that incoming traffic are actually leads? How many would you say a week?
Really 10 to 15 good ones.
Okay, so at the end of the month, you're posting into 25 a week, 4 weeks, 100 groups, get you between 10 and 15. So you're probably getting between 40 to 60 solid leads a month.
About 50 closing calls a month, yeah.
So if you're listening, that's 50 leads a month for free. These are incoming leads, right?
Yep, all about.
So, and that's turning into, how many deals would you say on average are you doing a month?
I mean, it's March 13th, we're 505 that will close.
Okay, which is pretty strong from not having to spend any money. So when these leads come in, who's calling them?
Fine.
Okay. Same thing for us. When our leads come in, Lexi's the one calling them. So it's really finding out that same system. So this is what we were talking about earlier, was how do we get more leads? Because you've done great finance deals. You've got a bunch of them, actually, just really nice properties in Cape Coral. But what we want to do for Carlos, you're working too much, is how do we turn up your lead machine? So these are some of the things that we're chatting about today during lunch. How can we do that in same thing for Carol's business? Because you don't have a lead problem. You actually have the opposite.
We have so many. And yet we're doing the Facebook ads and getting leads. And Carlos and I were talking about, I want to put the leads in Spanish. We're joining a lot of Spanish groups because there's thousands of leads in over. And I want to translate all those blue messages into Spanish.
Yeah. Well, and this is what blew my mind. We were in Carol, your system earlier, and you got like 54,000.
We have so many.
My jaw hit the ground. I was like, oh my gosh. So lead flow for you is not a problem. Having a second language like Spanish, because I do get a lot of leads in Florida where the folks speak Spanish and Lexi doesn't speak Spanish. I don't speak Spanish. I'm teaching my 10-year-old, but he's not there yet.
No, he's trying to learn. So
Carlos can speak Spanish and he can speak rent to own.
Right.
Right.
Which is not easy.
That's got to be extra.
No, we're just discussing that, we have in the community. I have some people that reach out to me whenever they have a lead in Spanish. And then it's like, basically you run the first part of the script, we understand where they are. And then we just serve the plate, the second step. So.
Because I'm trying to look at my leads because I have so many. I can't handle all of them. And some of them don't warrant the focus of my time. The Spanish speaking ones. So how do I monetize every one of those leads to say every Spanish one who comes in, and my AI will speak to them in Spanish. So I know that they only speak Spanish because they'll tell me that. How do I put those in a group to JVs, work with Carlos, and let's partner on those together? I get land leads from expired listings. How do I do tag them and send that to another JV partner and say, how do I monetize and yet keep my focus on my bread and butter, cash, and creative deals that I know? Because we can't be good at everything. We try, right? We try, but
I think it makes sense. You're working on what you're doing a great job of building your village around you, because you can't do it on your own. So finding somebody who does land deals. So when you get that land lead, hey, listen, I think I've got something that looks great. When I have that person that doesn't speak English, they only speak Spanish, like to have somebody like Carlos help. Like, hey, you're an investor, we're different investors, but like, here's something where we can work together on.
Yep.
And maybe we can help out the seller.
Help the seller. Yep.
And, get the good deal for you guys too. So I think that's an important thing of community and having a village around you, because you can't do it all on your own. And the right people in your corner makes all of the difference. Having that right agent, the right title company or attorney, right? Having some other resources. And I know for me, there's a lot of times where Lexi, she put up 7 deals last month in February, which is a great month, but she couldn't have done that all on her own. Like, we have Camille, our assistant, and she's wonderful. And we work a lot with
to make sure she helps Lexi. And I'm trying to help Lexi. We have Iris in our team that helps. So it's not just Lexi on some island by herself, because as great as she is, I don't know if production would be as high if she had to do it all on her own. So having that village around you is super important. Obviously, lead flow is huge. You're already having that solved, right? So what am I doing with all these leads? Like, we got to clear some of that up. And we kind of talked a little bit about
Yeah, because there's so many. Where's the gold?
Yeah.
You know, it might be in the middle of that pile. Yeah. That's where I need to put my focus.
Yeah.
You know, knowing which leads are the most motivations, ones I should be spending my time at. And Lexi and I were talking about, how do I automate? You know, I'm getting the leads from Facebook, like you guys are, but we're manually putting them in a Google Sheet. And then when we have all the data, then who they are and their address, then we move it into our CRM manually. So we all need to be looking at what's our workflow and how do we automate as much as we can so we can be focusing on talking to sellers.
The motivated sellers.
Yep.
Well, and I think that's the big key you touched on, because in your CRM of 54,000 people, one thing we did, shout out to Abby right here, she helped me out. But what we did is we started sorting out some of these sellers in our CRM and found out who are the people by us messaging them who still has a house for sale. Because out of the thousands, we had 20,000 people in my CRM. Come to find out, a whole bunch of them already sold a house, right? Well, let's get rid of them. They don't have another house for sale, so we always ask them that. And sometimes that turns into another deal. So if that house is sold, always ask, do you have another one you want to sell? If they say no, we get them out. No reason taking all that space in our CRM, because it's just follow up. We removed almost 7,000 of our 20,000. Now, out of those 7,000, some of those people still had a house for sale. Then I also look at the level of motivation. Some of them are still completely unmotivated. Like, why are you bothering me? Yes, I want to sell my house, but I'm never going to sell it. And only if I get way too much for it, and then I'm still not consider selling it. Well, then why are we talking? You're not a motivated seller. So this has been some of the things you and I have been working on heavily, is how to have you
quickly look and be able to determine, should I be talking to this lead or are they just wasting my time? And that you get mostly from the first 10 questions you ask them through messaging. So we had someone in there today that came through. They were a follow-up lead, and we said, is your home still available? They said, yeah, but I want to sell it for 20 more years. See ya. We voted them right out, because what's the need of talking now? There's not.
I mean, that's a lot of follow-up for 20 years. Just to get a maid
That's
out.
a lot.
Right? Or I think of the one today that I got out of our system, where the guy has a house. I still don't know if I'm going to sell it. We've been following up for 4 years. I still don't know if I'm going to sell. I would only consider selling if I got way above my price. And then I'm still not sure. I'm in no hurry. And I'm like, bye. Yeah. Right? Like, because here's the thing. Like, if you want to sell and that's what you want to do, you should try listing it with an agent. You should try that first. And I always recommend trying to do that. But there's sometimes where people don't want to. Right? But if you want retail and you want all cash and maybe you're difficult to deal with, the best thing is to have an agent work for you so the seller, so your buyers don't have to. But then we get a lot of those folks, like we talk about, where they don't want to put it on the market. They want to sell it off market. Sometimes it's because it needs a lot of work and they're kind of embarrassed about the condition. Sometimes these are beautiful houses that don't need any work. They still don't want to list it with an agent for whatever their levels of motivation are. So fixer-uppers or beautiful houses is all the same thing. So working with motivated sellers is really the key, and how to find them. So you mentioned we asked a couple questions through Messenger. Tell me about your property. Why are you consider selling it? How soon do you want to sell? Usually off those first 3 or 4 questions, does it need any work, or a family of young kids can move into it? So if they're like, yes, it does need a lot of work, and I need to sell it because of this reason, that's going to help you determine to pick up the phone. I think that's what Alyssa was talking about. She's going through the leads. She's kind of weeding some of those out. So when Ryan's done working, she can say, okay, I've got a couple leads for you, but because she's already done some of the legwork for Ryan, that makes Ryan just focus on one thing now.
Yeah.
Closing calls. Same thing with Carlos. Yep. You're driving 2 hours one way. So if you're going to be in your car for 2 hours, at least know you've got some time to maybe make a phone call. Do it over your Bluetooth so you're safe driving and calling. But this gives you the opportunity to maybe make a call or two in your commute time. So it's just making sure if you're going to spend an hour doing this, because I'll maybe only have 20 minutes today, maybe only have an hour today. So if I'm going to do this for 20 minutes or a half hour or an hour,
I'm making sure I'm generating leads and talking to the most motivated sellers who have a real estate issue, right? If you could just focus on doing those small things consistently, like what Ryan mentioned earlier, that's the key, consistently, stuff starts happening. And if you could get 10, 15 incoming leads a week for free without having to spend any money doing it, well then now what's stopping you? And it's just finding that little bit of time and consistency. So that was really the big point of why we're happy to be on here. And so we've been power networking today. We've been making some calls today. We've got some deals that we're trying to put together.
And I think it's really great too, because everybody's at a different space in their business, us included, but like we all have like that next level problem. And it's just trying to figure out like how to do it. So for Carlos, it's going to be, is it a virtual assistant? Is it somebody that you can hire part-time to just start generating those leads, writing that opening script, book you the closing calls? And with the Alyssa and Ryan, like they're at that level, like, hey, I think we really need to invest in a CRM because we've got a lot of leads piling up. And then we've got Carol who has so many leads. So now what is she going to do to maximize those? So I think that's really great to see all angles of this, because there's always a growing pain, a growing process. And it's again, like enjoying the journey. As frustrating as it can be sometimes, just knowing like keep moving forward, getting around the right people and just taking those extra chances here.
And those are the good problems.
Yeah.
Well, I think this is the key right here is networking. Like we talked about, getting your village around you, getting around other people who are doing this, finding out what's like, holy cow, like I thought we had a lot of leads and Carol opened up her laptop today. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, to like slow down. Like, let me show you.
Every one lead we have, she's got like 5 of them. So it's like, there's a lot of things to see what's going on. It's exciting to be around other people doing this, hearing what's winning, different parts and pockets of the country, because we're now in different parts of the country doing this, and it's just really neat to see. And it happens, it works everywhere.
Okay.
Any final pieces of advice for anybody or thoughts on the screen?
The networking is critical.
And then
Be around the right people, always be growing your network, agents, investors. It's not competition out there. Work together.
Yep.
I mean, on my side is, I have a very limited time. So I just write everything 12 hours, 13 hours. So it reps becomes like habits, I can focus on that. And then, kind of my, if you focus on habits and be, disciplined on that, you can go and execute, all the goals you have.
That's true. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, I just think consistency is key. I think your village is so important. I mean, we're here all day long doing this, which I love to do. Tonight we're going to a meetup. We're going to be speaking at a panel tonight, and there's some really great people we're getting to meet, which I'm super excited for. So I don't know, I just love getting the community, and some of my greatest friends are real estate investors now because I've got to meet because of this business. And I think it does bring in a wonderful crowd of people, and it gives a common interest. And the neat thing about it is there's more people out there who need our help than there are people like us looking for them. So there's a lot out there. And so the deals are awesome, the checks are cool, the properties is great. But when you're actually talking to the sellers and you're listening to their stories, sometimes it's really cool, sometimes it's really sad. But the neat thing is like how we're able to help them. We're talk to a guy today, he heard his parents' home, he's living in it. It's a mess, right? He doesn't want to be there anymore, but I think there's some like sentimental things going on there. I've got another guy in Florida, he wants to sell his house. I don't know if you saw this one, but like such a sad story. He's like, I want to sell the house. I built it for her. I don't know for her, it is maybe his ex-wife, and then she left and broke my heart, and now I want to sell it, right? And so he's in a jam because this guy's built this house for his loved one. She's now left him. He's all heartbroken. He's stressed over it. So when you see this stuff, like people are going through some things, right? And if we can be nice and kind and thoughtful and treat them like I would want somebody to treat my grandmother, right? We treat them with respect. So we're trying to actually help them and not just score some monster deal, but actually try to help them. And yeah, we're not a nonprofit, so we need to make some money, but never going to get rich off one deal. Just really put your heart out there first and help people. I think
absolutely, yeah. Because wealth is built over time, and one person at a time, just figuring out how we can help them.
Yeah, the saying don't get rich overnight.
Not an overnight success.
Well, 20-something years in the making, yeah, success. But
as you can see here, everyone shows up every single day pouring in.
Hey guys, it's Lexi. I'm super excited because we're just a few short minutes away. Now, when I first started off in real estate, just to be upfront, I had absolutely zero real estate experience. I was fresh from school and I was looking for a full-time position. I didn't know exactly what I wanted that to be, but real estate kind of fell in my back pocket, and I started learning from Jen and Joe and learning how they generate leads, how they talk to sellers. And then once you're talking to those sellers, how to analyze a deal so you know if it's one you want to get on paper and close on. And so with that, in just a few short months, I was able to go all the way from part-time babysitter fresh out of school to full-time real estate investor. Now, with an opportunity like that, I've been able to free up so much time. I'm outside on this beautiful day right now, and there's just so many more doors that are open for me now. So I'm so excited to see you all in there. Grab a pen and some paper and get ready to learn.
And before we go live, I just want to take a moment and say something really important. Not long ago, I was just a mom trying to figure it out. I didn't grow up in real estate, I didn't have a background in finance, and honestly, I didn't think that this kind of thing was possible for someone like me. But here I am, and not because I had it all figured out, it's because I took messy, massive action. I learned from my mistakes and I kept going. I gave myself permission to believe, what if this works? And now we're about to spend the next few hours showing you exactly how you can do it too. No banks, no credit checks, no begging brokers, just creative strategies, real tools, and the exact playbook that we use to build our business. So if you've ever doubted yourself, I want you to hear this, that you're in the right place, that you're gonna be able to walk with us, and we're gonna be with you every step of the way.
I'm at a car dealership right now getting my car serviced, and I'm looking around thinking back to where I worked in one of these for 20 years, and I used to have to clock in and out of one of these every single day for 20 years. And what I realized was that wasn't going to build me wealth, and what was going to build wealth was going to be real estate investing. So I had a mind shift change that got me out of the dealership. And that's all because of taking that first little step, the uncomfortable step, the steps where everybody thought I was crazy. You make good money, you got a good job, why are you doing this? Well, those steps paid off. If you're sitting there at your job and you're thinking to yourself right now, like, man, I wish I had time to go spend 3-4 weeks on a vacation, or I want to be able to go fishing today, or go to the beach, or spend time with my wife or kids, or whatever that looks like for you. Maybe it's going camping. For me, it was traveling. For me, it was spending time with my wife and kids because I never saw them when I worked here all the time. They'd have to come up and eat dinner in the back room at the dealership because I was getting home by the time they were in bed. So if you are in that similar situation, you don't have to be trapped. You don't have to feel stuck. You just got to figure out what is the right step for you. So we're about to get started. So grab your pen and paper and we'll see you in a few moments.
All right, come on back. If you can hear my voice, come on back. This is the official chime. We should have like a chime that says ding, 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 come back. Was that incredible or what? I think what's really great about watching other people get coached is you get the insights, you get the perspective, you get, oh, their question's getting answered, or I didn't even think to ask that question, but that's such a great question, and you just get so much insight, you're able to take more action. And so if you are here, let us know in the chat, say, I'm here, I'm back. If you're not here, I guess you can't let us know in the chat that you're not here. Who's not here? Raise your hand. But I see Angela's here. I love it. So good. Sorry, I had an apple right before and I got like a little thing stuck in my teeth. All right.
Well, we're back, Sean.
We're back.
I love it. I see y'all.
Special.
So good.
We got
Eugene
Chris
says
here. Hi, Maya. So many great people.
yeah, so good. Eugene says great video. I love it. And Lexi's story is just so inspirational. You guys hired her as like the babysitter, and now she's like a full-time investor in real estate, like using creative finance.
Well, Jen found her on care.com.
The kids are mad at us still to this day because she's still the favorite babysitter that now can't really watch the kids.
But
When we met Lexi, she just moved to Florida. She was, 23 years old, and she had no real estate experience at all.
Yeah.
And when we talked to her about it, and you could just see, she's like, "Hey, I'm willing to learn." And now what she's able to do is not only do deals for us and help us do a lot of deals, but she also helps our community too.
Yeah, in a half hour, she's running a support call that we do on Fridays. So she's so inspirational. Her attitude's great, and she's just so relatable. And I think that that's why people just love coming to her with questions and getting some help on their deals and all of that.
And I don't think she even understands like what a great job that she does, although we tell her, but she's 25 years old and she's done more deals than your average person buys and sells real estate in their whole life. And at 25 with no experience, now she's been doing it a few years with us. I mean, she's really just crushing it so much. And now she's helping other people with the same kind of steps that she needed some help with in the beginning too. So the fact that she's able to do that and have us do all of these deals and truly help us, this has been great.
Yeah. And I think what's so important is recognizing, sure, the money is phenomenal, but what I'm hearing is like, if I can go back to my 20-year-old self, 25-year-old self and say, do these things, how much would we do that? And now we get to do that with like our kids and the people that we're bringing up. I mean, your kids are involved in some of your processes now. I mean, they're the ones reaching out to seller leads, I think, and doing some follow-up, which has been like so incredible. So imagine for everybody who's a parent here, let me know if you're a parent in the chat, being able to learn this stuff and then not just learn it for yourself, but give it to those who have come after you, which is so incredible, leaving that legacy. And so I have several people who are here, which is really great. David says 6-year-old girl dad, hashtag girl dads rock. I love it. I'm a girl dad, 2.5 years old. It's so fun. I see Robert's here. Angela's here, Lawrence, Michelle, Ermagine, Eugene, Jenna, Maya, Chris, Joel, Jose, Lacey, who puts Lexi with like 6 stars. So awesome. So good. Okay, cool. So we have so much that we're going to be giving away today and sharing. Jen and Joe, why don't you take it away?
Yeah, guys, we're super excited. So we shared what we've personally been able to do over the last however many years here. And next, we're really going to showcase some of the client wins, some of the people in our community who are doing these types of deals just in their own backyards or maybe from afar. We've got some really cool case studies and just showing you how possible it is that it could be an everyday mama, dad, another homeschool parent, or even somebody who lives up in Canada and they're able to do deals from afar. And just how when you have the right coaching, you have the right systems, you have the network in literally your phone or your laptop, wherever you're watching, you can tune in and literally moments away, you're able to get some help.
And, I kind of want to dial back to how that very first started, because when I was learning real estate, when I was learning creative finance, especially, there was no like other people to kind of turn to. There wasn't other people really talking about it, especially back in 2016.
I felt so alone.
So alone. And so when I started learning these strategies and we were doing this back in 2020, when we went full time, we had so many of our fellow friends that were investors seeing Joe and Jen go from doing one deal every couple of years to now bringing on some interns, some help, and now doing a deal every month, and then doing 2 deals in a month. And then there were some months where we hit 5, even 10 deals in a month. And so what happened was a lot of our friends were asking us, like, can we help them? And I told Jen in the beginning, I'm like, I don't know how we're going to, because we're doing all of these deals. We've got deals flying, coming and going. Like, how are we going to do this? But we had enough of them. They just kept on. I think of Jess and Diego, I think of Mike and Jay, Grace. How many of our clients are like, hey, listen, I got to know.
I know you're busy doing your deals, but can you please share with us what you're doing? And I think there's just a huge part of me, obviously a former teacher, love helping people. So it's like a different level. Like we love helping the sellers. We love helping rent to own buyers. But then now when you're helping other people help their family, like Sean just mentioned, that legacy factor, because we're just everyday normal people with kids and responsibilities and jobs. And like, how do you still make it happen? Well, we're going to show you.
Yeah.
So I'm going to pull up real quick. I know we left off with our property there, but this is our one of our community members, Steven, and he, guys, rock star of a person, just totally all in it to win it, and just a go-giver at heart. And he is the one I mentioned. He lives in Vancouver, Canada. So talk about don't let any excuses stop you, because he loves to do some real estate investing here in the United States.
And even take it a step further, he's even doing some developments in Mexico.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
So here, this is Steven, wonderful guy. We reached out. We actually connected because he was working on some real estate stuff, and we became friends. And he's like, "Hey, I see that you're teaching other people to do this. I need some help." And when after chatting, just what a great person.
Yeah, you guys hopped on a phone call and you were able to just kind of diagnose and see exactly what steps he needed, and you had the clarity for him.
Yeah. And that's really what it boiled down to. An action taker. Remember, we went back on our notes, the very top part, we talk about action taker. Here's a prime example of that, because Steven really just needed to know the strategy, right? He needed to know, how are we doing it, but how can he do it too, right? And so some of these things were just the same step by step. So guys, if you haven't listened to our podcast, there's the thumbnail from it, but you got to go check out the podcast where we interviewed Steven, talking about the deals that he's doing, the development that he's got going on, and how he's doing it virtually from Vancouver, Canada, while he's investing in 2 other countries, the US and Mexico, and how he's able to do it without using banks, without using credit, because that's not how that stuff works, especially where he's from.
What was his hang up? What was it that made him say yes to coaching and to really want to jump in?
Well, he saw he's tried other jobs and other businesses, but he really was drawn to real estate. And he really realized that he's a young man, and that if he starts getting into real estate now, he's got a young daughter, girl dad, and he realized that this is what he wants to do to build long-term wealth.
Yeah.
And that was where his real big apple in his eye was. He wants to be able to build something bigger than him, right? Bigger than him, because he's got a wife and he's got a daughter. And when we're working in that kind of frame, like, we're just trying to figure this out. So I think he tried a few other programs and didn't get success. And I think that was really the hang up too. But he knew other people that were already in our coaching program who were really successful. And so now when they're talking, and Jen and Joe really helped me, and he got wind of that, and we became friends, and we started chatting, and it was like no brainer. And since he's joined us, Steven's been able to do some really amazing things.
Yeah. And so one of my favorite stories he tells on this podcast, so I hope that you can take a listen to it a little bit later, but he was able to help a seller here in Florida find her new house in Texas. He was even able to work out with some agents, which can be extremely tricky. And he was able to get them paid, acquire the property creatively down here in Florida, and still get paid to buy this house. And so the way that he was able to structure this deal would never have happened if he hadn't hopped on a phone call with you. So if you are listening and you're like, man, I need a quick phone call with Joe to see if this might be a good fit for me, guys, let's make that happen below there. I know Sean's there to help us out here. So if there's anybody in the audience who's just like, man, I'm Steven. I'm the guy who's like tried this or tried that, but like or maybe your gal, and you just need those next steps, we're here to help.
And I gotta say, and I'm a little bit older, but for him to be as young as a man as he is, and to be as successful as he is already, like, wow, it's really inspiring to see. But it's also too, it's just proof that with the right strategies, you could really grow. And since that one deal, he's been able to do many deals. We got on our support call just the other day on Monday, and he's like, I'm writing up another deal today.
Yeah.
And it's really exciting to see, because what he's been able to build and grow, and this is what he does now full time. And that was where his big thing is, I want to do this full time. I want to be a successful real estate investor. And he understood he needed to grasp these strategies. How can we pay full price? How can we pay full price for a house, make it a great win for the seller, but also make it a great win for us, and then make the whole transaction way easier? And especially when you're in Canada and you're trying to buy in the US, it is very hard for them to get loans and mortgages and all those other things. So when he found this method, my guy his head exploded, and he's like, you just got to show me how to do it.
Yep. So having that determination, not using time zones as an excuse, because he loves the Florida market or the East Coast, extremely. So just really making sure, like, guys, look at what your priorities are, and then just take those next steps to figure out what exactly it is that you're missing that you might need some help with.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to go to the next one. Is I can't say favorite. I love everybody, but man, this girl, she's a rock star too. She has just grown before our eyes. She was one of our first mentees that we ever took on. Again, like Joe mentioned, we were super busy. We're like, organically, she's like, you know what? I just don't want to be an engineer forever. I just got my degree. I'm working full time. I don't want to go back to California where my job wants to send me. Could this be my ticket out? And if there's anybody that literally is the blueprint to success, it's because every class she came to, any time that she was working on something, she came with questions, her notebook, and literally just went and did the next step. And she says so for herself. And she's been on our podcast a few times. This is her most recent one, From Minivan to Millions. And it's not just clickbait. This girl literally drove a minivan forever and it's now made millions because of real estate.
Well, and if you think back, this is Grace. Many of you have seen her before. And if you're thinking where, well, Grace, when we very first met her, she still had her job, the job. She wanted to leave her job. And she bought her first rental before we met. But when we were doing our first coaching calls with Grace, she was there at the property painting and doing the work, and she was sweaty and all these things were happening.
She was swinging the hammer.
She was swinging the hammer, and that was her first property. It wasn't even rented yet. But when we found out from Grace, like, what is your big why? And she's like, her job is going to transfer her to California. She doesn't want to do it. She doesn't want to move. She's an engineer, but that's not what she want to do the rest of her life. I got to tell you guys, if you look up Grace, she is one of the most wonderful, amazing people you'll ever meet, because the way she's living her life and the way she discovered this at such a young age is phenomenal. Since then, she's able to grow her portfolio tremendously. She was interviewed on Bigger Pockets long before we were, actually, because we helped her business grow. And then last summer, her and her partner wrote a book with Bigger Pockets, Self-Managing Your Rentals. So Grace has then obviously became a superstar, but the one thing that she's really done that's been great is she also built the Wire community, which is women in real estate. So from Grace, when we met starting off just 4 years ago, to which she's been able to accomplish, yes, the strategies work, but once again, top of your notes, she took action. And these are the things that we're going to see the common theme here of once you understand the right strategy and then you start taking action. And when I met Grace, I said, Grace, why would you even want to sign up for our coaching program? She says, I want to quit my job. I want to do this full time. And I need to know how to buy real estate without using banks or my credit or without having a W-2 job, because I'm going to leave it soon. Since then, she's been able to build a heck of a portfolio. She's now doing development, which has been her lifelong goal, and she's doing it. She talks about it on this podcast. Y'all need to check it out.
Yeah, and she hated Facebook. Didn't even want to use it, didn't want to post on it, but didn't want to not listen to her coaches who she paid some money to. And she said, I'm here, I paid you, I'm going to do what you say to do. And honestly, coachable and teachable is what helps along with that action taking that we talked about. So she starts posting on Facebook and deals literally flooded her inbox, from plumbers to other construction workers to her tenants that she was telling, like, hey, if you know anyone looking to sell, I'm looking to buy, I'll pay you a referral fee. And she's never paid a dime in marketing ever. And she's been able to grow her portfolio. So sometimes, we got to do things we don't think we want to do or don't feel like doing. But wow, what a prime example of, like, look what happens when you do exactly as you're taught and the sky opens up.
Well, the thing is, what she did really well, and this is because of you. I can't take any credit to this, because you're right. Grace did not want to post on Facebook, but when Jen implemented and explained to Grace that our blue ad strategy and how you can generate off-market leads for free by social media without spending any money on marketing, she's been able to grow that portfolio, guys. So my question is, once again, is the value of learning how to do one deal, or is the true value in learning the system on how to do many deals without spending thousands every month on social media ads and posts and blue this and all, or just make it super simple? Make it super simple and then go to the top of your notes, take action, right? So these were some of these steps that Grace did, and she hasn't had a job in years. She travels all over the world and gets to do what she loves. So if you're sitting there and you're at work right now and you see somebody who's in their 20s doing all of this, and we're scratching our head being a little bit older than her saying, well, why not me? Well, that's a darn good question, right? That is a really great question, because anything that I can do, Grace can do, any one of us could do, you can do too with the right strategies, but also taking those action steps. And that's where I give Grace a ton of credit, because she was very coachable. She asked the questions, she did it, even got out of her comfort zone. But this is the reason why she's so successful. So guys, This one is great podcast. You could go back on our social media, go back on our YouTube channel, go back on our podcast, and you're going to see lots of different interviews with Grace. You're going to see her grow right in front of your eyes. So she's just another claim to fame because she's got just an amazing story, an amazing young lady, and it's exciting to watch her continue to grow.
And she just says like it's a tool that really helped her grow. And if you look at it that way, but you just get really great at learning it, implementing it, and using it, then you can continue to become what you might not even know yet. She had no idea she would start the Women Investing in Real Estate group with Amelia, and I'm so grateful they did.
And I know you have more that you're going to
Yeah.
share. I did want to congratulate everybody who has booked a call already and claimed some time with you, Joe. I know 30 minutes with you is incredibly valuable. And so if you have not yet done that, go ahead and click on the link. I just shared it in the chat again. Click that link. It takes like 30 seconds. So you're like literally 30 seconds away from being able to say, all right, I'm doing this. And I want to kind of share with everybody, this is kind of your energetic commitment to everything that you said yes to today. Like this is the the path. This is the journey. This is the playbook that I want to follow. And by booking this call, it's kind of my energetic commitment to say, okay, yes, I'm going to take action on this and not let these just be nice little brain nuggets that turn into things you kind of remember but don't really. If you want to implement, go ahead and click on the link. I just put it in the chat.
Yeah, I kind of want to get into like just for a second, Sean, and I apologize if I'm getting out of order, but like when you get on that, like the things that we focus on, and these are the important things, and you could correct me if I'm out of line, but the first thing that I always look at when we're working with somebody is like deal flow, because we teach you how to find like the best off-market deals without spending money. And with the blue ad method, like this is how we're able to help our clients everywhere get deals. And it builds a pipeline of deals, not just one deal. But the second part, which everybody tends to need some help with creative deal structure, right? How to structure some of these creative deals where you don't need a ton of cash and you don't need to go to the banks. And we show you how all of these things work with inside your business. But then also too is the ROI, your return on investment, because with using rent to own as one of the strategies, one of our favorite strategies, your return on your money is significantly higher than anything else out there. And some of these are infinite returns. Some of these we're getting paid to buy houses, and it's not just us, it's these guys and girls doing it too. And Grace is some of their stories, Steven's stories, many to come. It's the same thing. So if you're like, hey, what does this look like? And we dive into that. So when you and I chat, if you book a call, you're gonna be talking with me. And when we talk about it, these are the things that we're going to really dive into and focus on. How can we help you just like we've helped all of them? Shout out Grace.
I love it. So good. All right. Congratulations. And Eugene just said, booked a call with Joe. Congratulations. Love it. We have several of you who have already claimed that complimentary creative finance strategy call. Yeah, so good.
Awesome.
Good stuff. All right. Yeah. And then here we have a couple. And Ryan and Abby Witherall, they are out of Pennsylvania. And they became real estate investors. If you listen to their podcast, they've done a couple as well. They had a house, they moved out of it and decided, let's try renting. Abby, quite like myself, was like, you're a little crazy, Ryan, but I love you and I will support you. And Ryan, started sharing his vision and Abby got on board. And what they realized was they too weren't going to be able to scale because of the banks or the large down payments that they require and all of that. And so when they heard us share our story about how you can build your wealth, scale your portfolio without the banks, they were just ready to rock and roll. And since then, they've been able to, keep up with their homeschooling, their full-time jobs. Ryan just started a bookkeeping business, and they are doing all sorts of things real estate.
I mean, they travel,
Mm-hmm.
which is super awesome because like if you follow these two, like they're always doing something amazing. But the big part was they're able to start scaling their portfolio. And that was their big dream, was scaling a portfolio and obviously being business owners. And, sometimes it's a little bit harder going to the bank when you own your own business, right? So if you're trying to scale a portfolio, sometimes that could be a trick. And when you're homeschooling your kids, if you're not working as much, you're not working because you're doing that,
Mm-hmm.
there become some of these roadblocks. So you're like, well, what do I do? how do I get around this? So when we met Ryan and Abby, not only are they both amazing, wonderful, super great people, but once again, top of your notes, they were action takers. They take the action steps, one small step at a time. And since then, they bought a beautiful house. And I don't want to spoil the podcast, so you're all going to listen
There's
to
a
it.
picture right there, that gorgeous sunset. But yeah, it's a beautiful turnkey.
And it's a couple-year-old house in Pennsylvania. They bought that house, no banks, no credit, no huge down payments. They're able to do the rent-to-own method like we talked about. This deal is absolutely amazing, but they've been able to do this many more times. And one of their most recent deals is what we call a smart flip, which is my favorite way to flip houses. I've done the traditional flipping houses, buy cash, renovate it, and then you sell it, right? And you're coming up with all this money, it takes all this time. When we discovered the smart flip method, and what does that mean? They're buying a house without banks, without even using any credit, and with no money down really, besides some closing costs, I think a few $1,000s to an investor. And they're now repairing the house with some small renovations, nothing major, listed it on the market, and now they're selling it. And then rather than paying cash for the house and all these renovations to come up with all this money, they're able to flip a house with a fraction of the money. Now, when they're selling it, their cash on cash return is over 100%. I don't want to spoil the episode. Y'all need to listen to it. But with doing some of these flips, the way that we've been doing it, and I've done the old fashioned flips, but these smart flips are the best ways to do it, where I'm buying with seller financing, no banks, no credit, some closing costs. I might do some little bit work to the house, and then I'm selling it on the market as a retail sale, right? Now I made it beautiful. We put it on the market and we sell it right away. And when I do, what do? I'm paying off the mortgage that's in the seller's name. Maybe the seller had some equity. They get that too. And then I get a chunk of money. And I've done that many times, and we do that virtually. Those are my favorite flips. Why? Because I've been able to flip houses with just a few $1,000s and turn that into much higher returns, guys. So if you could flip a house with $5,000, how many houses can you flip?
Oof.
Right? Rather than having to either raise capital or come up with the money yourself, which is really a challenge. So
And they had their rentals that they were switching over to rent to own. So again, that influx of cash, the non-refundable option, that now they have more cash flow to play with. And they just are a true testament of, again, homeschooling family, multiple jobs happening, business owners. Abby has this gorgeous wooden flower arrangement business that she has. So they just show up daily on all of social media. They share with their heart. The blue ad is their secret sauce that we share with all of you. And again, it was just taking that action, and they are super coachable. Again, coming to class, asking the questions, and then doing exactly those next steps.
And I think that's what the thing is. So like when we talk about our coaching, like it's a community. When you're around not just Joe and Jen, but when you're around Ryan and Abby, and you're around Steven and so many other folks, and you're seeing like what we're talking about, not only is working for Joe and Jen, but it's working for them, and it's them. And you could ask them about their most recent deal. And you have a community of amazing people like this cheering you on, helping you every step of the way. It's not if it happens, it's just a matter of fact of when. As long as you just do the right steps and just are committed, like Sean talked about in the beginning, being committed. And that's the thing about these two. Everybody that you're seeing is they are committed. Nothing great happens when you're half in and half out, right? They're committed to success. They're committed to their future. They're committed to their kids' future, right? This is bigger than Ryan. This is bigger than Abby. This is about their family. And so when they're seeing these visions, guys, some of you might be in the same spot. Maybe it's not the family. Maybe it's just you, and there's nothing wrong with that. But sometimes there's a bigger calling, right? And they see that. And they're another thing, super young couple, super amazing. They're already crushing it. And I can only imagine what the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years are going to be for them in their life.
Slow and steady, right? Like there's no race, but you got to start.
Yeah. But I'll tell you, if there was a race, these two are running right in there. So I love that.
I love it. And what's really incredible is, you know, the community that you mentioned is like, this is a community where deals are flowing. Success begets success. Success attracts success. So when you're around people who are constantly doing this, it's kind of like having someone in your back pocket where you're like, hey, how do I How do I make money using creative finance today? What do I need to do today? How do I get leads going today? How do I structure this deal? Hey, this seller has said this thing. I don't really know what to say to keep it moving forward. Or hey, they kind of ghosted me. How do I get them unghosted? They were really hot and fire and excited. Being able to have the support that you bring to the table, and not just you, but the rest of your students who are doing this every single day, I think is pretty incredible. I'm curious to hear from everyone. Imagine what would happen if you were constantly surrounded by people doing creative finance deals, and those once in a lifetime deals became once in a week deals. So we have so much still in tune. We do have all of those scripts that we absolutely promise you. We are going to get into all of the questions that still remain unanswered. But we have some special guests. So if you want to stop sharing your screen, and what's going to happen is we're going to bring on these guests. Jen and Joe, before we bring them on, give us like a little sneak peek. Who are these people?
Yes. So these are another rock star couple from upstate New York, and their story is really remarkable. And I don't want to share too much of their story. I want them to, but we've gotten to hang out with them in person a few times, and they are just down to earth, everyday people like you and I, and they have that desire for more. They've worked through some mindset, money beliefs. They've worked on how, what are other people going to think of me? How is this going to impact what I'm doing? But the bigger picture is we want more. We are called to do more. And their story really is, it gives me goosebumps because they're really, really incredible.
Well, husband and wife duo, which right up our alley, right? They're from upstate New York, where we first started too, but next city over. But so many things just were aligned, and so many similarities where, they had some goals, they saw some strategies, but not only did this work for them, this is why I love their story so much. They're lovable, and you'll see that, but their story is awesome because what happened was they not only bought some investment properties and fix and flips and done this, but they also found their own personal house in a super competitive market, and they're going to get into it by using the blue ad method, guys. And they were not only got their own house that they're living in, it's a home now, but they got a deal on it. In an area where there was no such thing as a good deal, they did off-market property, an amazing story. So not only they're clients of ours, but they're good friends of ours. I want to bring up Ryan.
Ryan?
Oh, let's go.
Hey guys.
Hi.
How we doing? There we go.
Woohoo.
Good. How's it going?
Awesome. Good to see you both as usual.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we want to be able to chat about you guys and just kind of dial a little bit back. I know we kind of, kicked it off to give them a little bit more background.
Spill all the beans.
Yeah, we left some. But, just give everybody a little bit of a snapshot about Ryan and Alyssa, who you guys are, and more about you.
Yeah, I guess I'll start. We're from, like you guys are saying, from upstate New York. We live in Buffalo. Super hot market here, but we've been investing since 2018, 2019. And bought a house hacked first house, and then bought an Airbnb, and then I basically ran out of money there, so started saving up some more, and we were she wanted to get out of the duplex, and we wanted to buy another one too. So we were living on one side, renting out the other, and then we wanted to buy a personal residence for ourselves, and that was back in was 2023, so early 2023. We looked for 9 months, 10 months, submitting sight unseen offers, over ask. I don't even know. How many offers do you think we sent?
A lot on all different kinds of property. We weren't even being very picky. We just wanted out of that place just to move on to our next investment property or personal home.
And we couldn't get anything. No, nothing was sticking. People were outbidding us, and we didn't really want to overpay for some of these properties, but that's when we found Jen and Joe and started learning about the blue ads. And actually our very first post, it blew up, and we live in the town of Hamburg, and we did it in the town of Hamburg group. And our very first post blew up, and we had, how many comments do we have? Probably
at least 100.
Yeah, probably 100 comments, and got a few leads from there. And I don't know, you want to tell her about Lori?
Yeah, and then the seller of the house we now live in reached out and just started listing off things. She answered all my questions, got through the script pretty quick, and I thought that can't be a real house. That sounds too good to be true. There's no way. She just wants to sell it and doesn't want to list it because she could get a lot of money for it. And it turns out it was true. We came to look and thought, wow, it could be a really great deal if we wanted to use it as an investment, but it would even be better for our own house. And now we live here and we love it. And I say every day, like, do we really live here? Like, is this ours? We get to stay. And it's awesome. It's more than we could have ever hoped for in a house.
I just still can't believe that your very first blue ad and you find your home in a market where you're over 9 months looking to find a house. And this one comes in, you pay a fair price for it. But like you said, if she listed it, she could have gotten way more. But what was her why? Why did she want to go with you instead of a realtor?
She didn't want her neighbors to come in and look at all her stuff, and because she had seen on the open house when they bought it, they had seen all the neighbors that come in to check it out, as most neighbors do, just out of curiosity. And she didn't want to deal with that. She said, I don't want my neighbors coming in and being nosy. So I said, all right, that's fine.
That's real.
Yeah,
Like
and
people
nosy
really
for us. They've been great neighbors.
Yeah,
So
real nice people.
thankful for them.
Yeah.
Well, and here's the thing that, okay, I'm going to give everybody something to write down, a little bit of a note. But when we deal with a seller, they might only have to do just one showing, right? If you've ever sold a house on the market, you're doing lots of showings, your neighbors walking through your house, and your privacy is completely given up because the whole inside of your house is all pictures online and people, strangers are going through. And that's a big issue for a lot of people. And I never knew that until we sold our house before we moved to Florida. Like you have to pack up and people are coming through all the time. And it was a challenge. So I could see why speed and convenience was worth trading some dollars for her. Obviously, she didn't have to pay a real estate commission because you guys bought it directly from her. So it saved on 6% there. But you guys were able to get a bargain on the house too. So not only is it a beautiful house in a beautiful neighborhood, but you guys got a bargain on it in an area where that's just not happening.
Yeah. Yeah, we paid 380 for it. And I mean, if it would have, and it we just had an appraisal because we're pulling a HELOC on it. We just had an appraisal was last month and it appraised for 550. And that was that's I think a year and a half we've lived here.
That's a lot of free equity there. So if you're listening there, everybody, deals are everywhere. But I want to kind of dial back before you guys got into real estate. What made it be like, hey, I want real estate? Like, what was it about real estate that got you guys even to do your first deal?
Yeah, I mean, I was always into personal finance, and I first started listening to Dave Ramsey and doing his method, and then I don't really know, and then I just at work I always had bigger pockets on, and basically started when they were in their I think probably they were under 100 or episode 95 or something like that. And I just got the bug from there, and it's really been since 2017. And then I realized that because I was big into personal finance, that the best thing I can do is eliminate my housing payment, and that's why I wanted to buy the duplex and house hack. And that was honestly the best thing I've ever done, is buying that duplex, and I can live for free. So didn't have a car payment, didn't have a house payment, so everything I was making I was just saving at that point. So and then I just threw that more into more real estate, and then we just got the bug and got addicted. And I mean, I kind of brought you into it.
As they
I
do.
did bring you, not kind of, I did.
None of this
Yeah.
was my idea. We
Well,
just
you know what?
rabbit hole and haven't stopped going since.
Well, and I love that because it's usually sometimes it's both of your ideas. Sometimes it's one first, and we pull the other one into it. But it's got to start. And once again, you guys were able to work out as a team. There's certain things that Ryan likes doing. There's certain things that Alyssa likes doing, right? But you guys work great as a team, which is awesome, husband and wife couple. But you're doing something together. And one of the things I've loved by Napoleon Hill Think and Grow Rich is that when you have your spouse on your team, and you're both in it, and if you both win, you're winning together. Like, what a powerful thing, right? And couples that are in businesses together stayed married, right? They build things together, and they both have skin in the game, which is wonderful. So the fact that seeing you guys not only do some investment properties, but you bought your own house, and when Alyssa could tell me that she wakes up in the morning and says that, like, I can't believe we live here, like, that's a dream come true. That's living the American dream. And it's really impressive to see that because, a handful of years ago, Could you look forward to it now and thinking all the things that you're doing are really a reality?
No,
Never,
no.
never.
I mean,
I never imagined we'd be here.
I mean, we've bought more houses this year than I have Pat since 2017.
Yeah, let's dive in that a little bit and share how, your job and all of that I want to get into. And
Yeah.
Alyssa, if you even want to share what you were doing before. So again, like no real estate experience other than what you were picking up on Bigger Pockets and good old Dave Ramsey and some of his methods there. But definitely want to kind of showcase what you've been up to, how you were making this happen with your jobs and such.
Yeah, I mean, I was working full time, and then I had basically the way we had it set up was we have a VA, and then Alyssa, she manages the VA, and she does all the posting, so she gets all the leads, and then basically when I came from home from my job, I work in commercial real estate, or I did work in commercial real estate, so buried lead there, but um I was working there, and then I would come home from work, and she would have all these leads lined up, and then I had a call. So I'd get home at 5, 6 o'clock, and I'd have usually two new leads to call every day, all for free from the blue ads. So I did that, and then now we got to a spot where we're moving and grooving with that. So I was able to actually quit my job, and I just did that last week.
Congratulations. Such an exciting move. Also, a little bit nerve-wracking, I remember, but it's like you've got the ways, right? You've got the system in place, you've got deals churning, moving and grooving, and so I know that you guys kind of laid that foundation. It wasn't something that you just did overnight.
Oh, a lot of hard work, that's for sure.
Well, the thing I love how you guys were intentional about it. You were calculated about it. You didn't just like, I'm just quitting now that I knew there's this thing called real estate investing. No, you were very smart about how you set it up. And what I mean by that is you put the systems in place, you were getting results and then getting results consistently, saw the way to scale. Also, you're part of the community, so you're around a lot of other amazing people too. So you have access to getting questions and answers. And so that's when you're building your foundation. So some of you listening, you might want to leave your job. Don't just go quit your job getting all wilding out. That's not good, okay? You need that job in the beginning to give you that baseline. What Ryan and Alyssa are talking about, buying that first duplex where he was able to stack money, you guys, which is super smart. Now that they moved out, now they've got a property that's making money and it's going up in value. Uh-oh. It's making money. And not only is it making money for them, somebody else is paying off their debt. So it's building them wealth and now able to do many more deals. So you mentioned you just quit your job last week. What is that about?
It's just time. I mean, it's just time to go full time with this. I can hit the phones all day. Basically do what Lexi's doing, and she inspired me because when I got to go down to Tampa a few times, meet you guys, and talking to Lexi, definitely, I was picking her brain and seeing how like what her day looks like, and I'm like, oh, I would love doing that. I mean, I love talking to the sellers. I do. I get enjoyment from, and you're helping them out too. So it's a win-win. I like doing that. So, but yeah, I think it was just time. I mean, we're in a good position financially now where we can take that risk and do that. And so just super excited now. I have a lot more time to get after it.
And I love it because it's not the 2017 Ryan and Alyssa quitting their job. It's the 2025. Now that
Yes.
you've built the foundation, you've got some things going, you've got the systems in place, and now just continue to do it. Now that you've got more time, right, it gets to be exciting. And more time means, yeah, you're going to work a little bit more, but it also means you're going to have some more spare time to spend as a couple, to go do the traveling. I mean, we got to hang out with you guys
in
Pittsburgh, right, at Brittany's event. And it was so cool to, see you guys there and the next day. So I think it's really being able to live life on your terms because that was like the middle of the week and you're able to drive down to Pittsburgh and come hang out where I know back when I had my job, take a Wednesday off. Are you kidding me? My boss would have been like, yeah, you're dreaming, get back to work. So the fact that you're able to do these things, it's just really, really a testament. But once again, very coachable. You guys take action. And I want to and I'm not going to, I want to put a little bit of spotlight on Alyssa. Because I know when we first worked with Alyssa, she was like myself. And like a lot of others, like she didn't want to post on Facebook. And, sometimes I was always thinking, like, what's my boss going to say? And he did. He even talked some smack to me one day in the job saying, are you going to go leave us and go start a marshmallow factory?
Yep.
So if you're watching, John,
We love marshmallows.
marshmallow factory done blown up. We're doing great. But so sometimes we're have some internal challenges and sometimes they're external, right? We get them from other people. But what were some of the things, Alyssa, that you did? Because I will tell you, the young lady that you are today is a lot different than the young lady a year ago or 2 years ago even. So I want to break through on that because Ryan, like you do great stuff, which is awesome. And then the seller calls, but Alyssa, you really accomplished amazing stuff too.
Yeah, I guess I just, yeah, not this was all Ryan's master plan and getting into real estate. And I was working as a teaching assistant and then I worked in a chocolate shop. Like that's so different from real estate. And I think, he just said, hey, let's try this. And I really liked the Airbnb and we thought about more. And and then he made me listen to your podcast and it was on the way from Syracuse to Buffalo, which we did that 2.5 hour drive so many times. And I think I was zoning out at that. So I didn't pay attention. He said wow, that was really great. I want to do this. I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. Can we listen again? So we did. And I was, yeah, sure. And then I just kind of, jumped in because that's all I really had to focus on. We had our Airbnb kind of taken care of. And it was just a little bit of that. I said, well, I guess this is what I'm doing now. I have to make it work. And I guess I just started showing up to the calls and, connecting with other people. And just kind of that helped me being home while he was at work all day was kind of lonely and just not, I felt really just disconnected from everything. So I think talking to other people about it constantly and just people going through the same things and sharing my wins and my struggles each week really just helped me stay consistent and really stay in the mindset of, we can do this. This is a lot of work, but we can do it together and we have a lot of support over every step, which is I think the biggest part too for me is getting kind of caught up in those little things that are stressful. But, talk to somebody else, they probably have a worse story of how their situation ended. So just do it and do your best and keep pushing through.
Yeah, and I'm so proud of you because again, maybe just being a little more shy. Some people don't like even coming onto a Zoom, and you've had those moments where you're like, hey, I had a really rough day. So I just showed up and I wanted to be poured into, but camera was off. And you showed up anyway, or you're going through some tough moments and you were still just joining groups, right? And so you just never quit. And I think that like that's the lesson if everybody can walk away with today too is, even in hard times, that show up whatever way possible. Maybe it's not the 100% perfect way in your head you think you're supposed to, but if you just show up and you just continually show up like you have, Alyssa, wow, like night and day difference. And I know you've also, you've mentioned before that you're the youngest, of the family, and now like Alyssa and Ryan are building quite an empire here, and it's maybe turning some heads. So can you maybe shed some light on that for anyone who's like, yeah, I'm worried about maybe breaking through some family dynamics or just worried about what somebody else might say if and when, like Joe talked about, that fear of success. Like, how are you really working through that?
Yeah, I guess my parents are, typical W-2 mindset and retired and trying to figure out how to, save and live off what they have left. And trying to switch their mindset has been difficult and not super successful, but I think more that goes to my mindset has shifted where I'm like, yeah, I know what I'm doing is right and I know what I'm doing is gonna work and we're gonna make it work. So I'm not afraid. So just trying to just be like maintain my confidence when they're, questioning everything that we're doing because it makes them nervous and it's not because they're not happy for us when we do well. It's they're so nervous that we're gonna fail that they just can't keep it to themselves and just like watch. So just kind of just reassuring them and staying calm and saying, hey, this is what we're doing and just trying to, I guess, ease their anxiety about it while also trying to keep mine down too. So yeah, that's definitely been my biggest thing is really just I'm doing this. This is what we're doing. I can do it. We're gonna make this happen. So just not listening to them, I guess.
Well, you're breaking the mold, you're breaking out of the mold, right? And you're doing something that is not taught in school. Like you're supposed to have the job and go work there for 40 years. My parents were the same, right? My mom worked hard and long and things like that, but they never built wealth.
And I look at my grandparents who came from immigrants from Italy, who came with nothing, literally nothing, and they built wealth. And I looked at how my grandparents do it, and it's because they had a lot of rental properties. They couldn't even speak the language when they came to this country. So how does somebody who's not born here, who doesn't speak the language, build wealth? This is the greatest country that you can do that here. And so this is what I've seen. But then typical Americans, we fall into the trap of go get the job, go to school, and then go do that. So when we get out of that mold, it does make some people uncomfortable, right? And they do feel like they're nervous for us, but we're doing something different, right? And it's not something that ordinary person does, but we're not trying to live it ordinary, right? And that's what we're trying to do, a different trajectory for ourselves and for the future. So I love the fact that you're able to break through the mold and assure your parents just by success. Because when I first got started 25 years ago, my parents like, you're broke, you ain't got no money, you never went to college, what do you mean you're going to do real estate? And then I'm like, hey, I got this VCR tape and it says I could do it. And then I go do it and they're like, it's some scam, this stuff doesn't work, your friend got ripped off buying this thing on a late night commercial. And then I closed the deal, and then I got a check for almost $13,000, which is more than what they would make for months and months combined. I did that at one deal.
What do we call that?
That's a shut up check.
Type shut up in the comments below if you want to get a shut up check.
Right? And whether that was not in a mean way or
No.
a bad way, but what it does, it kind of like just it put a zip on any of that negativity, right? And then as I started buying more of these properties, they went from being embarrassed thinking I was a scam artist, and now looking back, they're like, oh, we're so proud, we know you could have done it. Let me tell you, I forgive, but I don't forget. I don't forget what they said 25 years ago. Maybe they forgot, and that's okay, but I didn't. I remember when they were like, this is a scam. My aunts, my uncles, my cousins, love them. But they all said the same thing. Joe, you have not even $1,000. How are you doing real estate? They just know me as the broke kid who never went to college. So the fact that I was able to do that, the rest of the family now, they're like, oh, now, obviously they think you're the shining star. But that changes, right? So here's what I'm going to say. If anybody has some family who doesn't support it, or some friends who don't understand.
Maybe even a spouse who doesn't quite get it yet. Maybe she was two now, or just like a little confused in the beginning like I was.
Yep. You know how you win and how to get everybody understanding is win by success. Yeah. Win by doing deals, win by building a portfolio. And before you know it, you're going to change all of the doubters into believers. Okay. And it just takes that action. So I love the fact that, like, Alyssa, you got out of your comfort zone.
Huge.
You took steps. You came to the Zooms even when you don't want
I love that you like just line up calls for Ryan too. So Ryan, can you kind of maybe just shed some light on that, like current seller situations or any deals that are popping out or anything that you're kind of seeing, now that you've gotten a little bit into the full-time real estate investing life here?
Yeah, I want to add to what you were just saying about the shut up checks. And even my stepdad, when I first was looking for the duplex, he's like, there's no shot you're gonna get you're not gonna be able to buy a duplex. That's only for rich people. Like he basically said that. I'm like, all right, well, like, okay, we'll see. But then even with our duplex, when I was first running all the numbers and everything, and I like the numbers, but when I was doing all that, her mom was like, you shouldn't be buying that, because I was doing it with a 5% down loan. She's like, don't do that. You need to save up to 20% so you can save, so you're not spending the you're not, paying for the PMI. I was like, it's $100 a month. Like, it's not that bad. So, and I'm so glad I didn't listen to her. Love you, Barb, but but I'm so glad I didn't listen to her. I went ahead and did it, because now we're selling that duplex for almost double for what we bought it for, and that's nice. Once it closes, that'll be a nice shut.
Yeah.
Now they're happy that we're that to see how well that's turned out for us, but
they know you could have done it the whole time. Believe me.
Yeah,
they knew.
yeah.
You can do it.
No, they're great. They support us, so they're willing to. We were just at the Airbnb doing the clean out and stuff and sprucing it up, and they were there to help us out. So they're not, they feel they're nervous, but they're still very helpful with us, and we sincerely appreciate that. But for current like seller situations, I like yesterday alone, I had two just because I always talk to people, I always go to networking events, I'm always And we had some real estate friends over here last week, but I had three friends. I tell them like, hey, I'll pay you $2,000 for if you send me anything. So I had three friends yesterday alone text me and send me deals just to look at. So it's just nice to, um, you know, you put yourself out there and then they're sending you stuff. And I had an agent call me yesterday, but I have to get back to him and see what they have. So, I mean, he's looking for terms deals for me. So, yeah.
Well, and I think that's key, right? I mean, just open up the doors for opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
And now that you're doing this and you're doing it consistently and posting on social media, the world starts finding out who you are and what you do. And my favorite check to write is when somebody sends me a deal that I buy and I pay them a nice old referral fee, a finder's fee for sending me the deal for the deals that I buy. Guys, that is some of the best marketing money that you'll ever spend because the only time you're going to spend it is when you close on a deal and you're paying somebody a thank you check for bringing you an opportunity. And so my question, would you pay somebody $2,000 for a deal that will pay you $50,000 or more? Say yes or no down in the chat below. And if anybody says no, y'all are crazy. I see Mike Collins give me a thumbs up. Good to see you, Mike. Christine, good to see you. I see some of you guys on the side. Bobby, I see yes already popping in the chat. For some of you, I just want to do that to see if anybody was sleeping or if you guys are awake. Because if you write no, you are sleeping at the wheel, okay? Of course you're going to spend a $2,000 thank you check for the ability to make you, could be way more than that, right? So it's using smart marketing. How much does it cost you if you don't do a deal? Nothing. You're only paying them once you close on the deal. So I'm seeing absolutely, I'm seeing yes. I don't even see one no. So if you do, I'm going to call you crazy, and that's okay. But this is the key, guys, is really just becoming attractive to people to send you business, right? And it could be a friend, family member, a coworker, ex-coworker. I had one of my friends who I went to high school with 30 years ago, where her mom passed away, and and through a friend reached out, and we were able to buy that property, and it needed a bunch of work, and I paid my friends, and they even hit me up because they're my best friend, hit me up for a double finder's fee.
Well deserved.
But I paid it, and we made a bunch of money, and everybody was happy, and it was a great deal. So yeah, it was easy peasy. So I love that.
Yeah, and we have our friend that was over here the other day. He has a house in Orchard Park, which is highly desirable area in Buffalo.
Yeah.
And he just texted me asking if about rent to own. He's thinking about rent to owning it. So we might run that for him and help him out. I mean, even if I just help him out, that's fine. But I mean,
up.
we can run the service and do that for him too. Just putting yourself out there is great. But I did remember the one deal that we are closing, or we're going to close on next month. That's up in Watertown area. So that seller is currently deployed in Syria, and he bought his house a year and a half ago for 160 on a VA loan. So he doesn't have a lot of equity at all. So we're gonna be buying once he comes back from deployment. He's getting PCS down to San Antonio, so they have to move down there. So they don't like just have to get out of there, and they don't have equity to really sell it. They probably have to cut a check. They did sell it, and I'm not sure if they have the funds to do that. So we're just coming in and taking over the existing payments, and their PITI is around 1050, and we're able to rent that out for 1700 on rent to own, and that's right near Fort Drum, which is a huge army base where people are coming in and out all the time.
Listen, guys, I didn't know we are going to give away some of the secret sauce, but we own a bunch of properties up there too. And that is like one of our favorite honey holes of just, there are some opportunities. So
I was gonna say, let's maybe even break it down. If you guys have questions, you just rattled off like pure gold, right? And maybe spoke a little bit above some people who are like newer to this. So let's break that down a little bit. You want to kind of share what he was saying there?
yeah, so we have a seller who's out of the country right now in military. When you buy a property with a VA loan, you could buy it with no money down because you're, current or past military. So they did that short time of ownership. They don't have a lot of equity because with a VA loan, you could roll in the closing cost too. So if a house costs 160, let's just say, and the closing costs are $6,000, they'll give you a loan for 166. They'll let you roll in the closing costs and everything. Now, that's a special loan for people who are either past or current military, which is really great. The problem with those VA loans are if you, and I've done a bunch of these deals, but if they need to sell it and they don't have much equity, especially if they rolled in the closing costs, some of these folks who have a VA loan are in a jam. So I'm going to give you everybody some action tips. If anybody says they've got a VA loan, those are some of my favorite deals to buy. A lot of VA loans, they don't have much equity. And one of my favorite deals, it was just the same thing. So when they get back from Syria, they're going to transfer him down to Texas for the military. And he's got this house back up in Watertown, New York that they don't have equity. And if they list it on the market with an agent and have to pay closing costs and commissions, they're going to be what we call underwater, which means that they're going to have to write a check at closing to cover the loan balance. And that's not always an option. And that's what happened on the VA loan that we talked about. The guy was going to have to write a check for probably $40,000. If he listed on the market, he's like, because he had no equity, he's going to pay closing costs and commissions. So that's why that works so well. So what Ryan and Alyssa are talking about is buying the property, no money down, covering just the closing costs, and they're into a turnkey house. They're going to pay that seller's loan directly to the bank of a little over $1,000 a month, and from projected cash flow looks about 600 and some change, because from looking at other properties that rent in that area, it looks like it's going to rent for 1700.
Bam.
So helping out an active military, talking about helping, right? So when we talk about helping the community, now it's not going to be a vacant house. Now they're going to be able to help somebody with probably rent to own, as I know that's what we'll probably talk about there. But helping out somebody who is a U.S. troop, right? Like talking about like truly helping somebody who's away from his friends, away from his family in another country on the other side of the world. And it doesn't matter if they're in your own backyard or they need help. And this is the point. So you guys are able to help them and not lowball or do anything else that wouldn't work for them anyways. So these strategies are the absolute best. So if you find somebody that you talk to and they mention they have a VA loan, I want you to write down a little star next to that. So I know we're going to probably have a bunch of questions on there, but it's just it's a great win. And really, how much money do you think you're going to need to buy this person's house?
3,000 for closing costs. Yeah. It's no money down. We have it for 28 and a half years. And then probably 3,000, and hopefully we're going to rent to own it on the back end, and hopefully we'll get like 10% of the purchase price.
It's a non-refundable deposit. So would anybody here want to buy a house that you can cash flow $600 a month on for only $3,000 total out of pocket without a credit check? Say yes or no in the comments.
Yeah, let us know, Sean.
Yeah, we're seeing a ton of great comments. And I saw Mike, I saw you raise your hand real fast, like, oh yeah, I want that. And we're seeing a lot of yeses. Lacey, Angela, Tara, Eugene, Steve, Chris, Carrie says absolutely. Lacey says, heck yeah. David says, sign me up. I can't get that in New York City. So good. Tim says, please, yes. So good. We did have a couple questions come up, so when you're ready, let me know. But Donnie actually said something really insightful. Donnie, shared breaking the mold, and now you have to manage other people's expectations of you. That's a big insight. And another big insight, she said, this is so good. Keep showing up. Keep showing up.
Yep. And I also wrote, I do, because I would like a whole bunch of those deals too, where I could just buy it for some closing costs and cash flow, $600-700 a month. So I'm even on board. And if anybody's got any of those, I will buy those from you if you don't want them, because guys, that's what it takes right there. Listen to what Ryan and Alyssa just said. There's not like a term where they have to pay it off. In the next 28 and a half years, they're going to be able to cash flow that kind of money if they choose to. Right? And this isn't a junker house. This isn't some fixer-upper they're going to have to go put tons of cash into. We're buying nice houses. We're buying nice houses in nice neighborhoods. So when I couldn't wait, you're buying a house with only $3,000 and it cash flows that much money. So let's do some simple math. $600 a month in profit, 12 months out of the year, that's $7,200. Am I right?
Yep.
And you got to come up with $33,000, $3,500 to buy it. So if anybody, I didn't see anybody who said no, but if any of you said no, we're going to get your head examined, because that is an amazing return. That's an infinite return on your money.
guys. And you're able to do that for the next 28 and a half years because that's how much more time is left on this guy's mortgage. So when we're talking about building wealth, and does that get you a millionaire today, that deal? No. But $600 a month, you're getting paid to own a house. You're going to write off tax deductions. Somebody's paying off a loan that's
And
not
we'll
even
get
really in
non-refundable
your
option
name.
deposit.
And the deposit, right? So these are the ways. Like I see Alyssa's smile, and I love every time you guys do a deal because her smile just keeps on getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's what it's about, guys. And this is the key. So if you're listening and you're like, man, I see these deals being done, I need to learn how to do it. Not just want or kind of feel like it.
But
Like,
yeah, the system, right? Like you said, it's not the one deal. It's like how to do it repeatedly. Like Ryan's saying, like the non-refundable option, which will feed into more properties, like the whole shebang.
it just keeps feeding itself. So if you feel like, hey, this is when Sean talked about, like, book a call with me and we're going to talk about your business and see how we could help you guys and help you accomplish these same things. Because I want to talk about just what do you feel like you would have been like if you didn't hop into our program? Like, do you feel like how business would have been, like making that decision? Because I know some of us, I know when I signed up for my first coach, I got to tell you guys, it was a bunch of money. I was on the fence, right? I was kind of like, is this the thing? I knew it was, but I was comfortable where I was, right? I had a job, I had money, I was still going to pay the bills even if I got in this, just like you guys. But what was it that kind of like gave you that insight to make that lunge, like so many of us like kind of fear to do? And then what was it like if you didn't do it, you think?
I'm not sure what it'd be like, but I mean, the reason we jumped in is because we needed to figure out how to find deals and how to find good deals and how to fund them. And joining your program accomplished both. So we figure out how to do seller financing and how to find the deals using seller financing. Where we would be, I don't know, maybe.
Ooh,
Yeah, I don't
Ryan
know.
wouldn't be here right now. I'm sure about that. At this point, I don't know. I think without the structure, and just having to figure out every step on my own by myself, I think being home would have been probably too overwhelming for me to really figure out where we might have been kind of just doing it, but I might have considered going back to a W-2 at this point or getting something on the side just to supplement. Um, just because I think it's so much, no matter how you do real estate, there's always so many aspects of it that you just I think there's too many options for me to decide with. So I just get so indecisive about things. So it's just like I would have just kind of been doing it and just kind of figuring it out, but not anything super productive and actually getting results like this.
Well, and that's the point because the one deal isn't wealth, it's the system, right, in place that builds the wealth. And so learning that system is impactful because you're right. Like without the blue ad, would you been sitting in this house right now?
No.
Right? Were you able to even think or fathom of doing deals in Watertown, New York, which is what, 3 hours from you?
Yeah, 3.5.
And you're buying properties, you're doing fix and flips there. You're able to buy properties to keep rent to own and all of these things. So, like, looking back 2 years ago, would any of these things really came to fruition if it wasn't you betting on yourselves, right? Betting on the fact that, like, you guys are action takers and you just need to know the systems on how to do it. So then you guys can both quit your jobs and you don't have to worry about going back.
And employ a virtual assistant who's helping you out. And that's really cool too. As you continue to grow, you'll probably grow a team. And, that's really a whole nother level too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was just thinking about it. I'd probably still be in my job. So working that and yeah.
Yeah. Wouldn't be getting ready to go out and enjoy our beautiful pool right
Yeah.
now. So
I mean, this
you
morning
wouldn't be in your gorgeous house.
this morning we were able to just go out and walk down the road into the village and get some coffee and come back. I would never been able to do that in my W-2. So it's just nice having that freedom.
I love that because sometimes you almost forget like those simple luxuries. I can't say they mean more than the financial freedom and the building the wealth. That's all cool. But man, our morning walks, we could never have done that before. And so we definitely don't take it for granted. Like a 3-week road trip we just took, work from anywhere, location freedom, time freedom, like all of it is a real thing. And like something as simple as that, like I love, I always peek in your stories and Alyssa's at a coffee shop or the dog's jumping in the pool. And like, it's just so cool because you took messy, massive action, showed up, were coachable and teachable. And Any like pieces of advice? And we're going to roll into questions here, but anything like someone who's just like, oh gosh, I want to, but I'm scared, I'm nervous, I don't know if it's for me. Is there anything that you would just say, hey, like from the heart?
I mean, my biggest thing is consistency. Just do it every day. Even when you don't want to, I mean, you might not want to do it, but after, second or third call, you're like, all right, it's not that bad. So just keep doing going. And I mean, if you're consistent and you run into a roadblock, the great thing with you guys is you have a call every day where if I have a question, I can just ask you guys. I mean, you guys are great teachers, so I would not be here without you guys for sure. So, I mean, and now it's great because some of our friends they're trying to buy on seller financing, so I can help them say, hey, ask these questions and structure it this way. I'm like, if you need help, I'll help you out.
Awesome. Giving back.
I am telling you, I absolutely love it. And that's what Jen kind of talked about earlier. It's not just, it's a ripple effect, right? Which we all create by learning to do this. So it's not only just your own family or it's some of the sellers, but it could be friends and other family that you're helping with too, which causes that ripple effect. So I love it. And to touch on that, and we'll get into some questions, but if I didn't learn this stuff back then, I'd still be at my car dealership job. I would have missed so much of my kids' last 5.5 years of their life, like I missed the first 5.5 years, because I would have never been able to take this trip that we just did, going to all these different states and traveling and go hanging out with you guys. We would have never been able to do this. So sometimes we just get so sick and tired of the sick and tired, right? That we actually are propelled to do something about it. And when you get to that point where like I'm just show me what to do, get the heck out of my way, let me go do it, and then be there when I have some questions. Right. And that's the sick and tired of being sick and tired. And so if some of you feel like you're sick and tired, there is a way, and it's not the conventional way that you have to do. There's a much faster, easier way that just isn't publicly known as much. And that's why I'm compelled to talk about it, because if I didn't pick up that real estate course, that VCR tape 25 years ago, and my friend didn't do it, and I borrowed it, and I did that first deal, which shut up family and friends and negative people, then propelled me to do this, and then to help so many other people, it's just been life changing. So I feel compelled to share and to talk about how this changed the trajectory of my whole family's life. I'm going to be the first Delafave that's a millionaire. We are already. Okay, not going to be. We are. We are the first Delafaves that are millionaires, multi-millionaires at that. None that's never happened before on any of my family's generations. So that's impactful and that's powerful. So when I look at the other two Delafaves that are in the room, my daughter and my son, like what are their world's going to be like now? What's our grandkids' world's going to be like? And so I always knew with my wife that we were going to be that couple that our generations are going to talk about. Their great grandparents did all these amazing things back then, and that's us, and we're doing it now, right? So if you're here, it all starts with doing it now. And the best time to get started was yesterday. The second best time to get started is today.
Boom.
So if you're here and you're listening to this and you're like, today's my day, 2025 is my year, and you want to chat about it, like I said before, I love getting on a call and seeing how we can help impact your business. And let's get you on our podcast and turn you into one of our success stories. So if you feel like you're at that point and we need to chat, thank you, Sean, I was just going to say, if you could just drop that link down below, book a call and you'll be talking with me, and let's talk about how we could help you get the same results. Because guys, Ryan and Alyssa are awesome, but they're not doing anything that you can't do either, right? They're posting in Facebook groups, talking to people, letting us help them every step of the way. So I absolutely love that.
So good. I love it. Okay, we do have a couple questions come in, but I do want to say, like, Lacey, I'm loving all the fire emojis. Like, this has been so fire. So good. And I see, yes, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. Love that. So good. Okay, I have a couple of questions. The first was from Shelly, which I believe is Michelle. She just had to switch devices. She says, question, that VA seller, how is he able to buy another house or even rent? You're talking about renting it a long time. Is that a wraparound?
So to answer that question, are they able to buy another property? And the answer is yes, they can buy another property. Because of the fact is that Ryan and Alyssa will be making that payment, that's not going to have an issue with his debt to income. The second thing is, can he use his VA loan to get a second VA mortgage? The answer is yes and no, right? There's a certain list of qualifications that can get you a second VA loan.
moving out of state, especially because of the military, that would qualify you to get a second VA loan. Now, here's the thing. They give you a total amount allowable by the zip code that you're moving into, right? And by the county that you're moving into. So what's going to happen is they're going to say, if you're moving to San Antonio, that's where he's moving to? They might say in a San Antonio, Texas, you're able to get a VA loan up to this amount, right? So there's going to be somewhat that gets a little spend. Now, my guy, when we did his VA loan, he spent his whole amount in Florida. So when he moved to Texas, he actually just got a regular loan, didn't use his VA for the second one, right? So there's lots of different ways that you can still get that second loan, third loan. I mean, it's very possible. I never guarantee they will, because who knows, maybe they were not paying their car payments, right? Or maybe some other things were wiling out on their credit, because I used to pull people's credit for 20 years at a dealership, and sometimes people do some crazy stuff. So I'd never say I guarantee you're going to get another loan, but I will guarantee that when I'm making your payments on time, it's going to keep your credit score high, right? And with me making my payments the way I buy, with my documents, it's going to help wash away some of your DTI. So that's not going to hold you back from getting your next house. Whoever
So
dropped that
good.
emoji, I love it.
Shelly, let us know if that answered your question. Great question. And I love the mind blown from Eugene plus the fireworks. And somebody said, I can only imagine saying I'm the first Johnson millionaire. 100%. There are a lot of first time millionaires in here. There's a lot of second time millionaires because of the work that was done before to support you. And now it's your turn to pass the baton. And it's pretty incredible when that system is at play and you can just see the flow working. It's pretty beautiful. And I do want to bring up another question, but before I do, I thought it was really hilarious. Everyone really liked those shut up checks. Shut up checks are the best. Okay, so a question came in from I'm scrolling to it from Alicia. She says, when I post the blue message in local groups, I get far more realtors responding than actual homeowners. Do you ignore those comments? Do you have a side chat with them too to see what they're looking for and how you can help homeowners? How do you deal with like realtors in the space?
I'm going to let Alyssa and Ryan handle that one.
I mean, we still try to like connect, and we don't really want to burn any bridges. I mean, we're totally open to working with agents, and we have. It just depends. Some of them aren't as open to working with us or don't quite understand it. So we'll usually just send them a message like, "Hey," and just kind of give them a little explanation of what we do. If they ever have anybody that would help benefit from what we're offering, or they ever have a house that it might work for, and just kind of say, "Yeah, hey, like," and happy to talk. And if anybody wants to talk, we're happy to, I have time to chat with them just to prove we're real people, and so they don't call us a scam, and explain things to them. So they would hopefully, in the future want to work with us, and, we can show them what we could do and how we can help each other, really.
Yeah, and I used to be way more reluctant to call those agents because I thought it was just a waste of time, but I realized that you can open up different doors with them too. Like the one agent, he calls me every once in a while, and yeah, I all I did was told him what I did, and he's sending me deals that are low equity deals, so I can try and buy something off, and he gets paid too, so he'll be happy with that.
That's awesome. And you know what, agents, I mean, I think of Brittany, she's on our team, but she's also one of our coaches. She does our Wednesday call. And Brittany had an agent do that, respond. And she's like, hey, like, let's chat. Right. And then Brittany, like what you mentioned, does that. She's got this agent in the Pittsburgh area that just keeps sending her deals. It is like a pipeline of deals. So here's the good news. If you have an agent that reaches out to you, definitely have the conversations, the DMs. Now, my blue post does say, does anybody have a house for sale that's not market ready? I'm looking to buy one in the next 2 to 3 weeks. So if they do make a comment, I'm always like, yeah, send me anything that you have that's not market ready. I'd love to chat more. That's how I respond. I respond to every one of them, because the more responses on my post, the more the algorithms get boosted. So more people are seeing the post, and that's always a good thing. But it also shows that I'm a real person, that I'm actually replying. Now, has anybody seen where somebody's selling something on Facebook or made it, and then everybody's like has like, I'm interested, but they don't reply? Like, I'm like, is this even a real person? Right? I'm curious. But when I see everybody's getting replies, I know this is somebody who's pretty serious. So if an agent reaches out to me and they're making a comment, send me anything you have that's not market ready. I'm definitely interested. What's your budget? I'm flexible. What area? I'm flexible. Send me anything you have that fits the criteria up above. And then let the magic go down in the DMs. Okay. That's where the magic goes down, is having those conversations, because I get agents same way, just sending me leads and opportunities. Now, we can't buy everything, obviously. I wish we could, but we can't. But this is what's going to open those doors. So appreciate that they're commenting, and definitely don't slam that door, what Alyssa and Ryan just said.
Yeah, and what I'm hearing is there's an opportunity on the other side of every conversation, whether that's from whether it's a referral, whether it's a direct seller, whether it's down the line they remember, oh wait, they do this thing. There's so many great opportunities on the other side of that conversation. So don't burn those bridges. Okay, another question came in from Carrie, which is, can real estate agents accept a finder's fee?
So legally they cannot, unless it's from another agent. So I'm sure there's maybe
a gray area.
Maybe you could take them to lunch. Maybe you could send them a referral. And I'll tell you exactly what I do with my agents is we get a lot of leads in these areas, right? And so sometimes a seller doesn't want to do seller financing, and that's understandable. And maybe for that seller, their best bet is to list it with an agent. And that's totally fine. And when they do, guess what? I'm going to send them to my friend who's the agent, who's sending me some opportunities too. And that's how we reward each other. So am I paying them a finder's fee and things like that? I don't want to break any laws or break any rules or get anybody in trouble, but I can send them some business just like they're sending me business. And I will tell you, every single time I have a seller who I'm like, hey, you know what? After looking at everything, you got to maybe list it with an agent. I'll send that right to my agent friend, and they get the listing, and I don't ask for a dime, maybe a high five, and that's it. And other than that, I want to help other people win. And if you could focus outward, get the arrow not pointing at you. If you have an arrow, get it pointing outwards. Figure out how to help other people be successful, and you will become successful.
Yeah, so good. All right. And then I'll say one more comment, which is Shelly. The loan originators I've talked to say the DTI is still impacted if someone takes over the payments. Obviously, you're better connected. Thoughts, questions around that?
Yeah, if they do it subject to, that is correct. If you do it with a wrap mortgage, the way we do, you just got to show that you're the one making the payments by us showing our bank records and the closing docs. We even send the note if they need it, and that works.
Yeah, that's great. And I think that's such a good distinction of understanding the difference between the benefits of a wrap versus a subject to, and why wraps have been so beneficial.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And then I think Tim asked the question, what keeps the bank, and I think there might be a couple of typos in this, but what keeps the bank pulling due clause?
Due on sale.
The due on sale clause? Yeah. So that's usually a thing where the bank has what's called an acceleration clause or a due on sale clause, which means
clause. I'm like, clause? I got it.
No, but so what happens is with that is the bank reserves the right to call the loan due. They don't have to, and odds are they don't really want to. But what's going to happen is there's ways that you can have the bank call the loan due by messing it up. It's usually by not doing the process correctly, probably not paying the payment on time. I'll tell you what, you want to get in the bank's radar, don't pay your payments on time. That'll be the first thing they're going to start to look up is what's going on with the property. So to fly underneath the radar, I always make sure the payment is paid on time for the full amount every time. Not some of the times, 100% of the time. And if you do that and you have the proper insurance in place, so their property, because they still have a lien on it, is properly insured. And if the bank is getting it properly insured and they're getting their money on time, they really don't pull much incentive to try to pull the due on sale clause, to try to take the property back. The banks aren't in the business of owning real estate. The banks are in the business of lending money and getting a return on their money. But that doesn't mean it's impossible, right? There might be a tiny credit union or a small bank who might do whatever. And here's the next step. If it does happen, it's having the system and the remedy on how to fix it so it doesn't turn into an issue. And if you understand the system and how to fix it, it takes away the doubts, it takes away the fears and the worries, and it just now, how many of these properties can I get? Because banks don't want the property back. But once again, you mess up the insurance, you don't pay on time, you're paying late, or you're starting to just not pay at all, believe me, now the bank's going to start getting mad at you. So if you want the due on sale clause called on you, that'd be the way to do it.
So good. So good. All right. I think that's all the questions coming in. If you do have other questions, let us know in the chat. But let's go ahead and hand it back to you guys with Alyssa and Ryan to close us out.
Yay.
Yeah, I definitely want you guys to share where people can find you, especially if they have some deals in the upstate New York area. I mean, obviously we love them too, but we definitely want to share yours as well because there are so many people out there to help, lots of sellers. And that's the one thing too, abundance mindset. And we know you two have that for sure. So where can people reach out on socials or the best way to get a hold of you guys?
Yeah, you can find us on Facebook. My name's Ryan Cole, Alyssa Cole. We also have our business page, The Coles by 716. Find us there, or if you want to connect, if you have anything up here in New York, you can shoot me a text or call me. My phone number is 716-697-0190. This is the first time I'm ever giving that out because I was working my W-2 and I couldn't handle the calls before. But if you want to reach out, happy to help.
Drop that phone number.
I typed it. Yeah.
Okay.
796.
716-697-0190.
Okay. Okay. Hold on.
I'll put it in the
716.
chat.
Good.
I love it.
Well, and that's the point, guys. It's about collaboration,
Mhm.
and we are very big on collaboration over competition. And when the more people that you could do this with, the more wins that you're going to create. Thank you so much for sharing your phone number in there. And let me tell you, if you call that number or text it, you're going to be talking to Ryan. So don't be surprised when he answers the phone. You better come with some good stuff to, right? And usually maybe you have a question or you have a lead or a deal. And I mean, your guys aren't just doing deals in Buffalo, though. I want to make sure like people know you guys are all over New York State.
Yep. Rochester, Syracuse, Watertown, basically the western half of New York State. And we tried a little bit out in Albany, but we don't really have a ton of connections out there. But if anyone knows any wholesalers out there, let me know.
We did wholesale a bunch of deals out in Albany area, and we got some properties out there too. So if you ever find any leads or deals, like, you know where to get a hold of me. We'll be talking during one of our support calls.
Lacey, don't you dare prank them.
If Lacey prank calls you, she is a sweetheart, and she's always being
I
fun.
know, we're just teasing her. Awesome.
I love it. So good. You got to tap into that early middle school years of, hey, is your fridge running?
Yeah.
Better go catch it. So fun. Okay, cool. So Donnie says collaboration over competition. So good. Thank you so much, Ryan, for sharing. And if you can, let us know in the chat, what was your biggest insight from Alyssa and Ryan? We're about to get into extended Q&A from the questions we couldn't answer because of time, and into some of those free resources, the scripts. But let us know, use hashtag insight and share biggest insights on the interview with the panel, Alyssa and Ryan. Such an incredibly inspiring story. Thank you so much for being with us, Alyssa and Ryan.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us. Guys.
Thanks, guys. You guys are rock stars. Thanks for coming on.
All right. So Jen and Joe, what are you guys still chewing on from that interview with Alyssa and Ryan?
I'm just so dang proud of them, really seeing their story unfold for the last 2 years. I think that it's hard to uncover in just 1 hour because it's just so much more than doing the deals, right? Like, yes, we're helping sellers, yes, we're helping tenant buyers, but the people that they're becoming, that has been just truly remarkable. And, just getting to meet face to face has been so incredible as well. Zoom is awesome, love that. But, when you meet them in real life and you just see all that they're able to do, for me, that's just been like so rewarding to watch them.
Well, and I think too, it's more than business to me because it's also about the relationships and friendships, because now it's like watching these two become superstars, you knew they had it in them, just taking those steps, and they're doing it. And when you're around other people with similar interests, all doing amazing things, like you build bonds and relationships and friendships. So the fact that like we are able to hang out and, down here in Florida or up in Pittsburgh and things like that, because they came to one of the things there, I think that's just been my favorite, is the relationships that we're building and the connections and the networking. To me, that's it. And I love to watch other people win. There's sometimes you have people that hate to see you win. They hate to see you shine. I'm the opposite. Like, my gosh, to watch them do the things that they're doing, not only they look like super lovable couple,
but they're like accomplishing great stuff. And you listen to their deals, and I got to be honest with you guys, like they're doing some great stuff, but they're faced with challenges too. They're faced with all of the things that regular people are. But the thing is, I love is their story, like Rocky Balboa, right? They fought through the challenges and they come out on top. And watching this happen in real life, not just in a movie, and us being a part of the movie in real life, it's like the most rewarding thing. So yeah, it's great to help us in our own family, but it's great to help other families even more.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And I'm reminded of one of my favorite lyrics, which is "When you shine, we all shine." And so great. And Shelly says, "I'm equally thrilled when people do well, especially when against the odds." Donnie says, "Collaboration over competition." So good. Okay, now I nearly forgot, Joe. You have like kind of the secret demo that you're actually gonna share your screen and show some pretty cool magic. I'm just gonna let you take it over.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sean. So here's one of my favorite things is I'm always maybe a little bit more data driven. I geek out over this stuff, guys, and it's always my favorite thing. So I've been using the software for quite a long time now, but it gives me a snapshot of what's going on in the country, what's going on in different markets, because what's happening in Florida is going to be different than Arkansas or New York or California or Texas or Rhode Island, or I'm just naming off random states. It's all a little bit different. So I love to look at the data. I'm going to pull up some data points that helps me understand what's going on in different areas of the country. So I'm going to share my screen.
And while he's doing that, if you have been listening while, cooking or while taking care of the kids, or maybe you're not looking at the screen, this is a great chance to like, hey, reset, come look at the screen again, because you're going to want to pay attention and kind of watch the magic unfold, which is really great. Now, just as a reminder, while he's sharing his screen, if you have not yet claimed your call, congratulations to everybody who just recently did that. Actually, I got a couple notifications come in. So congratulations on that. If you haven't yet, make sure you click on the link to book your call right now. This is a call with Joe, and he's going to go through, every question you have when it comes to creative financing. Joe, take it away.
Awesome. Thank you, because I'm having a little bit of a tech problem, but I got it now, guys.
Here we are. Can you see our screen?
Yay! We did it. Okay, cool. So here's the share screen. So this is some of the stuff that I look at. This is an app called Reventure app. This is really going to give you a lot of the metrics of what's going on around the country. So we're going to pull up some data points, and I'm going to kind of go over two different things. We're going to notice some parts of the country are still really red hot. Opportunities galore. And a hot market, my gosh, there's opportunities. You get a deal, there's people fighting over who gets the deal and all these things, and this is what you're going to do to create some real wins, right? But then we're going to find parts of the country where the market is slowing down. This would normally freak some investors out. Opportunities galore. I have people who have beautiful houses in beautiful neighborhoods who really just maybe they're trying listing on the market and it's not working and they need some help. So if you see your area, and I'm going to pull this up, we're going to go over a bunch of different data points. We're not going to spend long, but I want to make sure that you have a good idea what's happening. But with these, you're going to really see some super great data points on what's happening in different parts of the country. So these are going to go over home value growth year over year. So what does that mean? From last year compared to this year, you're going to see some places in red are still going up in value. Places like New York. So I like doing business there. You got places like Kentucky. You're going to see the Midwest and the Northeast really pretty hot still. Even places like Wyoming. So what's going on there? Some of the things that I've seen is that they don't have a lot of inventory. And we're going to show you some of the metrics on that. These are a lot of the states where they're not having tremendous amount of new builds. I live in Florida, guys, miles down the road from my house. They just approved 4,000 new homes. It's a huge amount of new homes going to be put in, right? So Florida, we're building a lot of houses. Texas, some of these places, they're having a little bit of a downturn. I'm having more sellers right now in Florida saying, Joe, beautiful house, beautiful neighborhood. I listed on the market. It's not selling. I just want to be done with it. I've already lived up north. I've got a deal right now. Lady lives in New Jersey. She bought the house 2 years ago. She's only been in it twice. She's making an $1,800 payment while it's vacant. She tried to list it. She's not selling. She's frustrated.
She's making $2,000 in payment in plus utilities per month on a vacant house. She wants out. She said, Joe, you could take my payment over. I'll give you the keys if you can get that payment off my back. Right? So opportunities galore. This is what happens. So the next thing I look at is the growth. Are prices going up or are they going down? Now, these are statewide numbers. If you dig into a little closer, like Florida, for an example, I'm going to get into a little bit closer view of Florida. Okay, you can start getting into some metros like Tampa, and you can see it's a little bit different from all the different areas. And you could even break it down to county, right? Every county is going to be a little bit different. Some counties are getting hit worse than others. Lee County, I mean, that's right. Lee County, 9%, negative 9%. Houses in 2024 were 394. Now they're 360. These are people here who need some help. Same thing with Charlotte County. So there are some things, but you'll see other counties where they're not really having that issue. So even if you see a whole state, it's really boils down to almost zip code. So don't get too lost or worried in that. Real estate is by the zip code, guys, and I've really realized that a long time ago. One thing I do pay attention to is for sale inventory, right? How many houses are for sale on the market rate now in all different states? So if you are in Oklahoma, there's 14,000 homes for sale. And this is what is really interesting to me. Florida has 178,000 homes for sale. There is a inventory boom happening right now. So when you see that, compile with price cuts. So what does this mean? I'll give you an example. Almost 28% of houses on the market in Florida are doing a price drop, right? 1 out of every 4. Some of these areas, they're not doing that many. And some of them, they really are. So what does that mean? They're listing the house high. They're going to need to do some discounts on price. You're seeing this happen all over the country. In spots like Texas, Arizona, people are putting their house on the market and they're not selling and they're discounting the prices. Sometimes they might not be able to discount it anymore. And they're kind of stuck and it's not selling. Well, any one of those properties that has a 2-3% interest rate that cash flows, beautiful house, I want every one of those. The next thing I'm looking at, which is really important to me, is population growth. This is something that was really surprising to me, but not terribly surprising. But what areas are still growing and what areas are not? And you're going to see places like New York. I'm part of that statistic. I moved from New York. I moved to Florida. You can see California, some of these places are losing parts of their population, where other places like Texas, Florida, down south, these areas are swelling up. I don't know what's going on in Idaho. Some even put a red cross on that one. But Idaho, you've got a lot of people moving there. So there is some growth happening there. And I love to see growth. I love to see an area that is really starting to grow. This is why the Carolinas have always been a great hot spot for doing deals. Tennessee, Alabama, you just have people from up north moving there. So market trends, for sale inventory, year over year growth. Okay, so what does this mean? I'll give you an example. Well, last year in Florida, at this time, there was 140,000 homes for sale. That's up 27.5%. This year, there's more. So when I could see Nevada 1 year ago had 7,800 homes, now it's got 12,000. I'm seeing a big increase in some of these places. I'm seeing inventory shooting up in some of these areas. So what does that mean? I'm not saying there's a big crash coming or there is or isn't. All I'm saying is we're seeing a lot of inventory hitting the market. We're seeing some prices dropping in certain areas. People are dropping prices. All of these things are a perfect storm for creative finance. I could still pay a good dollar. I could still get good rates. So to me, it doesn't matter what's going in the market. I can dictate my market. And so these are some of the metrics that I like to pay attention to. Sale inventory growth month over month. So we're looking at sales, right? And how much it's continued to grow even month over month. And you're going to see more houses are hitting the market in some of these places. Some, it's not. My last one, oops, not this one, demographics. So population, right? I look at the population of the states, the median household income, and this is why they say Florida has an affordability problem, because your average household income is 75,000 in Florida, but your average house costs significantly higher. As far as like the voting and all that kind of stuff, I really don't worry about that. But your income growth, you're going to see a lot of people move to Florida. As a state, it's gone up tremendously in growth. You're having a lot of people from up north working remote, things like that. But some of these areas, it's still growing, right? So we're having some areas of growth, some of tremendous growth. And so when you're looking at your state, what am I getting to with all of this data? It's good to know. It's good to know where people are moving to, where they're moving from. It's good to know our price is really hot in the area. How's inventory? This is going to give me a good idea of the landscape that's going on in my area. Because for me, this is what I need to know. And this is what I want to understand. Even like the median average age, right? Some of these areas you're seeing there's younger people moving to. Florida, of course, that's going to be red. Half the state is retirees, if not more. And you'll understand that when you come driving down here. I just said what it is. So your pricing forecast for each area. So this goes over a bunch of different metrics that figures out in the next 12 months, where do they really predict the market is going to go? Is it going to stay hot? Do they feel like they're going to still go up in value, like Illinois? I don't know what y'all doing up there, but like they're still predicting your market's going to go up in value. And that's based on your price of real estate versus your income, people moving in and out. Illinois, the Northeast is still a red hot spot. So when they're saying projecting like Florida, there might be a drop. If it is, I absolutely am all for it, right? I'm helping these sellers where they're putting their houses on the market and they're just not selling. This is making motivated sellers. And what I've realized is that time and circumstances will change somebody's opinion. So sometimes in Florida, I might talk to a seller where they say, no, this doesn't work for me. I'm just going to list it on the market. Well, 7 months later, they come back, 6 months later, 4 months later, and it's not selling, and they're frustrated. Now they're open to creative opportunities. So when we share some of these metrics, these are just a couple things. You don't need the software, but when you start to look at what's happening here in a lot of these areas, population growth, price growth, all of the things, this is what's going to help you make good decisions. But once again, when you're buying creative, you just want to know, does this deal make sense? And this is what we focus on here. So this is some of the stuff I could spend a whole hour on there, but I'm not going to. But these are the things that I'm looking at, everybody. So once again, home value growth year over year. Once again, this is the big one. Are prices going down in my state, or are they going up? I'm going to click on New York. We're going to pull up the county in New York. Because as you see, New York is still pretty hot, right? But you're going to see some areas like up here, prices are going down. I wonder what's going on up there. Makes no sense. We actually have a deal that we're working on up there right now. But right here in Rochester, where I'm from, prices are still going up. I'll tell you what, guys, when I see this, it makes me feel warm and fuzzy, because all of our properties, not all, but a lot of them we own are up here. That means that my properties are still going up in value every single year still. Although I do have some properties in Florida, and it's cooling off a little bit, right? Oops, I went too far. But these are the properties I will tell you in 2008, 9, and 10, when everybody was getting out of it. This is when I was buying the most, or the most opportunities. For this right here where we live, all in this area, these are just some super motivated people who are running to some issues. There's inventory is high. They're doing some price drops, and they're not selling. And my gosh, it is creating this perfect storm of creative finance. Good news is a lot of these people have free and clear properties. So even if they want top dollar for their house, if I'm able to get 0% mortgages, if I'm able to get 1.5% rates or 2% rates, guys, if the prices do dip down a little bit, but I'm paying off my debt super fast and I'm cash flowing, to me, I'm buying every beautiful house and beautiful neighborhoods that I can. So I just want to I'm going to wrap that part up, but these are creating opportunities. And this is where I want to make sure that we're clear, understanding how this business works. And sometimes it's a little bit in my area where it's slower. I'm finding more deals here than I can imagine. But meanwhile, in upstate New York, where the market's still hot, we're doing deals on both. So it's good to know what's going on, because your strategy makes a difference. And I'll tell you the strategy that I'm using in Florida right now. If I do a deal on a fixer upper, I don't really want to do a fix and flip. I'd rather just wholesale that and get a big finder's fee. Remember before we showed you the chart of creative finance and there's all these different ways? That's one of them. I want to get that wholesale check on a junker house and let some other contractor do the fix and flip and list it and put it on the market. Me, I want to get a check and be done with it. Any state that I could find a beautiful house with a super low rate, even in Florida where the ladies got the 275 rate, like I want that deal. If prices dip down a little bit, I'm paying down my debt so quick and have super long terms, I don't care. So that's is where we're creating wins because we're still cash flowing, even in places like Florida, where if you're paying 7% right now and you go to the bank and put down 10, 20%, you still don't cash flow. There's cash flowing properties all over Florida when you understand the right strategy and you have the right system to find the deals, right? Well, like we talked about, lead flow, creative deal analyzing, right? Making those offers and then how to turn those into wins with rent to own. And rent to own in Florida, let me tell you, it is my favorite. Not just in Florida, many other states too, but this Florida market is just absolutely wild right now. So it's been great.
That's amazing. I love it. And it's so important to recognize good data leads to good decisions. When you know the data, you could see the numbers. It's almost like the decision gets made for you. And you're not wading through kind of the darkness of kind of a gut feeling of, oh, maybe this is the neighborhood I should do it in, or just kind of hoping to scroll upon something, but you're being very strategic about where you're putting your efforts at. It's
Well,
pretty great.
and you said it right in the head. And the point of it is too, what's creating these hot spots or the softer areas? What is it? And I can tell you what it is. It's these interest rates. If these interest rates were 2%, every area where we saw there was a little bit of pullback, they'd all be red hot. If interest rates were still in the twos and threes. So what's causing that downturn is just high interest rates. It's the affordability. When you add in the taxes, the insurance, and the interest and the principal, the payment's high. And it's causing a downturn in some of these markets. But if rates were still in the twos, it'd be white hot, red hot. It'd be on fire. Well, once again, the way that we're buying deals, I'm not buying some deal at 7, 8%. I'm buying the ones at 2 and 3%. So that's what I mentioned earlier, the young lady who's got a property in Sarasota, Florida, that's 11,000 square foot house that she owes $3.5 million on. The reason why her payment is so outrageously high, yeah, $3.5 million plus the taxes are high, but you do that at a 9% rate, and it is just way out of this world, right? Yeah. And so I'm looking for the deals, the cherries, the gems, and
because if it don't make dollars,
it don't make sense. Bam.
I love it. If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. All right, just as a reminder, obviously there's a whole system behind the strategy. If you want to explore that, see if creative financing is the right play for you, go ahead and click on the link I just shared in the chat. You'll be able to book a call. I want to congratulate everybody who has booked a call. I'm just scrolling through our internal notifications and I'm seeing all these calls booked. So congratulations. That for you is a step forward. That is you not being a guru collecting information, but a duru who is ready to do the work and take action. Way to make that energetic commitment. So I want to get into some extended Q&A. Jen and Joe, how does that sound?
I love it. Yeah, I know you had so many questions, especially we were going over some of the deal breakdowns. We were able to answer a couple of them, but there's so much more to that pie that we have not even enjoyed yet.
Well, and I also want to dip too, because I know I looked and I only have a few spots left open to book a call with me. So if you're thinking about like, hey, now is the time and you're serious about it, I only have a few spots left, and you're not going to push. You're going to be talking with me, and we're going to spend some time together figuring out what you've got going on, where you're at, and then how can we help your business grow. And I think many times we see other people doing it and we feel excited for them, but you get to the point where it's now my turn. Does anybody feel like 2025? They made a commitment that this was the year that it was going to be. Uh-oh. And you gonna go. But is this the year 2025 where you're making the commitment to yourself, but now here it is mid-July, and maybe you haven't hit that goal yet, right? And you're thinking, my gosh, before you know it, you're gonna blink. It's gonna be the holidays and Christmas, and next thing you know, it's 2026, and you feel like I'm another year behind. if you feel like that's kind of happening, and maybe you have hit your goals, high five, shout out to you. Okay. But if you're feeling like you haven't hit that goal yet and you want to see what that'd be like, and you're tired of you not doing what you want to do, guys, I only have a few spots left, but I'd love to be able to connect with you and just see if there's a way that we could help you, give you some direction, get you involved with our program. Because I'll be quite honest with you, the best way to help you guys is if you're one of our clients, where you're gonna be able to talk with me every single week, where you're gonna have not only me analyze your deals, but have Lexi, have Jen helping with all the types of stuff, have Brittany do it. That's your key, is you're gotta have a village around you to help you. And not only us, but when you're in a Zoom and you're with Ryan and Alyssa, as you can see those two superstars, and Steven and so many other amazing people in our community, and you're watching them do deals, and they're doing the same kind of deals that you want to do, and you could connect with them and you could talk to them about what is it that they're doing. Guys, this is it. So has everybody hit their goal yet this year? If you haven't hit your goal for this year, put no in the chat. I haven't hit my goal yet. No, I haven't. And if you have hit it, I want to hear from you too. Yes, because I want to make, like, what did you do? Like, I want to know all about it, right? But if you haven't hit your goal yet and you feel like you're a little bit behind, I really encourage you to get those last couple spots I have, because I'm busy. Okay. But we're going to be chatting about how we're going to help you get that goal. And sometimes it's just one or two extra tweaks. Sometimes it's getting a whole bunch of people around you to give you a step-by-step system on how to do it, so you're not trying to figure it out on your own. Because I will tell you, the most expensive way to learn anything, and the longest and most frustrating way to learn anything, is trying to do it all on your own, trying to figure it out as you go on your own. So having some help and having somebody make your calls, because we didn't even get into the coaching, but one of the reasons why our clients do so well is because they bring leads to our coaching calls, and I actually call your leads for you. I know so many times that
Hey, wait a minute, Joe, because that's a big deal.
Yeah.
Because when I saw this happen in real time, I was blown away by the fact that you actually had the phone on Zoom, and then you were talking to their lead in front, like during the coaching call. Break down why that's so helpful for people.
So I got to say, when I first started, my biggest fear was I don't know what to say. I don't know how to answer questions. I don't know if this is a good deal or a bad deal. And how do I even make an offer? There was so many fears, Sean, that held me back from even picking up the phone. I was terrified in the beginning. And when I was scared and I felt like I was going to mess it up, or I didn't know what to say, or even worse, they say yes, and now I have to go figure out how to do the paperwork. Like, this was a ton of pressure, and which made me like slow my process so much. Was, if any of these questions popped up, who do I turn to talk about this? Who do I come to with my questions? So what we've realized was, help everybody get a deal. And the way to do it is by showing them how it's done step by step. So for me, I am a deal maker. I love to do it. But more importantly, thanks to my wife, we've really worked on the system of how to simplify it. And not only just Joe could do it, you can too, but you got to show you how to do it. And it's like a song or a movie. The first time you've seen it or heard it, you don't know it. It's new to you. After you listen to the same song 150 times, you could sing along, because I listen to my wife sing all these Taylor Swift songs because she listens to them a lot, right? Now she is Taylor Swift sing-alongs. Like, that's what we have all the time in our house. But she didn't know those words in the beginning.
And now you do too.
But now I do too, and I'm not even singing along, guys, but it's just by repetition. So I see somebody else is a Swiftie. Yes, there's probably a whole bunch of you here. But that was the point, guys. So whether you want to be a Swiftie or not, you listen to those songs 100 times, you know the lyrics, like it or not. It's no different than what we're doing. You're listening to me make your calls for you. My number one objective, two of them: teach you how to do this, get you that deal. Let me help you lock up that deal. Because if they say yes and we analyze that deal together, and Sean's like, hey, oh my God, that's a deal, I want it. I'm like, well, good, Sean, let's show you how to do the paperwork now, so we could do this the right way. And when you get around some of these deals, we were on a support call last night for 2 hours, and I'm listening to my client wins and doing deals. And some of the deals, like Samantha in Connecticut's got this deal today.
Lexi's helping write it up right now.
Is she really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
she's got a deal that is absolutely amazing, and she just got back from her honeymoon, kind of just bumped into an opportunity. This is a major deal, and I told her, if you get abducted by aliens, send the information to me before you go, because I'll buy that deal. I want it. It's such an amazing deal, but her buy it, and they're going to. That deal alone is going to pay them. I mean, it's an enormous amount, and they're truly helping out somebody who's in a really tough spot. So it's walking through all of those situations, all the different steps. So sometimes for me, and when I first got started, maybe some of you feel the same way, I was just a little scared. I was more than a little scared. I was terrified. And I'm only talking the phone, so it's not like somebody can beat me up through the phone. I was afraid of failure and afraid of success. I was just scared, right? And so I don't take that for granted. I've talked to tens and tens of thousands of people, calls, leads, everything. We've got such an easy system in place that not only do we train other people to do it, but that's how we train you, is by leading by example. So thanks for the shout out on that. But these live support calls, this is where the magic is happening. 5 days a week, we're analyzing your deals. We're looking at your business deep into what we call your KPIs, your key performance indicators. By the amount of leads you're getting, I could even forecast roughly when we think you'll have a deal, right? Because we have our metrics that we've been tracking for years and years and years, and the same numbers work everywhere. So it's the key to success, and it's the system that really breaks it down. Because when you can have a system that no experience, like Lexi, who is our babysitter, who's now locking up deals and helping our clients lock up deals. And 2 years ago, Lexi was a babysitter on care.com. And when we hired her, I had to spell Zillow because she never heard of it before. So she's like, how do you spell that? And now she's doing all of these things. And it's just truly remarkable. So to help people is truly the goal. To turn them into another version of Ryan and Alyssa Cole, where they're another success story, another Grace, another Mike and Jay, to where we get you on our podcast and we help you build the life that you want. So to me, that's like the fruit of my labor. I love to do that.
Yeah, and one of my favorite things of from hearing our students speak is, I just did what you said. Like, okay, you just made it so easy. I just did what you said. I didn't know what step 2 or 3 was, but you said step 1, so I'm going to do step 1. Okay, great. Now what's step 2? And then Joe and Jen, you tell me step 2. And you literally just do what you say and it works. And I think that's because you have the experience. You've been doing this for years. And I want to emphasize the KPI part and what you just said. You can predictably tell when a deal is going to close because you have the data. How beneficial is it for a student to come in and say, hey, I'm doing this deal. Am I on the right track or not? Like, did I do this right? Because there's so many ways to let a deal get derailed. To have like those guiding posts to say, no, you're on the right track, or, oh, this might come up later. Let's fix it now. How beneficial has that been for our students?
Well, it's huge. And the reason why I'm going to go over Jacob. Okay, Jacob's story, if you're listening to this right now, is not very common, but it's what happened. Okay. And Jacob was a college student, was home for summer break, 19 years old, wanted to learn how to do this. He says, Joe, how many people do I have to talk to and hear no before I hear a yes? I said, Jacob, it's probably anywhere between 75 and 100. So you're going to have to hear 100 no's or maybes, right, to get to one deal that is a yes that closes. Well, Jacob started on a Thursday. And Sunday, he's freaking out, like legit freaking out. And I remember at Sunday, like I forgot what we were doing. It was like later in the
You were
day.
playing Madden.
Playing Madden. So there we go. And I'm like, Bud, what's going on? He's like, I got a deal. I got a deal. I'm like messing with him. Like, well, what took so long? He's like, I'm sorry. The first day, my girlfriend was 3 days. Got a deal. Got a big old check. But his intentions were to get a deal before he had to go back to school. So just in summer break, he needed to get a deal. 3 days. I said, dude, what did you do in 3 days to get a deal? He's like, I talked to 100 people. I did exactly what you said. So do you talk to one person a week? Well, how long does it take you to get to 100 people? 2 years, right? Or you could do it in a weekend like Jacob did. After his girlfriend hung out with him Thursday night, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, dude was just making calls, right? And talking to everybody he could. And that's how it got him a deal. Guys, got him a big old check. So forecasting is extremely important. And when one of my first coaches would say KPIs, he said that phrase that 3 months before I even asked him, what does a KPI even mean?
So it's key performance indicator. It's like, what do I track? There's certain things you should be tracking in your business, some things that don't matter, the things that matter. And we could quickly diagnose if there's a shortage somewhere, if there's maybe just a little bit of a block in the drain to really get things flowing. And I think of Carlos. Carlos is on our podcast, guys. We didn't have him on today, wish we could, but we've had him on
He was on
before.
the last one.
He was on the last one. But if you look up Carlos, either in our last month's training or on our podcast, that's exactly what we did with Carlos. We just tracked his KPIs. And I said, hey, who's been in my program, in my coaching program for more than 30 days who hasn't done a deal yet? Carlos raised his hand. We brought him up on the stage on Zoom during one of our calls. I said, Carlos, in the last month, how many leads have you gotten? He said 120 something, like 127. I said, that's great. That's a great KPI. 100 leads in a month for free. That's outstanding. I said, how many times have you picked up the phone and talked to one of those sellers? He said, not too many, 2 or 3 times. I said, well, I could see the issue right away. Got 127 leads, but we only talked to 3 people. So what we did was we created a goal. In 1 week, just talk to 5 people. That's it. 5 people. Well, the next week's call, he came on and said, Joe, I accomplished it. I talked to 5 people. I said, great job. He's like, I've got more. I said, yeah. He's like, one of them's a deal. I was like, there's no way. It turned into a deal. And so now we've turned that phrase Carlos into now everybody in our coaching group wants to be Carlosed, which get them on the hot seat, kind of ask them where they're at, find out where the shrinkage is. I can't predict that you're going to have a deal in a week like Carlos is, but it sounds wonderful. But since then, Carlos has been able to buy, now he's got 9 properties, works full time, drives 2 hours each way to work, lives in Cape Coral, drives to Miami. He finds the time while a busy dad, property owner, doing all these things to still hit his KPIs because he's serious. He's committed. Like Sean talked about earlier, that dude's committed to success. Wasn't born in this country, has a broken, thick accent. That was part of the hang up to only talking to 2 or 3 people. Once I explained it to Carlos that everybody in Florida, we have an accent one way or another. I have that nasally upstate New York accent, right?
Yes.
He has a different accent, but everybody in Florida has an accent. So don't let that stop you. Like just a little bit of an entrenched
Limiting
fear.
beliefs, yeah.
And the minute he got through that, this dude is beating us. I mean, he's just kicking butt. And if you talk to Carlos, you're going to either sell him a house or do a rent to own from the guy. Like he just has that mojo. He's got that swagger now because after he's been able to do it and replicate success, success builds success. Success grows success. So when you're around other successful people and you're in it, the person that he is now is not the same man that we met a year and a half ago. And where he's going to be in the next year and a half is going to be even more amazing because I know his work ethic. I know his style. We see him in class. He shows up. He's got questions. He's got deals that we look at. He's making seller calls. So even when he's not in class, I know the dude's working. And this is what the little bit of steps are. So my big thing is, what do you do when nobody's looking? Are you still doing the right things? Are you still taking the right steps? Right? And that's that internal fire. Right. So if you have that internal fire and that just burning desire to be successful, this is where it starts from. And like me, I just need to be shown a way. I had all the energy in the world. I had all of the I'll do whatever it takes, the DWIT, do whatever it takes. I had that attitude. I just didn't have the system and the know-how. And once I did, get out of my way and let me go do that. But when we have questions, it's good to have somebody to turn to. And that's the thankful thing of having a community like ours. So when you do have that question, hop on the call right now. Lexi's legitly on a call right now with our community, calling their leads, helping Samantha write up a contract that's going to pay her a 6-figure deal. And you have us helping you through the paperwork, through the negotiations, through the calls, through the closings, through the rent to own, and then repeating that process, right? The deal flow and creating a pipeline that gets you not just one deal, like Jen said earlier, but a pipeline of deals. And like Sean mentioned, a life-changing deal doesn't have to come around once a lifetime. What if you could do a deal like that once a month? What would that do for your bottom line, for your family's bottom line, for your future, right? And these are the practices that Jen and I have spent over $200,000 on masterminds and different coaching that we've been involved with some of the brightest people around the whole planet to learn these strategies. But then we've also implemented an installed process to make it super simple that my 10-year-old son can do because he helps us with follow-up. And he's a 10-year-old now, but he's been doing this last few years. So when our son
wants a toy, he knows dad and mom don't just go buy it for him. He's going to have to earn it. Although I have slacked and bought him a couple things lately, but we did some traveling for a month. So he maybe got a little gift here or there. But now back to the grind. If he wants something, there's no more mom and dad buying it for you. He's going to earn the money and then buy it himself. And at 10 years old, what an amazing lesson to learn. And my daughter at 12 years old, because I'm raising a daughter, I am a girl dad too. Shout out all the girl dads here. I'm going to have my daughter and my son not have to rely on anybody. My daughter's not going to have to rely on a guy. Okay. But I'm also going to have to watch out, make sure the guys aren't trying to rely on her now because she's going to be the breadwinner. Okay. But I'm going to raise that young woman to be the right way. Same thing with my son. Right. And what's that going to do for their kids? Our kids are living a lifestyle that I could have only dreamed about. Okay. So it came from a thought. It came from being committed. It came from taking action. It came from getting around the right people and then doing it. And guys, for every win I had 100 banging my head against the wall moments that you don't have to have. The struggles, you guys don't have to have that. Okay, I'm not saying you're never going to struggle. There'll be moments where you're going to be frustrated and that happens. You lose a deal. I lose deals left and right, right? Some lady, the guy in Elmira.
Pick one.
We have the house under contract. We send the guys to do the walkthrough. We're good to close. And he's like, yeah, my lifestyle's changed. I'm not selling the house now. I'm like, what the? Guess what? You know what cures that?
More deals.
More deals. More leads. More opportunities. Guess what? I already forgot about them until just now. Right? But then I forget about them in 2 seconds later because my phone's getting blown up by more deals that we got to look at. Then when I'm off this call, I'm going to be busy because I want to write up a deal. I'm a deal maker. So if you feel like you are in the right spot, I want to see right spot in the comments. I want to see who's left. I want to see who's awake. But if you feel like you're in the right spot and you feel like I see it already, and you feel like this is the goal, this is the year, because I saw some of you hit, no, I haven't hit my goal yet. I've only got a few spots left. I don't even know if I've got that many left, but I'd recommend the last few I do. Let's grab a call. Let me see if we could get you in our program, see how we could help you guys, and let's get you some success. Because if you don't make that change, I could predict what your next 5 years are going to look like. And we predict that if you don't change, they're going to look exactly like your last 5 years. And the only thing that's going to make a change in your life is you making a change in your life and is doing something different. And that's usually getting out of your comfort zone, getting out of something that you've already been doing, maybe strategies that aren't working, right? Or maybe it's just not working the way you want it to, and you want to really start putting some fire to it and you want to scale up. And that's what we're about. So if you're an action taker, I'm going to warn you, Jen and I can't work with everybody. We have a lot of people that reach out to us, but we love working with A-plus players who Jen doesn't call you in the morning to make sure you got a bet on time. You just need to be shown the system and let us be there to help you. And if you feel like I see Eugene's got his call book, can't wait to talk, buddy. Looking forward to it. But this is the point, is when you have that system in place, guys, it's going to be a lot easier process. And when somebody told me a long time ago, I don't have to take the stairs to the top floor, I can hit the elevator. And that's what coaching is like. I was like, oh my gosh, that is so it. I mean, I cured so many issues that I had by just 1 or 2 coaching calls. The clouds appear, the sun is out. I'm like, oh my gosh, I have clarity now on what I'm supposed to do. And when you have clarity and the systems, now it's just doing. And when you could break it down to small little wins and small little steps that anybody could do, even my 10-year-old son, there's nothing stopping you guys. The only thing stopping you is learning, is having that system.
Yeah. So good. It's never how, always who. Who do I know that has already done this? That can fast track my journey by 15 years. And if you already know how to do it, I don't have to figure anything out. I just have to do what you say to do. And then the results happen. And I also want to share this. We've had so many great insights today. Insights only remain insights unless they turn into different action. It's the action that follows the insight that turns into transformation. So insights turn into new beliefs turn into new behaviors turn into new patterns and habits, which turns into new lifestyles and routines and experiences. So you have had a lot of insights today, but don't let those insights remain in a Zoom chat. Let's turn those into action. And one of the easiest actions you can do is spend time with Joe. So I'm going to put the link in the chat right now. I think we have like maybe 3 spots left. So if you are like, okay, I am not going to let this go by without me claiming that. This is a free call with Joe, and all you have to do is click on that link below. Now, Joe and Jen, a question came in that I think is a really good question. And the question is, have you seen Taylor Swift live yet?
Well,
That's not the question. I'm just curious.
yeah.
We did last October.
Which is why I became a Swiftie. Oh, she puts on a show.
It was my daughter's dream.
Totally blame my daughter.
So awesome.
It's because of, once again, though, and I want to kind of take a step back, though, because we've learned inside of our business, some of our teaching is profit first, having a profit account where money's just in there. So my daughter is the sweetest pea ever, and she doesn't ever really ask for much, although now she's 12 and a half, she's starting to ask for like a little bit more like lotions and stuff. But before that, she really never asked for anything. My son's the one that wants all the toys and all the stuff. But my daughter was really wanting to go to Taylor Swift concert. And when I looked at the tickets on it, I was like, oh my gosh, that costs a lot of money. Guys, 4 tickets to Taylor Swift Miami was like $20,000 originally. 4 tickets. That's not including Airbnb and all the travel, none of that. We had a big hurricane. This was October last year. And then
Good old Milton came rumbling through.
we just got back to our house after evacuating. Our lanai, the cage in the back, got destroyed. So that was going to be fixed. We didn't have internet back on. The day Taylor Swift is her performance, my daughter told my son that that's all she wanted. I looked it up. How about the morning of it? They had a huge sale on the tickets. I don't know why. I like bumped into it. It was so a fraction of the price. It was still a lot of money. I could have never imagined some of these houses I get into for less than what it costs to go to a Taylor Swift concert, okay? But I gotta say though, the return on that were the memories. Us going there, us going to the concert, having amazing seats, rocking out for 3 hours straight, watching my daughter, my wife, my son all dancing and screaming and singing. I'm gonna warn you though, if you do, you need earplugs.
Yeah, we didn't.
Loudest thing ever. But you know, we had the
love
money
it.
sitting there in a profit account from real estate, guys. And so once again, on a whim, to go spend the kind of money that we do, go take 3-4 days and go to Miami to go to a Taylor Swift concert, memories of a lifetime. And so when you look to have kids, my thing I've always loved was dazzle your kids. Like my job is not to spoil my kids, but dazzle them. Be the best dad I possibly could be. And I'm making sure our kids are being, we don't give them everything. We don't spoil them. But one thing like that, that was a big treat for sure. Which now, Sean, speaking about committed, the next time Taylor Swift goes on concert, I don't think I have a choice as if we're going. I think I'm committed to going to the next one too. Once we find out,
Buffering that profit count now.
I love it.
we're starting to put money in the profit account now for it.
We should make it a team trip.
Oh.
So I think we have like 2 spots left. Maybe 1. I don't know if I saw a double booking, but like 2 or 1 spots left. Okay, a good question did come in from Josh. Can you please talk a little bit about the mechanics of what we can expect when we're in your program as a student?
Yeah.
So specifics. I know there's like a membership portal with so much training. There's so many calls. You guys can kind of dive deep into it. Maybe Jen, share a little bit.
Yeah, so definitely built it from the client's perspective. It's not something where we just sat down and recorded ourselves talking to a camera, because that's not real life, right? So how we really love to do it, and you've already touched on this, is it's step by step, question by question, and really giving you the direction, because everybody comes in at a different spot. You may have never done a deal before ever. And so you're going to start here, and someone else might have a couple rentals like Alyssa and Ryan had, but they're looking to buy creatively. So we meet you where you're at and then really build out that map for you. So while it is a small group coaching, in the very beginning, you do get some one-on-one attention with myself, with Lexi, and really sit down and make sure that you are finding the right materials. You're being able to post the blue ad in the right places, understanding where to find this or what to do next with that, and knowing and kind of like releasing the pressure and stress of like, well, what about the LLCs and the paperwork and all the crazy things that, yeah, that's all part of it. But we calm everything down and take that big deep breath with you, and we start you at step 1. And we confidently will then take you the next steps, however many it takes for you to continue forward. And so I'm not sure what you want to add to
Well,
that.
I love the fact that when we started, you actually sit down with Jen on a one-on-one call where she's going to map out like what your goal is, right? Because you got to understand what that process looks like. And then you get access to all of our online training, our scripts, our checklists, our agreements, our contracts. So you get access to all of that. And then you get the live coaching calls every weekday. Like every weekday, you have a question, you feel like
Say that again. Every
weekday.
We're
day
not
of the week.
required. It's not a requirement, but when you're in the middle of a deal and something pops up and it's Friday, we'll hop on with Lexi and she's there to take a look at your contract for you or call that seller. So yeah, every day of the week, we've got calls with either myself, Joe, or someone who's literally worked hand in hand with us, Brittany and Lexi.
Yeah, and then we have a private WhatsApp support channel. So it's just for the community, but if you have a question and you have or a win that you want to share, I absolutely love that. You're immersed with the community. So you might have a question and maybe like Thomasina or Henry or somebody who just helped that one situation out, they help you too. So it's having a whole community around you. So you get access to that WhatsApp channel. And the best part, I always feel like my best part is that we'll call your seller leads with you live on the calls. Guys, I don't know anybody who does that. I don't know anybody locking up deals like what we do, but also helping you do the same
And they're
thing.
your deals too. I feel like I really want to preface that as like, we'll hop on a call with your seller, but it's your deal. And so there's no giving us half or taking any of that at all. There's different programs out there. So you got to do your research, but how we operate, the seller is yours. We're here to help you help your seller.
And we teach you how to do it without partners. So you don't need partners. I know a lot of times people say, well, I need partners. You don't. If it's not a lack of resources, just the lack of knowing.
If anything, we'll talk you out of doing partners.
Yeah, absolutely.
With your spouse.
That's it.
And I actually want to point out the WhatsApp group again because just this morning, you and Joe were obviously here with this incredible group of people, but one of our clients, Samantha, had a question. She said, "Hey, they're on that thing, but I need help right now. Can somebody take a look at a contract before I meet with the seller this afternoon?" And not an hour later did our team respond and say, "Hey, send it over." And Lexi took a look at it and took care of Samantha. So there's always someone available to answer your questions. And I think that's a really good benefit to having like that back pocket support. Anytime I have a question, just pull my phone out, let me ask the question. I get that response.
Yeah, 'cause what we found, Sean, was even though our mentor was amazing, shout out Tony, we had to submit a question via email. And within 48 hours, we would hopefully get a response. And if not, then we had to wait for our Friday 30-minute phone call. And that was all that we got.
So if I got a deal on a Monday, I had to wait till Friday to talk for half an hour, and these calls were for half an hour. So at 30 minutes, it hung up on you because you had to call into this like phone number thing. But that was a while back. And that was a lot of money. So what it really did for me was like, no, if I only have 30 minutes, like I got to try to cram everything in there. So the way that we design what we do, we have it 5 days a week. You're gonna be either with me, you're gonna be with Jen, you're gonna be with Brittany or Lexi, and one of us are gonna be there. But even more on top of that, some of the biggest questions, Sean, I didn't even bring this up. So for the rest of you that stayed on, here we go. But we also, many times it's like, how do I set up my LLC? How do I've got legal questions. Well, we have one of the best attorneys who is globally known, who also helps run our support calls. So not one of his assistants or a paralegal, but when you have a question, you're going to be on a Zoom with Bob Bloom, who not only helps us, but a lot of our clients too, and clients he's globally. He's going to be able to do Q&A, and not because he loves to do it for our community. So maybe you have questions. You need to sit down with an attorney who's going to charge you a bunch of money per hour. Come to the support call. And I'll be honest with you, when Bob does one of our support calls, he fills the class. I mean, there's people there. I'm like, I haven't seen you in a week. Where have you been? But they're there for the Bob call, right? Because they have maybe a question about an LLC or a land trust or something else. And so having these resources at your fingertips is crucial. I had one of my clients reach out to me telling me that he paid $25,000 to be part of a program to learn just how to do that part. I'm like, if you're in my program, it doesn't even cost that, and you get access to Bob where you don't have to worry. It's just what the value is inside of it, and our scripts
and our paperwork.
And even our connections, like you're saying, like Samantha, back to her in her contract, she's like, hey, this deal's in Connecticut. Do you know an attorney that understands these kind of deals? So, getting around people that have these connections and in the networking, it's really, really impactful.
Yeah, because we did a deal in Connecticut, and the attorney that we used was a judge, and now she's an attorney. And so there's the connections. Like, hey, this is who we used. Loved her. She's a great attorney. Here's who's going to help you do your deal. So we have a list, the master list of the attorneys and title companies that we've used, and you get access to all that at a snap.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. Okay, we have like 15 minutes left. So
this flew by.
I know, it really did. I want to make sure we get the freebies to everybody. I want to make sure we answer all the questions. So if you have a question that was not answered, that you're like, it's a burning question, whether it's about the coaching program or it's about, the property case studies that they talked about, I want to make sure you get your questions answered. So go ahead and share it in the chat. But talk a little bit about, while we're waiting for those questions to come in, talk a little bit about these resources we're giving people for sticking around for like 5 hours in this training, as a thank you for being a part of it. And I see like these calls are coming in. So Joe, I'm not looking at your calendar. I'm just looking at the notifications. Are there any spots left?
You know what? Give me a minute to pull it up. If I do it, it's like
We might have to make a new one if there's like a burning desire one that wait, I missed it. But yeah, they're filling up.
So, and I would say this was the thing for me is, just I love to connect and I love to find out what you got going on in your business. So if you do want the last spot and there's one left, just book that slot, get it, because I will tell you the little bit of knowledge, if we can't help you, at least I'll point you in the better direction where you were. But once again, if this sounds like this is what you're looking for, and I know we got a couple more questions, but this is my favorite thing to do. And I'll be honest with you, in our trip, I didn't even tell you, Sean, I have a little bit of a weird thing. No matter what city I go to, what town I'm in, I'm always pulling up Zillow. I want to find out like what's going. I'm like so obsessed.
I do that too.
Oh my gosh. And man, I found like I'm gonna kind of let the cat out of the bag, but Fayetteville, North Carolina was one of the stops that we made. They're building like roads in there.
Cute.
Starbucks, like brand new, all the stuff that's going in there. When you looked at the map, it's a dirt field. Now it's like all this stuff. I'm like, man, this town is growing. So now I loved North Carolina, but I'm putting Fayetteville on my radar. Like I'm going to be starting to really target, like buy some deals there too. So if any of you listening, you got a deal in Fayetteville, like send it to me. I will buy that from you if you don't buy it yourself. But these are the things that, it's really exciting. So I love what I do and I love helping other people do it too.
And I love giving away stuff too. So I wanted to share, there's basically like the 3 major first stepping stones that you're going to need. So we're going to give them away for free. They're all yours. You keep hearing us talk about this blue ad. Guys, it's just a Facebook post, but we have the exact way to type it out, how to implement it. So that is how you're going to be generating your free off-market leads. The blue ad is really the way everything starts. If you don't have leads coming into you, then you don't have a business in your real estate, right? So investing. So you really want to make sure that you're really sharing those blue ads anywhere in those areas. Maybe it's Fayetteville, so now Joe can buy a house. You're going to sign it to him, or it's your own backyard. Wherever you choose in your Facebook groups, you can go and type out those blue ads. So that's one of our favorite freebies. And the next step is once people reach out on those blue ads, they're going to say, I have a house. Then you're going to ask those 10 questions like Alyssa and Ryan were talking about earlier. And you just go back and forth asking our 10 question script. We call them our 10 magic questions because they are magic. Question 2, so simple, but why are you selling? That's going to tell you everything you need to know about the motivation level of your seller. So you've got your blue ad, you've got your opening script, and then those of you who came to the training today, we don't ever really give this away unless you are committed and putting in the time. It is our closing call script, which this man right here, and I don't know, Lexi and Brittany and anyone else on our team have spent hours perfecting this thing.
And crafting it. And I will tell you, Sean said this earlier, but he just repeated what everybody else said. I just did what they said and it worked. So we're going to give you some amazing stuff that's going to get you leads right away. You're going to know the questions to ask them, okay? To find out, is this something I get in a closing call with? Guys, this is the same exact stuff that our team is using for years and years and years, and our clients are. So when you see Ryan and Alyssa or Steven or Grace or everybody else, and go to our podcast, go to our YouTube channel, they're all using the same exact stuff. This is the part where she's getting them. And let me tell you guys, if you don't have incoming leads, you don't have a business. So the first top of the funnel, we're focusing on leads, and we're going to help you guys with that for free. When we went on Bigger Pockets, the biggest podcast in the whole country, and we told everybody this, I had thousands of thank you messages for not gatekeeping, just sharing. Guys, get leads. It works. Why does Joe give away the secret recipe? Because it works, guys, and it's free, and it doesn't cost any money. And as good as Joe is, Facebook has tens of thousands of groups. Tens of thousands of groups. As great as I am, we only post in a couple a day. I can't handle too many leads because then I feel like I'm just drowning in leads. Okay. So post in 4 or 5 groups a day. Do that for 30 days and your life is going to change. But here's the questions that I'm going to have for you. If people reach out to you, what are you going to say? Don't worry about freaking out. Sean's giving you our script. Okay. These are the same exact questions. So here's the thing. I'm going to make a deal with you. We're going to give it to you. That's our deal. But part of your deal is you're not going to change it. Because I don't want you to mess it up. I just want you to do rule number 3. Don't stop doing what works. The stuff works. You don't have to think about it. You just got to take action. That should be like at the top of your notes, right? Take action like we talked about at the beginning. If you just do these single steps and take some action, you're going to have incoming leads. And this is what I'm going to tell all of you about when we get on a call about our program. When you join our community, I guarantee you're going to have incoming leads for free in under 14 days. In less than 14 days, you're going to have people reaching out to you with properties they want to sell. And some of those, a lot of those are off market. They haven't even hit the market. Nobody even knows about a lot of these properties. You're going to be the first to know. Not only that too, you're going to have good conversations with them by asking the right questions, because the way we ask questions, our sellers make us the offer. So Sean is spoiling you guys. You better give him some extra love, because this stuff we normally don't give away. And he was like, Joe, we need to bring the good stuff. So you guys have our blue ad, you're gonna have our opening script and our closing call script, guys. This is the stuff that works and has made us so much deals and so much money and so many others too. And like, again, truly helping people.
So good. So good. All right. We got 6 minutes left. I put the links in the chat. If you have not yet clicked on those, click on those links, get the downloads, print them out. Pretty phenomenal.
Sean, our team is freaking out. We had so many calls booked right now.
I love it. So good. And I think it's indicative because our team is so excited to support and serve so many of our audience. So good. Let me know, is this helpful? Has today's training been incredible? Let me know in the chat. We did this before, but I want to know now, has it shifted? Has it changed? Go ahead and put this training has been ... Let me know what the ... is. And I'm seeing Lacey say, thank y'all so much. Tim says, thank you so much. Hopefully gets us a deal soon. I love it. So good. Okay, so there was a question that came in from Maya while we're waiting for people to put this training has been ... Let me see where that question Maya asked. Oh, I heard there's only 3 types of loans that are assumable. How do you work around that, or is that the limiting factor?
So good news is we don't assume loans. I don't. So assuming a loan means I have to ask the bank for permission. I have to have the bank get my credit pulled. I have to supply them 2 years of my past tax returns and a W-2 and all of these things. I have to qualify for that loan. And then after that happens, now I assume that loan, and that debt goes onto my credit. That loan goes into my name. Okay, that's assuming it. So you're probably right. There are only a few that you could assume, but I don't know nothing about it because I don't do that. Okay, because the way that we buy,
It's a misconception.
yeah, and it is all the time. So I always want to make sure I'm crystal clear. It's like assuming the loan, but without having to go through the assumption process. So what does that mean? I'm still buying the house. The sum of the differences is I don't have to go to the bank. I don't have to ask for permission, no credit checks. I'm just going to pay that lender directly. And this is something coming from the car business that made me have a hard time understanding this, because the title to the car goes with the car, but I didn't realize that I could buy a house, but the loan stays in the seller's name. Like, it was a little bit different for me. So once I got my head around that, and I don't have to assume the loan. So when a seller asks me, Joe, are you assuming my loan? I tell them I'm not assuming it. It's very similar, but without me going through the assumption process. But one of the differences, that loan is going to stay in your name until I get it cashed out later on. But I'm not assuming the loan. So I just want to make sure
that we're really clear on that, because I've misheard people say, "Oh, we're going to be assuming your loan." I'm like, "Don't say that, because we're not." So we never say that. I'm buying it with seller financing. And I'm just going to take over your payments.
And if someone says it, they're confused.
Or unless you really plan on assuming their loan, but I don't do that.
Yeah.
You can buy all of the real estate that you want without having to go to a bank or get loans in your own name.
Okay, so Joe, I opened 2 slots on your calendar. I see one on the 30th, one on the 31st. We got 2 slots left. So go ahead and if you're like, oh, I wish I got those two, or before we booked up, right now, literally is your last chance. We're gonna close this call in about 2 minutes. I got a good questions. I copied the links, can't print them now, but I'll be able to later correct. They won't disappear. Correct, Shelly. They are yours forever, but print them out, use them. It's amazing. Maya asked one question. I just put the link in the chat though. So before we hop off, you're thinking, is that me? Should I take that step? Should I hop on a call? I'm calling you out. I'm calling you up into this position of leadership to take action and take ownership. Let these insights lead. Let this be the day where you're like, oh my gosh, thank God I booked that call with Joe. Okay, Maya asked, is there a risk of the seller taking back the property?
Only if you want to give it back to them.
But there's no risk.
No. It's a sold deal. It's done. It's professionally closed with a title company or an attorney. It's a done deal. So unless you want to give them the property back, which you could, no, they're not taking it back. Unless you're not making the payments and they want to take it back. That's the only outliner there. But we don't do that. I make payments early. I make them on time. I don't even do that. Jen and my team do. And it's easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Yeah, so good. Tim Coffee says, thanks so much. This has been so good. Maya says, superb. You guys are such an inspiration. Lacey says, yes, this training has been so helpful as always. Donnie says, incredible, invaluable. This training was fantastic, says Eugene. Irma Jean says, this training was epic. Aurora says, thanks. This training has been so helpful and inspiring. And so good. And Maya says, oh, wow. Okay, great. So good, so good. Tim says, thank you for paying it forward, Jen and Joe. All right, there's one opportunity to book the call left. Go ahead and book that call. I see that, Lee. We'll make sure to get that fixed right away and make sure you guys get it. There'll be a follow-up email. Here's what's going to happen right now. You're going to get a follow-up email that includes the link to all of these calls, to this call replay, as well as these freebies. If you have not yet booked the call, like I know you're like probably filling it out. So like fill it out, press submit. Last word of encouragement, Jen and Joe, and we'll close out.
I guess my biggest thing is, allow yourself to dream, because that was one thing where when I was just going through the motions and waking up early, drinking my coffee, driving to work, had this long commute, and I just went in, clocked in, loved my students, didn't like the politics of teaching. I just kind of lost sight of a big goal or big dream. And then when Joe kind of pulled me aside and was like, hey, there's this whole other world over here. And I'm like, yeah, but that world seems scary and for other people. And he's like, well, just think about it for a minute. And so don't think of it as woo-woo or weird, but just get quiet. Like, go for a walk outside, or just go sit by yourself on your bed, or whatever it might be. And like, what if? What if you allowed yourself? What if it all worked out? What if you could do the XYZ dream that's inside of you, like the little kid in you that wanted to do something really big, and go there, allow yourself to go there, write it out, talk it out, use ChatGPT. I'm sure all of us love to talk into that thing. And then from there, just hop on that call and just see what would it look like if one property turned into 2 to 3, and you started building that fortress around you and your family, because that's where that burning desire comes from. And so you don't have to have it all figured out, but you at least have to paint that picture and allow yourself to just, like I said, dream and know that big things can happen, but it's going to happen over a series of time, and it's just one step at a time.
Yeah, and I love that. And I think it's an attitude thing too, because I have the attitude of, I was always a dreamer. I would actually get yelled at in school for being daydreaming too much, but I was visioning, right? Things that weren't there, and I'm seeing things that weren't there. But my whole thing came from an attitude.
And the attitude was, why not me? Because I grew up poor, because I didn't go to college. But my attitude was, why not me? And I had that since I was a little boy, thinking to myself, well, there's all these super wealthy people, and a lot of wealth is self made. So then why not me? Is anybody any better than me, any more special than me? And what I realized was that I can have that too. And I had to just get around the right people. And I had a mentor earlier in my life. My first mentor was my grandfather. Came to this country completely poor, couldn't speak the language, came from Italy during World War II, where things were really bad there. And when he built his house on 50 acres, a 4,000 square foot house, and just absolutely stunning, and look what they built from this country, from their own hard work, that's what gave me that attitude. Well, he did it, like, and I've seen so many others do it. Why not me? And so I have that attitude. So if I could encourage any of you, is to give yourself the same attitude. Just because you see somebody else living the life that maybe you want something similar to that, why not you? Right? Because anything that could be taught could be replicated. And that's the neat thing about it. It's not like I'm trying to play a professional sport where either you have the physical ability or you don't. I'm not big enough to play in the NFL, right? Nor am I talented enough.
My voice isn't Taylor Swift's.
Nor am I even talented enough, right? But my goal was like, okay, buying a house, well, you don't need physical ability to do any of these things. You just need the mental know-how. And I'll tell you, once you are able to leverage your brain by able to accomplish these things, so I would encourage you to look deep into yourself, have that deep conversation of why not me, then get clarity what it is you want, and then create an action plan into that, because a goal without an action plan is a daydream. And you're never going to hit your goal if you just dream about it, but you don't have the actual steps to get there and take action on it. So you're going to hear me repeat action a lot, because even when I didn't know what I was doing, I think back to the 22-year-old kid who got a VCR tape and a couple cassette tapes and a book that I could barely read, and I'm driving around in my car listening to these tapes. Well, it was all of those little steps back then that got me here. And I had the same attitude. Why not me? Why don't I try this? Why don't I do it until it works? And then when I started doing that and getting around some really bright-minded people, my gosh, it just felt like the golden handcuffs could come off. So if you feel like in your place where you're stuck, we're not trees. You're able to move. You're able to get yourself unstuck. And this is the key to success, is don't stay stuck too long. Don't stay
And
stuck.
at any time you can get unstuck. So no matter what's happened in the past, don't worry about it. Like, the future is ours.
Yeah. So if that's the word of advice, I would say, let us help you get unstuck. Get unstuck somehow, but you don't have to be stuck where you currently are. You can get there, and you can get bigger and better than what you're already doing. Just one small connection, one small step at a time. Many times I've learned it's not what you know, it's who you know, and opening up those other doors and other possibilities, guys. So I'm still investing into coaching myself. I have a coach. Okay. I'm a part of a mastermind that costs a lot of money.
Couple coaches.
Couple coaches. But we also are part of a mastermind that costs a ton to be in, right? To get around other people. So we're still always investing into our own education, to be in the right rooms with the right people, to learn and to continue to contribute and to give back to those communities, sharing all of the things that we've learned too, and help grow other people's business. So if you feel like I'm alone, I've got nobody to turn to, I've got nobody to talk to, it doesn't have to be that way, and you're not alone. There's other folks out there just like you who want to accomplish these things. You just got to get in the same rooms with them. So whether it's a Zoom call or an in-person meeting or getting some coaching, but coaching for sure. Even Michael Jordan had a coach. Every professional athlete has a coach. There's position coaches. There's acting coaches, voice coaches, right? So what is somebody like Taylor Swift, who's a billionaire, why would she need a voice coach? Because she sees the benefit in coaching to help her sit back, see things from another angle, give some technique, and to help her even get better.
Up level, yeah.
So even the best of the best are around coaches. So don't think of it as a bad thing. Don't think of it as a negative. Think of it as you're up leveling yourself. You're getting yourself to the
New
next level.
version of you.
So if you feel uncomfortable, if you feel like it's a little bit different, good. That means you're getting into a new place, and there's that's always good to have happen. So guys, continue to learn, continue to be a student, continue to take action.
Go post your blue ads.
Go post that blue ad. Don't mess it up.
So good. So good. I know, I remember I was blown away when I found out Serena Williams pays $4 million a year to her coach. I'm like, why do you need a coach? You're already professional. And every professional knows I can get 1% better this year. Let me get 5% better. Let me get 10% better, because it's that percentage shift that makes all the difference. So good. Joe.
Well, if you ever watch the movie with Serena and Venus and the coaching and how that is, like, what an amazing inspirational story. So that just shows you being around the right folks, what it could do for your life. I'm not going to turn you into a tennis pro, but we can help you buy some real estate, right?
I love it. And good news, for those of you who've booked a call, you grabbed every single slot that was available. There are 0 slots left. So if you were like, God, I missed it and I need it, message me privately and I might be able to move some things around Joe's calendar. Hopefully, maybe we'll see. I know he's super busy. Otherwise, we'll connect and go from there. But let's give it up for Jen and Joe. They have been incredible. I mean, like, talking for 5 hours is a lot of work, knowing what you're talking about and just being so full of value is pretty incredible. So huge thank you for Jen and Joe. Let me know in the chat, just a round of applause. Big thank you to them. And if you haven't yet listened to the podcast, grab a listen at the podcast. I will put the link in the chat. It has been such a pleasure to play today, have fun today. And if you go there, it'll take you to our website. You can listen to the podcast there. And been so great listening to all of your stories and your dreams and your desires. My word of encouragement for you is take a moment after this. Don't go into your very next thing. Take a moment and sit within yourself. Take a deep breath in. Feel the air in your lungs and the heart beating in your chest, and recognize that right now you are alive and you have agency and you can choose for yourself what the next few years are going to look like for you. And if you know that there is something different than the life you've lived so far, if there's a way you want to do real estate different, if you want to do creative financing, you're in the right place. Stick around, follow our podcast, subscribe to our podcast, and we'll see you guys soon. Thank you so much. Bye, everybody.